Hello and welcome to On the Esky, a sports podcast where we like to wrap up all the major sports that we like to follow. So the key things we want to tackle this week, we've got the NRL Round 4 and AFL Round 3 to review, and then of course have a look at the subsequent rounds coming up. There's also cricket. There's been a few series around the world, plus the business end of the Australian domestic season is happening in the Shield. And then, so the big one, the start of the IPL over in India. So we'll have a comprehensive preview of all the teams for that. Then we've got a bit of a roundup of everything else. So there's NFL free agents news, a few trades happening. The NBA is approaching finals. And then, of course, there's a bit of UFC news, followed with some golf.
Masters week, baby.
Masters week.
Good.
Jordan Spieth coming off a victory leading into it.
He's back, baby.
And then I think we'll finish with some Champions League.
Yep, that's about it.
So we've got the long and wrong Peppy on my left, followed by the voice like Barry White Macker on my right. And then the fastest research man on the southern hemisphere on the end of the table, Monkey Magic. And my name is Sean.
Let's do it.
So
Sean needs a nickname. So get in the comments, get us on Instagram, and we need to come up with a nickname for Sean. So please.
Maybe something Denver related.
Yeah, he's going all Denver tonight. We'd love that.
Mile High Club Sean.
Maybe
Maybe not. I'm sure someone can get at us in the
I
comments.
wonder if we have a bit loud on a plane if it's that. So it's been 9 days since our last podcast, so a lot of sport to cover, and I think we'll tackle with the NRL. And tonight's game is just about to kick off, which is Souths versus Brisbane. I think everyone's picking Souths.
Yep.
Souths.
By so much.
Yeah. I think I picked the margin as 24 points.
Well, I did 28. I did 28. Interesting.
High 20s, I think.
Funny you mentioned that. Last week we should have put that multi on where we we took the overs on all the lines with the dominant
top three.
Dominant clubs pumping all the poor hapless clubs. We'll get to that in a sec. What is going on in the NRL news for the week? What's the first topic?
Well, it was announced a couple of hours ago, but unfortunately Jake Friend has been forced into retirement. Of course, absolute warrior of the game, and probably because of that and his style of play, he's had a lot of concussions throughout it. He's had 3 in the last 6 months, and there's reports that they suspected he could have had 20 plus, which is a lot.
Yeah, Blake would make 45 tackles a game minimum. An absolute trooper, played bigger than quite an undersized guy to be playing hooker in the modern game. Wishing him all the best in his retirement.
Very, very emotional in his retirement speeches before, and
one club man, 268 games with the Roosters.
Been there since he was 15. Thanked his missus, of course, his wife, for following him throughout the whole process, as you would. 3 games for Queensland. Probably unlucky. There's a bloke called Cameron Smith in front of him for a lot of that.
Indeed, Stuart McGill-esque this kind of situation. Had arguably the greatest player of all time, not being ahead of him there in the Queensland and Australia pecking order, those games might have been inflated a lot more. So, wishing Jake all the best with his retirement.
20 plus is such a big number. 20 concussions.
And
it's also it can really depend on the person, because I had to cross sports again straight off the bat, but Troy Aikman is probably the classic one that comes to mind, where he said, I think he's had like 30 plus during his playing career. That's NFL in the 80s and 90s, where it was just brutal. But he's a commentator now and hasn't seen too many of the side effects from it, but he's still got another
businessman, articulate. So fingers crossed that's the way it turns out for a lot of these guys retiring early these days.
Especially with that kind of retirement as well, forced into with head knocks. He's going to be a great one to study how his recovery goes in the coming years as well, what the plans is, how it'll effective it is. I think Tim Glasby was another one, very similar situation, had to retire because of head knocks, where it would be interesting to see what his recovery as well, just all part of the science and how it can improve.
Yeah, indeed. Adam Reynolds, so he's sort of fallen out with South Sydney. We've been talking about it for a while. He wants to stay, and he's probably worth $1 million. South don't want to give it to him. What's going on here?
Yeah, well, I think at the start of the week they stayed firm in their 1 year deal. Adam, that pissed him off.
Yeah.
So I think recently, like it's Thursday today, I think it was yesterday, they came out and go, oh, we'll give you a 2-year deal. So it's now 1.4 mil over the 2 years.
Yep, 700
a year. But the second year is a club option. So essentially it's a 1-year deal and they can cut him.
Yep.
So again, it's like, I'm not really getting the security that I want.
Yeah, yeah.
So South's point is they're a bit worried about the Sam Burgess or GI situation where they have a forced retirement and they got a big payout. So they're I think, still playing both those blokes, and they're on the big money for them.
Yeah.
So Reynolds, of course, is now looking at, I'm going to test the market. I'm going to see what's out there. I think he'll probably get some offers better than 700K.
You'd imagine a lot better.
Yes.
Yeah, given his talent.
We're talking about how important halfbacks are. They're not growing on trees. So.
No. Yeah, premiership winning bloke. We've got a few teams highlighted here. The Cowboys, Broncos,
so Cowboys,
Tigers.
Broncos, Tigers are all talking about halfbacks, which kind of goes into the next question, the next point with Jake Clifford. He's there was talk a couple of weeks ago and we covered it. He wanted to renege on his deal and stay at the Cowboys.
Given Michael Morgan looking at an early retirement.
But now with Pearce being injured, he's like, hey, can I get my early release and I'll go play for the Knights and I'll take that deal up, start for them. There's also rumours of this 3-player swap deal with Maguire going to the Dragons. It looks like they've just got to finalise this, but it looks like Maguire's going to go to the Dragons. Is it Clune?
Yeah, Adam Clune, yep.
Clune, who's playing halfback at the moment for Ben Hunt.
Yep, and he played a fair bit last year.
We'll go to the Cowboys, which will then allow Clifford to go to the Knights.
Is that mid-season, do you think? Or
Yeah, I think what they're waiting for is they need Ben Hunt to be a bit more healthier and come back.
Okay, all right.
So it's probably a couple of weeks away until that point.
So the Dragons have got the power.
Yes, but if that's the case, so going back to the Reynolds, so if Clune goes to Cowboys, that might rule him out for Reynolds.
Yeah,
he'd still be the better player, the premier player, but he's also 31, I think, going. So then there's the talk of, Tigers, what they do with Luke Brooks, that's still up in the air. Broncos could be one. It looks like Milford's done.
Yep.
Like they've Walters is meant to come back and kind of help him, spark him. There's been a little bit of improvement, but he's just not the same player he was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, and I think Kevy even came out and said that they're not extending him next year, which is very big of a coach to actually say that during the year. Yeah. So you feel for Milford. Yeah, and he's definitely on the out.
Definitely. And he's on $1 million a year, and he's not going to get that anywhere. He's probably going to get half that from a club. Yep. There was talk about Corey Norman was on the out, but he's played really well to start the year, so it sounds like they might keep him. He's on an $800K, so whether they do a deal around that or bring it down a little bit, but he really wants to stay at the Dragons. So, it's kind of looking like Brisbane would make sense. But then there's also the talk about the 17th team, extra Brisbane team. Yeah. Imagine if they could, Wayne Bennett as coach, Reynolds as 7, and maybe add Munster as 6. That's the way to start off your club.
That would be unreal. Does that eventuate? I'm skeptical.
Yeah.
It's a bit of online with PlayStation. I think they're a bit of Madden, create start a new team and pickpocket.
A lot of ifs.
A lot of ifs and buts about it.
So I don't know finish up on Reynolds, whether he'll go somewhere. It'll probably unfortunately be to one of the lower clubs, you'd think.
Yep.
And they probably play overs for him, I imagine, because they're pretty desperate. We'll talk about the difference between the top and the bottom here. To get a good playmaker in your team, you're probably going to earn a lot more money on the market if you add Reynolds. So
the Bulldogs, of course, ruled out with Burton going there, I think.
Matt Burton
from Penrith.
Yep.
So, I don't think that's pitcher. Manly's got DCE, so Brisbane probably makes the most sense. Or if he wants to go to Queensland, he's also, if there's that expansion team there. Cowboys are heavy favourites, but depending how Clune goes, maybe they pull out.
Yeah, we'll see how it plays out.
All Souths will, get wise and be like, hey, he's a favourite son. They absolutely love him down there at Redfern. They'll turn around and offer him the 3 years he wants so he can finish up his career with that club.
It's looking less and less likely.
Yeah, well, to this point, I think it's in his ballpark and he's just in his hands. And he's just like, I'm done.
The 18th rule, we were talking about it last week. The initial thinking was it could be applied for 3 failed HIAs. We were thinking, that's a bit nuts. We've got here that that's only occurred twice in the last 1,500 games. So why bring in a rule if it's going to be applied, once every 5 years or however that works out? So the NRL's come back and they've said, on top of the 3 failed HIAs, you'll be allowed to replace a victim of foul play where the offending player gets binned or sent off and your guy's out for the game. So essentially someone comes in, takes his head off with a high tackle, spear tackle, swinging arm, punch and something like that, you can replace that guy straight away.
Yes. Yep. The only caveat that was binned or sent off. So, Hardgraves, swinging arm Hardgraves, the other week where he knocked a few blokes' heads off, didn't get either of those things. So, and I think a few of those guys got HI'd and didn't play. Other one, the Knights on the weekend, had all those injuries. Had Kurt Mann get knocked out.
And that was friendly fire, essentially. He got caught in a Safidi sandwich. Yeah. So,
and then
it doesn't protect those
Mitchell
guys.
Pearce doing Peck, and I think they had someone else get hurt as well.
Yeah.
Like, again, for them, this rule doesn't come into play at all.
No, but I'm glad that they have written that into the rule.
I do like this one. Like, if, it kind of rules out, that in that grand final match, Hardgraves comes out and takes off Nathan Cleary's head, play one. Cleary's done for the game when they go, well, they've got to beat him, essentially. They've got to also put him in the bin or send him off at that point. And then you go, okay, cool, I can then sub in a replacement for Nathan Cleary. Though you can't replace the Nathan Cleary, it's at least you can have an extra guy come onto the bench and you've got full squad.
Not a man down.
Yep. Which is also interesting. The final point with that was they got rid of the whole emerging player thing, and it's the 18th man can be anyone in the 21.
Right.
Okay.
Don't mind that.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Ben Hunt came out this week. I think he spoke with the Current Affair.
Yeah.
Saying,
Danny, I think.
Yeah, Danny Ward.
Was it
Danny? I think it was Danny Wadler.
Saying
that the game now is actually gone too quick and it's becoming unsafe. We have been speaking about it the last few weeks. Says others feel the same, and hard to disagree with him considering all the injuries that we've talked about over the last few weeks, and we'll get into for this round as well. It just seems every team now is just crossing blokes off every week. What do you blokes think? What are you taking out of this?
Is it more of it could be an adjustment thing. Like, we're pretty new into this thing. We talk about being so reactionary. Like, this is round 4 in the league. Correct me if I'm wrong. So we're a month into a new. Everyone's going to have to adapt their style of play, and we've talked about the different bodies and the different way to play. Yeah, it probably is a shock right now. Right now, it is a shock. But give it. You can't change after a month of footy. You've got to give it a bit more time. And you hate, putting people's bodies on the line, which seems to be happening. You can't just pull the brakes back now. You've got to give it some time. If in 3 months' time we look back and say,
it's still happening.
We're putting 14 blokes out there, then obviously you need to look at it, but too small a sample size for mine.
Yep.
Yeah. So Adam O'Brien, the Knights coach, of course, came out during the week as well, saying he's struggling to name 22 players due to injury. And, of course, having 21, having 3 uncapped blokes in the 21 too for this week. But I just probably second Macca's thoughts as well, because I think we had a look, some statistics came out during the week. On average, the weights of players is down about a kilo and a half this year. But I think it wouldn't surprise me if we're still in that transition phase. Maybe it's another year, maybe 2 years, where guys kind of have to rebuild their bodies into that size of what they need to be. And maybe so the average at the moment is 99 kilos across the league, with Manly being the heaviest at 102 and the Dragons being the lightest at 95.8.
Skinny Dragons over here.
Yeah. Skinny. And,
I'm overs, actually. Give me in.
Second row, Pep, so I can put your hand up.
Well, there's also been the talk about the Dragons pack struggling a little bit to start the year too. Manly, of course, being the biggest squad overall as well as height, doesn't mean that they're shit. So it hasn't helped them anyway. But maybe that average 99's got to come down to 97, 96, 95.
Yep.
And that's the nice kind of middle ground that you get for players in this style of football.
Yeah.
Because you got to remember, when they played like this in the 80s, 70s and 80s, guys, the average weight would probably be 80 kilos.
Yeah, you look at them and they look like it looks like a under 20s team just about. No, not even. Their 20s teams these days are bigger.
Well, exactly.
The game's changed so much in the last few years.
Well, the science as well, like bodybuilding,
12 down to 10, down nutrition. To 8, down to 6, and exactly right. The blokes in the 80s used to have full-time jobs and go train a few nights a week and play on the weekend. They're not in the gym 6 days a week on a training regimen and a nutrition program and 2 protein shakes a day. So obviously the modern games change the player's size, but then if you then change your rules, then you're going to have to change the size of the players, aren't you?
I've never loved reducing interchange or substitution depending on your sport, because it is because you want fatigued players out there. That's the whole point of doing that. By fatiguing players, you're going to get injuries from that. So I've never liked the sound of that. Like, it just sounds gross. Like, sort of millionaires sitting back going, making the decisions we want tired players because then we'll get higher scores. But by getting tired players, you're going to get more injuries. So I've never liked that idea of reducing substitution. I don't think there's a correlation between reducing substitutions and producing a good game of football. I've never agreed to that. I don't know how you prove that anyway.
I think the other thing you want to probably look at is work out the types of injuries. Like, take Ben Hunt, for example. He broke a leg. I don't think fatigue plays a part in that, but a lot of soft tissue injuries. If guys are doing hammies, ACLs, Achilles, the things where it's stress on muscles and ligaments, if that had exponentially increased, then I would be more concerned.
Well, we might have to try and get some numbers up on that, though, because it's like anecdotally, it does seem like there's been a lot of ACLs and hammies. You did mention last week that as a 5-year trend, it hasn't actually trended upwards.
Well, injuries in total. Concussions have definitely been up more, and I wonder
because they're pulling them off more often.
True, exactly. They've been more aware of that. But then there's a question of fatigue and with the amount of, say, running and sweat they're building off, how much water retention do they have? Because they've got to maintain hydrated. If you're underhydrated, less fluid, say, around your brain, more susceptible to concussions. It's a fair big leap there. Most of these boys, you see them, they drink water all the time. They know to stay hydrated.
Oh, of course.
So I wouldn't think that'd be big of an issue. Like fatigue and concussions, I probably wouldn't make a connection there.
Yeah.
But I think soft tissue injuries is the one you could make. But I can't say I've seen a huge amount of it. And I think the other point I wanted to make about the weights was the AFL's comparisons at 87 kilos, roughly. So I think the league as a whole probably doesn't want to get down to where they are comparable to AFL, because I think they want to, they want the difference in the sports.
And they are completely different sports.
Exactly.
As well. So of course, there's going to be a 12 kilo difference in the averages there. It was interesting that the heights are actually similar. I would have thought the AFL would have had a fair bit. So shout out to all the little Ruck Rovers cruising around there.
Caleb Daniel bringing it down for everyone. Boomer Harvey for so many years.
That's right. But I think to wrap it up, it is a small sample size. Time will tell as the season goes on, and we'll monitor it and see what happens.
We've got another 21 weeks of this.
Yep.
So, that's 20 more weeks of running around. These guys will probably shed some more kilos, and that average might come down, and then that's at 95, and that's maybe
you don't put weight on during a footy season.
No,
you can't. You physically.
That's off season stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So
that's that month of October, baby.
Oh yeah, babe.
But
poor blokes only get a short off season.
But they might work themselves into the bodies that they need.
Yep,
exactly right.
So I think Origin might be a really good barometer of how they're going as a league.
Yeah,
when it gets to that, see how quality that game is.
Yeah,
if by the 60th minute they're all fucked, then you know that they probably still haven't adjusted to it, but that's middle, that's 10 weeks into it. They should, it's another 2 months away, have a fairly good grasp of their conditioning by that point of, playing a lot of footy. So that I think might be a good indicator of how they're going. If both New Zealand and Queensland teams are completely banged up and everyone's really injured, then I'll start being concerned.
And the league will be concerned because that's the showpiece. So that's when they make changes.
The next big point, I suppose, that everyone's sort of been talking about is the skills gap between teams and, this thought of expansion. We mentioned it a few weeks ago that the NRL really is pushing for a 17th and possibly 18th team in the near future. I've got a few stats here. So through four weeks, 12 games between these three teams, North Queensland, Canterbury, Manly, they've been dismal. They've combined for minus 333 points difference. That means that each of those three teams is losing by an average of 28 points a game. That is an absolute shellacking.
That's insipid.
And we're talking about the odds last week. We'll get into the odds for this week. I don't think I've ever seen games of NRL football being $1.03, $1.05, $1.07.
The bookies are worried. Let's put it that way.
Well, I don't know if it's the bookies. I think that,
but they're right because they
don't want to give away free money.
Yeah, you know the result before the game started, and for it not to be would be an all-time upset. That's an all-time upset if the Bulldogs beat the Storm this week.
Yep.
Like that's one of the biggest upsets in the history of the sport. That's where we are now.
Yeah.
Well, Bulldogs haven't scored a point since round 1. So.
Yep. Yeah.
But that's pathetic. If you aren't scoring points, that shows you that you cannot expand a competition if you've already got teams that can't score.
Yeah, but then I'd also say, say the Roosters, for example. They've just pulled Sam Walker, replaced the guy that got injured, and they put a debutant in there, and they're just going to say he's in the halfback for the next 12 to 15 years. Like, there's guys out there that is probably sitting behind other guys at the premier clubs.
Yeah, but what are those premier clubs doing to keep these guys there? Yeah, it's.
But then the Dogs go, okay, Sam Walker will bring you in if you are that good.
Yeah.
Like I don't think there are enough guys. I'll argue that point. There aren't enough people for 16 teams, clearly.
Yep.
And we had shout out to the big dog, Ross Chilton. We were having a discussion today. He was saying it's not a talent issue. Everyone's got talent in the rugby league. It's a mentality issue. Well, you haven't got enough good coaches to put mentality into the kids.
That could be a thing as well.
Whatever it is, there isn't enough of it to spread around. That's why people hire Craig Bellamy's assistants because, can we get something off him to spread to a club?
Yeah. That's why Wayne.
That's
why Wayne will coach until he's in the grade.
Exactly, 100%. Yeah, you know how to win a grand final. If you are successful at all in any sport, you'll get jobs for. Yeah, exactly right. So, I just don't think there's enough. I think it's talent. I just purely don't think there's enough talent in the game to go around as is, let alone throw an extra club out there.
Yeah. Well, I'd say, I think there's talent out there. I think a lot of it's buried behind some of the premier teams. Where they've got. They've got the starters. They've got the key stars there already. And they've signed a bloke for the next 3 years and he can't go anywhere. But he's could be a generational talent for some other club.
Yeah. When were the Roosters really bad? Was that 5-6 years ago? Or no, longer than that. Probably longer than that. 10 years ago.
Yeah.
The Dogs have won grand finals. I'm talking grand scheme of things. Like in the last 20 years, the Bulldogs were pretty successful.
Before they won.
You could probably have an argument for everyone.
Would have had another one except got stripped, of course.
Yeah, less the Titans. You can probably say everyone's had some form of success over the last 20 years.
Yep.
One team wins every year. And obviously we've talked about how it's been Melbourne Roosters for the last few years. You're not... I just don't. I think you just need to go through the tough times when you like the Bulldogs fans right now must hate watching the footy because they just
not scoring a point for 3 weeks.
Yeah, like what do they have to cheer about? That's but as a result of that, when they are good, whenever it is, that makes that victory so much sweeter. That's why why you love sport. That's why we're Nuffy's here talking about it. I think they've got it here. Expansion. This is proof that you just don't touch it. Don't worry about it. Grow the game as is. Grow it from in here. Try and get people into the Gold Coast. Try and get, Melbourne bigger than it is. That's
Question for you. I want quick answers. I don't want to go into this too deep. Do you think NRL needs, say, a draft where they can get those young guys out behind those clubs? Where they're buried, say Harry Grant and the Cheese being buried behind Cameron Smith for a couple of years. Do you do a draft system? Do you do the under 17s, under 19s, and then after that season, that's where you come in and you play? You go through the draft and you get picked up by a pro club.
Yep. Short answer for me, no. You look at the draft in the AFL and the NFL, it does make a difference, but Gold Coast are shit in the AFL. They're building rah. Jacksonville's always shit in the Jets are always shit. Like at the end of the day, good clubs and good culture.
Management
breeds winning. It probably helps a little bit.
Spreads the talent maybe.
Spreads the talent a little bit, but I don't think it's even been talked about, at Rugby League HQ, and B, I don't know if it helps that much.
The league sort of had the answer with the good 20s competition and having that up there. If you have a healthy under 20s comp, that's your talent pool. So you can say that, Sam Walker's not getting a game and you're in North Queensland, you go, all right, shit, we'll give you the 4 years. Because what are they going to do for the next 4 years? Do nothing. So we'll actually overpay for these people. We're talking about Adam Reynolds now. You don't want to pay him? Okay, I've got a halfback spot and we've got money to spend. That's where you do it. So by building that healthy young comp and having it in the public eye, that's you have a talent pool there that you can pick from.
And it's a great point because 20s builds culture and builds camaraderie between those boys. They all come through. Like, look at Penrith at the moment. Like Cleary, Kickout, To'o, Crichton. They all come through that 20 system together. And then you're playing with your best mate every weekend, and you're like, fuck going anywhere else. I want to play with these boys. I've been playing with them since I was 17, and it builds that good culture. And it's a good point. Maybe they need to bring back and put emphasis and some funding into the 20s comp.
And obviously COVID fucks everything like we do. But I reckon that's your answer for parity in the competition is build up that youth competition. Not youth, but you know what I mean.
Good point to leave that on, I reckon.
Thanks. Before we go to the next one, I just wanted to mention that with the whole Adam Reynolds chats, Kintoni Staggs looks like he's probably going to stay with Brisbane, and they're looking at him at 6. So that's why also Milford getting moved on. So you could potentially, if Reynolds signs with Brisbane, have him at 7 and Kintoni Staggs at 6, and that's not a bad way to rebuild Brisbane either.
Yeah, it's good. It's like the halfback carousel. We talk about the quarterback carousel. If one moves, that's a gap that needs to be filled. And like quarterbacks, there aren't enough good halfbacks. There aren't 16 quality halfbacks. So if there's a gap that opens, you can start seeing people move around. So
there's going to be some movement, I think. Well, there's always movement throughout the whole year in NRL, but the off season there'll be some movement too, I would say.
For sure.
Do you want to mention crowd behaviour, Peppy?
Oh yeah, very briefly. There was a bit of a punch up at the Eels. Tigers game on Easter Monday.
It was 2 Eels fans punched.
You're joking, was it?
And the Tigers fan tried to break it up, and then it became sort of like, I saw this. It was rugby league at its finest. Absolute rugby league at its finest.
Really rubber. What were they fighting over? I wonder. Sterlo was the best Eel.
Luke Burt was the best.
I'd fight over that. Luke Burt over Sterlo.
But the bloke,
two dickheads got in a fight. Like, who cares?
Yeah, the
probably happens every week, but this one got caught on camera. So,
the bloke that threw punches got 2-year ban as well. But the other interesting one was Reggie the Rabbit. So the mascot for the Rabbits was getting abused by fans, and they're roughhousing him a little bit and giving the finger, all caught on camera as well. So league not happy about that, fans getting stuck into Reggie, who's just there to make it fun for the kids. Like,
that's right.
Yeah,
I mean, it is rugby league. You got to expect that.
Yeah, you do expect it. Like, there's lines that can be crossed.
There is lines.
You're paying out a mascot. Who cares? It depends on the language. I don't know why the fuck we're talking about this. Another thing I don't really know why the fuck we want to talk about is more people lobbying for Israel Folau to come back.
Well, we've been talking about Folau and the whole story, and it's supposedly the lobbyists, the Christian lobbyists, took out a full page ad in the paper to say the hashtag let him play. Trying to get the NRL to do anything, but I don't think the NRL can do anything until a team wants to put forward an application.
And no one wants,
him.
like you saw how quickly the Dragons got shut down this year trying to go after him. Like, it was a thing for a day, and then they were like, Ixnay on the allow fee, let's get rid of that.
The sponsors rang up and said, we're going to leave if you do this.
Yeah, there's definitely a few landmines that we don't want to jump on in this show. We speak about politics. Religion is probably above that one. I think he's been blacklisted personally.
I agree. I don't think he'll play in the NRL.
Interesting that they put their money towards that. That's my final comment there. Something that's a little bit interesting. It's we speak about expansion of the game. If they can get a little bit into that American market, maybe we're helping here on the Esky. We like our American sports and we like our Australian sports. There's a North America Rugby League competition that's going to start in June in the summertime over there. Be interesting to see.
Makes sense. It's
off season for everything else other than baseball. Yep. $300,000 salary cap, so they're not going to be bringing in the creme de la creme.
No.
By any means. So Toronto Wolfpack, they obviously had a run last year in the English Super League. They had to pull it because of COVID, but I imagine will be.
But they had the fuckloads of money, so So I don't know how the salary cap's going to work.
Yeah, there might be a few paper.
I wonder how many books there'll be. There'll be the books they show you, and the books that actually tell the actual prices.
Wasn't Sonny Bill?
He was on a mill or something.
Sonny Bill was
Dave
there.
Taylor was.
I don't know where all that money's coming from over there. So
paying him a Mercedes at this point. So
Hey, this is going to be a bad one. I'll give it a go. Hey,
next.
We can pay you $10,000, but you get maple syrup for the rest of your life, eh? Something like that.
That's a stink.
Yeah, all right, I'll have a sip for that one. 14 teams, East Conference, West Conference, Canada Cup. which is going to be Toronto Wolfpack and Ottawa Aces. They'll join the Eastern Conference after this year. We just mentioned it. I'll be very surprised if this comp's still up and about in 5 years' time. But
exactly, if it doesn't go bankrupt, and maybe we can steal some of the limelight that rugby gets over there. There's so many guys out of college football.
That's an interesting point.
That they come out, I don't want to say they wash out, but they just can't make the pro game because you got to remember there's only 3,000 odd guys playing pro football.
1%. We'll call it
1%. Yep.
Yeah. So all those other
2% in Division 1. Yeah. It's it's mental. Like the amount of, and I don't know if you guys are into Last Chance U, the amount of talent and the amount of athletes that are over there
ability.
that just can't bust into a professional outfit. You could go, oh, well, here's 20 grand a year to come sit on the wing and try and learn this game. You look at Mason Cox in the, for the Pies. He was an Oklahoma State Cowboy, couldn't bust into the NBA. The bloke 6'10". I don't know how he got the connection with Collingwood, but they're like, hey, we can't teach anyone to be 6'10". Come down, and now getting a run in.
There's
nearly won a flag with them.
There's a young fella who's 18 who they're looking at as a ruckman, possibly to bring over to Australia.
Yep.
I think he's stuck in Senegal at the moment.
But
another guy that's played basketball in the States and was like, he's massive, and was like, hey, we'll come over here and we'll teach you the sport. And I always thought like it would be interesting if you want to find talent like a rugby league team, go target those guys that haven't made the pro game that are working at McDonald's or selling phones in the mall and be like, hey, do you want to come over here and we'll pay you 150K?
Yeah.
It's probably more money than they're making. And all I need you to do is sit in the wing, catch that ball and run that way.
Yeah.
And that's all you need to do. So
can't teach athleticism.
Yeah.
So,
guys that run, 10-second hundreds, quick 40s, you'd be like, yeah, exactly. That's all I need.
And they're down at Danny's Flippin' Burger. And it's like that in the States, because their college programs are so elite and the training is so thorough compared to what we have here. You do have this plethora of guys that just don't make it that, could possibly, you could chuck them out of the wing. I think it'd be you're not going to teach a guy to be a halfback, because
the other thing I find really interesting, sorry to cut you off, I'm talking about American sports, but after college, there's nothing. So these blokes, essentially, there's no, there is some Sunday leagues and something like that, but like professional football, like just a, kick around and play, like muck around in your 30s, just doesn't exist.
Yep.
So you finish up at college playing football and it's like, that's it, you're done. You've played with your boys for the last 3 years and it's like, see ya, I'm now going to have to be an accountant.
Yep.
So what's wrong with being an accountant?
Or being an IT guy or a teacher or, whatever. We'll keep an eye on the development of this league.
I won't.
I'm interested. I'm interested in the expansion idea and the maybe picking up a few.
True. You're right.
Come back to it in 3 years.
But no, we shan't be talking about the weekly NARL games each week.
We'll wait for some superstar to come out of it and then come to Australia. Kind of like England in the Super League, built up, and they've got good talent coming across here.
Yep.
Same thing. We want to see them get to that point in the next decade, and hopefully they can. Play in the National Rugby League.
The final thing, a bit of a sad note from the week in league. Tommy Raudonikis has passed away at the age of 70. He's been battling cancer for yonks. Western Suburbs Magpies and New South Wales Blues legend. The bloke was 170 centimetres, like 72 kgs.
For Newcastle as well, didn't he?
Nah, Newtown.
Newtown.
Jets. Yep, so 239 first grade games, 24 games for the Blues, including being the inaugural captain back in 1980 State of Origin, 29 games for Australia. And he was one of those last old school, biffo, rough as guts, rugby league players, and he'll be sorely missed. I think the most infamous or famous part of Tommy's career was probably that 98 State of Origin with the cattle dog in a team where he had, Joey Johns and Freddie Fittler and just an unreal New South Wales team. And he told him about the cattle dog call just means you just go out and fight.
Yeah.
Essentially. And
when I call it out, no matter what you're doing, you start punching.
So he told him.
Joey is the classic one, just cop one straight away.
He was playing 9, so he's in the scrum with all the big boppers and
well, the opposition hooker just laid one straight on him.
Yeah, Johnny got
stitches.
Joey, got absolutely laid out in that fight. Big Spud Carroll and Craig Smith. It's one of the all timers, and I remember my old man and my uncles telling me about Tommy Rhodonicus when I was a young fella. I couldn't say his name. I used to say Tommy Rockadonis. Would have been done well on the Esky. We could barely talk these days.
Yes.
But just in awe of the bloke about how tough he was. And there's the footage, of the Western Suburbs Magpies all slapping the fuck out of each other before a game back in the 60s and 70s. And they were just a different breed of human back in those days. And they worked, 5 days a week and trained in the afternoons and played for fuck all money and drank piss and smoked darts. They were
some of the stories that have come out during the week after Tommy's passing has just been so funny.
Yeah,
it's like his history and what he did throughout his career and as a character, it was just hilarious.
And the mentality, we've spoken about it with fighters, and he come out and he said, I think to Von Sampson on Fox League, she was asking, how did you approach a game each time you run out there? And he'd said, I used to look at the opposition like they'd hurt my family. like blokes these days, blokes these days, they make a tackle, they pat each other on the back, they go and swap jerseys at the end of the game for the most part. And then he'd go out there and say, I fucking hate every single one of those people for no other reason other than they're on the different
shirt that he was.
And that mentality's definitely changed, and he'll be sorely missed. He's go down as one of the toughest blokes that's ever played rugby league, and pound for pound, when you're that size, possibly the toughest bloke ever to play the toughest game.
Yep, definitely. Sorely missed. Monks, do you want to bring up the South Brisbane game? I think we'll go into our round 5 preview. And while we go do that, we'll also have a look back at last week's games.
Yep.
As we mentioned at the top, a lot of the, say, premier teams dominated as expected.
Yep.
So the first game, of course, South versus Brisbane. We all backed Souths in this one. The interesting.
We all took the line as well, which was about 20.
Yeah. We're all saying over 20. They're up 10-0 at the moment. In the 23rd minute, I think it is. Yep. And I think for the other game as well, the Swans Bombers, did we?
Yeah, we haven't put tips in, so we should, before it all goes ahead.
I think we were all saying Swans.
Swan sweep, weren't we?
Yep, all Swans.
Swans.
Yeah. Interesting.
And Essendon are winning at the moment.
Yeah,
so that's honesty on the Esky. Yeah, that's what you'll always get.
Yeah. Straight shooters here.
They're up by a goal or 2
Pretty
goals.
even. It's only kicking it.
We'll keep an eye on that.
Keep an eye on it.
We'll get on that in the AFL, but we do have the South Brisbane game on now. Peps, tell us about South last week.
Yeah, spank the Dogs. Not too much to write home about. The Dogs haven't scored a point for 3 weeks. South are looking very good. There was a bit of a biffo in this one. Tommy would be up there, smiling. Cody Walker misses out this week through suspension. I think he struck Luke Meaney from the Dogs. So Benji actually comes in to start at 6. Saw a picture of him with the rig out this week. For a 35-year-old, he is in immaculate shape.
Professional, absolute professional,
big time, and so well respected. You don't hear guys that are in the game that talk shit about Benji. He's a modern day superstar. Kaloa Matangi misses out for a crusher tackle from this game. And the Bronx last week, they were badly beaten by the Storm. We already touched on Katoni Staggs, he wants to re-sign and could force Milford out. And
it looks like Milford's out.
Well, Dearden could go as well. They're saying.
Yeah, I think they're trying to retain Dearden as 7.
Because they got Brodie Croft there too. Who knows?
Well, and they're in that whole Reynolds discussion as Dearden actually makes a break here.
We won't get too far ahead here. Everyone's tipping South.
Dropped it cold.
South in this one by a fair bit. Moving on to tomorrow night, we've got the New Zealand Warriors take on the Manly Sea Eagles, 6 p.m. Central Coast Stadium.
Shit Eagles. Yep.
The Manly Shit Eagles. The Warriors, they're without their 3 big props. So Adam Fanua-Blake, knee 8 weeks, Bunty Afoa and Jermaine Tanoa Brown, they're both suspended. I was saying it could be a mismatch because Manly's props, Marty Tapau and Taniela Paseka, are big 120-kilo boppers, but the discussion we were having just before. Maybe that's
big doesn't exactly equal success.
Yeah, these days. So
yes, big is old.
Interesting to see how this one plays out. Manly, they've conceded 156 points through 4 games. No quick maths here on the Esky, but that's 39 points a game off the top of my head. Still no Tommy Turbo. Can they cause an upset here against the Warriors, or is
I don't think so.
Probably not.
I don't think so.
No.
Not head to head. I'd be interested to hear what a line is here. But if Manly could think they could rally for a game, you always think the Warriors are susceptible.
Yeah, a bit up and down, aren't they? The New Zealand
you could
Warriors.
never ever bet on a Warriors game. You can't trust them.
Avoid them at all costs.
And playing away from home this year.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they're $1.30 favourites head to head, but I still wouldn't touch it.
Interesting point. I'll make it now here because it kind of refers to the Warriors, the whole Trans-Tasman bubble. So New Zealand and Australia are going to start some travel. So it looks like maybe in the midpoint of the season, the Warriors might get to go home.
Thanks, Jacinda.
Yes.
It'd be great for them. God, the shit they've gone through the last 18 months.
Essentially being away from their families the whole season last year.
Actually, on that, I think New Zealand had a case of the C word today, so
unfortunate, yes.
Well, but ignore the last minute of the Esky.
New South Wales said they haven't closed their border to New Zealanders, so we're still forging ahead. So, unlike some of the other countries in the world which are struggling, we're doing a little bit better.
Yeah, the line on that game is 7.5.
I'm not betting on this game personally, but I shall tip. I'll tip
that's
the
a
Warriors.
gross number. The bookies have nailed that. I don't know what to do with that.
Yep. All Warriors?
All Warriors.
Yeah, I think we're going all Warriors.
Moving on, this game looks like a cracker.
Yeah, this game around the previous 2 runners-up in the grand final going ahead.
Yep. So Penrith and Canberra we're talking about, 8 p.m. tomorrow night, Friday night that is, Bluebet Stadium up there in Penrith. The Panthers, they're looking unreal. I'd like to highlight the play of Cleary, Kick-Out and Toto. Been particularly impressive. They've conceded 16 points. They've given up 4 points a game. They had conceded 0 through the first 2 weeks, and they've scored 110. They're looking really, really nice. Canberra had a big win last week, 20-4 against the Gold Coast. You watched that game?
Yeah, I don't want to say they coasted, but they did it easy. Titans were banged up a little bit as well. They lost their halfback halfway through as well. But I think Tarpany back in the squad. Ryan Sutton's now starting in the forwards with Papalili.
He's come along really nice, Ryan Sutton, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's really developed. So the Pommies are doing bits for the milk at the moment.
Sticky with the English connection. It's very, very smart.
I think they've been doing really good. I think their attack is still the question mark for me. I still want to see Jack probably do a bit more ball playing, but overall they're still scoring points. They like I said, they didn't do it easy, but they didn't have to get out of say third gear against the Titans for this. So hopefully they're up for this Penrith. I think this is going to be an excellent game. Hopefully it'll be very close, maybe 2018, 20-18 is what I meant.
Gotcha.
Not the year 2018. That's kind of
times that way.
Yes, that's kind of scoreline. I'm thinking, 2 points in it. This should be a cracker. Hopefully a preview of some of the finals games at the end of the year.
Got some odds there for us, Monks. I think the bookies aren't as confident.
No, so bookies have Panthers favourite $1.39.
Yeah, Panthers should be favourites.
Yeah. So these are exactly the same odds as the Warriors-Eagles game.
7.5.
Yeah, 7.5. Take that as you will.
Yeah. But for me, so I'm going to pick the Raiders in this. And the reason I did that is looking at these games, it's probably the only one that I can see an upset. The other ones kind of pick themselves.
Yep.
So I was like, well,
you got to pick an upset or two each
exactly.
week, don't you?
I got to catch up some tipping points because I've missed a few rounds against you boys. So I was like, I think the Raiders is a safer bet in a game that I think will be closer than the bookies think it's going to be.
Yep. Penrith too strong for mine. They haven't put a foot wrong this week. I'd love to see a close game of rugby league.
Yes,
would really like to see that.
Yeah, this looks like the only one that it possibly could be.
Yep. But I'll go Penrith.
Yeah, Penrith for mine as well.
Yeah, I think the Cowboys-Tigers game will be close, but it's Cowboys and Tigers.
Yeah, exactly.
Who you got, Max?
Yeah. Panthers. I think their defense is just too good at the moment. It'll be hard for Canberra to convert points.
Melford's shit.
Moving into Saturday, Gold Coast take on Newcastle, 3 p.m. Saturday, Seabus Super Stadium. Newcastle coming off that 22-13 loss against the Dragons.
They are banged up.
Banged up, big time. So
they've got no halves. All three of the halves are out.
Yeah, well, they were hoping that Mitch Pearce was just going to be a pec strain. It looks like a rupture. He's done for half the season.
That's bad.
And it's a second pec injury that he's had. They're a bad one. Kurt Mann got knocked the fuck out. Poor bloke. Yeah, he sort of got stuck between the Safidi brothers, as we mentioned before. And Tex Hoy's pulled a hammy slash torn a hammy. It might be 4 to 6 weeks for him. And Jacob Safidi suspended for a week. The bright spark. Ponga's back. Ponga's back in the one.
Is he going to play one? Or do you think he'll end up in the halves?
That's a good question. Yeah, possibly.
He's going to be back in as one.
Yeah.
I'll go and miss the one. There'll be one of those ones to watch to see if he plays one.
Yeah, they might change things up.
Yeah, I'll see if he ends up.
Yeah.
Oh, well, as a one, he kind of plays like a second or third receiver anyway. Yep. So probably doesn't matter too much. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see how that goes. What did you think of the taunting of Mann when he was knocked out? Was it Safidi that hit him? Who was running the ball back? It was the winger.
Ravalawa, yeah.
Laid him out.
So this one was kind of friendly fight. So Kurt Mann was in the middle of his Safidi brothers, and I don't think it was so much the impact with Ravalawa. I think it was more...
I'd say it's combination. It's everything.
It was everything.
It's hit from every direction, and he's out cold. It's a walk-off knockout, this one. So.
Yeah, and not the classiest action there from Michaela Ravalawa. Did spark a little bit of a,
push and shove.
Yeah.
It's great to see Tarek Sims.
Yeah, Tarek Sims standing up, because Mann was at the Dragons not long ago. Nice to see Tarek standing over him and defending him. It can be hard as well initially. Like sometimes when you've trucked it up, like hitting the line at 100 mile an hour, and you're just like, I run it someone over. Like, you're a bit fired up, and then you don't really realise, the bloke's actually out.
Was it Joe Arrow that did it to Tedesco in the Origin? Yeah, that's similar. Kind of like we picked him up, slammed him down.
Yeah,
and I don't think he realised. That's same thing. Exactly. You just don't realise in the moment.
You've got all that adrenaline and testosterone pumping, and you're like, fuck yeah. And then maybe later you're like,
yeah. Well, I think he came out and apologised after the game. But what do you think about taunting in general?
Depends. There's time and place. Like it's obviously a big thing in the American sports.
Sure.
People hate it in Australia.
Tends to be frowned upon. Well, Bailey. Sorry to cross codes, but Bailey Smith. I was going to get to that. Bailey Smith was
the other one. Stepping over blokes.
Yeah, the step over.
The head rub.
The step over didn't bother me, and a head rub never bothers me. Him running in when you're 100 points up to get stuck into a fullback, and then it gets caught in a melee and misses celebrating with Josh Bruce after he kicks 10, which we'll get to in a second. Yeah, that's a bit of a no for me. Like it's unnecessary, but then I also understand that
he's 20.
Yeah, and blokes are fired up, and they're contact sports. It's not netball. Like. Yeah, it's a tough one for mine.
Jeez, he's out there though.
It was really nasty, bad, really nasty.
And you fly the flag for your mate, but he doesn't know he's out. He's pumped up.
Well, I'd say, and look, he's not going at Kurt Mann there. He's going back at the Safidi. He's going back at the Safidi boys.
I don't think they show it on the camera because he goes forward and then I think he turns around and comes back and says some words. So like now, and
that's what kicks
it kicks it off, and then you see these legs picking up, and then okay. So they didn't really show what he was, but it's
if he's standing over a knocked out bloke going, "Hey, I smoked you," Pepsi's right. That's probably the line.
Yeah, that's probably over the line, especially when you can tell that's a walk off knockout. That's you know that he's in bad shape.
Yeah.
Anyways, moving on. The Titans, we did mention they lost to Canberra. Brian Kelly comes back for them. Ash Taylor, if he doesn't play this week, he should be back next week.
Yeah.
Who have we got here? Titans, Knights. Can I get some odds from you, please, Monkey?
Oh, I might have to look this one up. I think I picked the favourites in.
I'll go Gold Coast in this. I think Newcastle.
Gold Coast purely because of the injuries for Newcastle.
If Newcastle were full strength, it would be a really good game. But I'll go Gold Coast in this. Did you find those odds?
I bet Titans.
Yeah, Gold Coast $1.31 favourite. Line is 9.5.
Seems excessive, but again, not a game to touch for mine.
Nope.
I think the Knights are a better team than where they're at the moment.
Yeah, I think so too.
They're banged up. They just haven't kind of put everything together yet. Ponga's a big get for them, but I don't know.
You can't imagine he's going to be full flight Ponga.
Exactly. I don't think he's going to put 20-point difference in his game. Let's put it that way. Watch him go out and score 4 tries.
I'm hoping he will because I backed Newcastle.
The upset. Canterbury, Melbourne, 5:30 Saturday night.
Who the fuck cares? Melbourne by 50.
Yeah, Dogs have scored 16 points in 4 games, as we alluded to. Broncos, Melbourne coming off a 40-6 win against the Broncos. Harry Grant's back. Pappenhausen scored 4 last week. I don't think we need to dwell too much on this one.
Pap's probably going to score 4 again, and I don't think the Doggies will get a point.
Jeez. What are you over under 50 points for Storm? That can be a tip. Monks over under a 50.
As in the margin, or do they score 50?
Score. Melbourne 50. Score.
I'll say under, but I think they score more than 40.
I'm going to go 48.
Okay.
Well, I'll take over. I reckon
52?
10 tries is
half century race, but this could be ugly.
This could be very, very ugly.
Yep.
Oh, I could see them resting, say, Munster and Pappenhausen after 60 because they're that far in front.
Yep.
Yes. I don't think we need to talk more about it.
All Melbourne Storm, are they at $1.03 at the moment, is it?
$1.03, yep.
Fuck. It's got to be one of the lowest odds ever for an NRL game.
Over-unders for Storm total points is 34.5.
That's their team total?
Team total.
I'll take that. Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
But you're right. If they go up 24-0, they coast. And then
they could.
I'd say there'd have to be like 38 by 60 minutes or so for them to start pulling
and points difference is so integral to
team. That might be on the Esky bet of the week. There, team totals. That's 6 tries. They score that in the first 15 minutes.
Melbourne overs 34 on the Esky tip of the week.
Yeah.
Roosters Cronulla 7:30 Saturday night at the SCG. It was no Kiri, no worries for the Chooks last week. Sam Walker, the 18-year-old, gets his maiden win. Brett Morris scored 2. Teddy scored 1. They've scored 9 and 7 tries respectively on the season. I was looking back in the history books, so a bloke called Dave Brown back in 1935 actually scored 38 tries in a season. Don't see that happening in the modern era. It was actually hard to find who had scored the most in the NRL era. I did see that Semi Radradra, had 24 in 2015. So
of the modern era, I think he's had the most.
Yeah, so if you can get mid-20s, that's unbelievable. I think, he's definitely on track to do that. And
I think Penrith Wes did 20 or 21 in a season. So that's early 2000s as well. Yeah. High 20s. I think Alex Johnson got 20.
Yeah, he's had 21, and if you include finals more. Yeah. So you'd imagine Brett Morris is on track to break some kind of modern era record. Yeah.
If he scores one from here out, he'd be close to 30. So
Yep. Quick maths. Sharks, they're coming off a big win against the hapless Cowboys. Can we get some odds on this one, please, Monks?
I think the Sharks are a bit banged up as well. Like they beat Cowboys because Cowboys suck, but they're a bit hurt. Had to fight through it. I think Wade Graham might be out again.
I'd love to tip Cronulla here.
I would.
Like you said, there's always an upset. This could be a week where there's absolutely no upsets and all the favourites pump. Yeah. But
I think the Roosters.
A healthy Cronulla wins this, I reckon. But like you said, they've got a couple injuries themselves. Monks?
Yeah. Yep. So Roosters favourite, $1.34.
Everything $1.30 this week, isn't it? Yeah.
Is Joseph in the team yet? I don't think he's...
Suwali, he might be.
Yeah, I don't think he's
named in the starting 17, but I think he'll be a member of the squad again. I can just double check that.
I think he's in the 21. He's getting closer, but yeah.
Suwali is named at 20 again. Yeah. Anyone want to tip an upset here?
No, I'm going Roosters.
Chooks.
I like what Sam Walker did last week.
Yep, so and their record at the SCG is insane. They're much better there than even their home ground, Allianz Stadium. West Cowboys, 4 p.m. Sunday, Leichhardt Oval.
I hate to say this is probably a good game in this round.
Close.
Because I think it'll be close.
Close and good.
Because I think they're 14 and 15 on the ladder or something at the moment. So they're 13 and 14.
West won't be, but yeah.
Well, they're very close
Tigers
to each other.
13, Cowboys 14.
There you go.
That's a dream.
There you go. So Moses Mbai, he's looking like he's going to be released from Tigers.
Wouldn't surprise me if he goes back to Doggies.
Oh, that's a bit of a shout.
Go home.
Yeah, a bit of a shout.
I think they'd very happily have him back at the Doggies for some extra talent.
I think they would. James Roberts, what happened with him?
Oh, well, we'll cover the Team to Zoo fight in a minute. So there was photos and they found it in the crowd. James Roberts in the crowd. Latrell and Cody were there, but I think they were more like in a box or they're in a VIP kind of area. But the NRL players are in stage 2, so they're not meant to be mingling with the public as much.
Right.
So there was worry about James Robertson. Came out that he was there at the fight. He was in the crowd, so you can see him in the crowd. Like there's a picture of Tim's corner. And then in the background, you can see James Roberts standing up. So it's just like he's been caught. He's been found out.
The old photograph where you took a sickie kind of thing.
The other two boys got it cleared with Souths, and I think they were okay. But James, I think, was in a bit of hot water, but I think he was all right in the end. Bit of a slap on the wrist.
Good. Don't need to get the peps fired up about the fucking C word, because the blokes out there exchanging bodily fluids, tackling, sweating, spitting.
Yeah, but they're all in the bubble together. It's all those unwashed peasants that are in the crowd watching Tim Tszyu fight. That's what we're worried about.
Blah, 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 blah. For mine, hopefully Jimmy the Jet didn't get fined too bad out of that. No. We will get to that Sue fight in a second. Jason Taumalolo set to make his return for the Cowboys this week, and we spoke about Josh McGuire already. Looks like he is pretty much on the out there at the Cowboys.
Yeah.
The Cowboys' points difference is
dreadful.
Is minus 105. It's actually much better than the Dogs and Manly. So kudos to them for being the least shit out of those three teams so far. Can we get some odds, please, there, Jimmy?
Man, I hate to pick either of these teams. What are the odds?
Well, I mean, the bookies don't think so. So Tigers are favourites $1.30, $1.35.
$1.30 round.
That's big for this round. Honestly, I think that'd be the biggest value you can get from a favourite.
Cowboys is $3.25. Line is 9.5.
I think the big point you missed there, Peppy, was the big fella.
Taumalolo, his impact.
He's back. Yep. So it's just whether does that lift the Cowboys enough that they can get a win over Wests, who themselves aren't having the greatest of year.
No,
but I think they're more talented than the Cowboys are as a roster.
And I don't think they were dreadful last week against Parramatta. They beat Newcastle the week before, a game that they weren't meant to win. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the Cowboys keep it amicable, but I think West Tigers win this one.
Yeah, I backed West as well.
Yeah, Cowboys' environment at the moment seems toxic. So you're talking about,
shit show.
Yeah, absolute shit show. So, and God, take it the last 10 minutes. West Tigers are really in that game with Para. They scored too late to sort of blow it out, but West Tigers win this comfortably for mine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tigers.
All round Tigers. 6 p.m.
Sorry if you tip. Pretty boring tips if you want them.
Boring, but
a little bit.
Yeah, maybe
we want to get points. That's how you win tipping comps, Sean. You don't try and go for upsets. You pick winners.
Hey. Who led this week?
And we'll get to
who's winning overall. We can go. Right?
Well, I missed a couple of weeks, so I've got to catch up somehow.
We've got to keep rolling. Parramatta, St George, the final game of the round, 6 p.m. at Bank West Stadium. Para have looked really good. They're 4-0. I just wanted to mention Reid Marnie. We've spoken about him before on the show. With Jake Friend retiring and Harry Grant missing a month of football.
Won't matter, but keep going.
I was just going to say, is there a shout that he plays 9 or him and Harry both, maybe they play 9 and 14 for the Maroons this year?
That's a possibility. Ponga back in 1. Who was the other one that was in line to play 1 for Queensland? Oh, Brimson.
Yeah.
So it's whether do you play
who want that as that utility?
Exactly. So who's the utility? Who's that 14? So yes, a hooker maybe, or maybe they'd want, say, AJ, who's a bigger fullback. He's not the smallest bloke, so you'd play him a little bit in the back line. You could always say put him at 1 and move Ponga into 6. Maybe you might not want to do that, but there's a possibility. So yes, if Harry's still hurt, he might get a run. But if Harry's not hurt, I think Harry Grant's the saviour of Queensland of last year. So I think they'll pick him.
I'll leave that to the resident Queensland fan. Thank you, Sean. The Dragons, they're very surprising 3-1. Some guys had them as spoon favourites at the start of the year.
Long season, baby.
Long season. But as I said, I'll be boosting for an.
I reckon 4 points get you clear.
For a gentleman's 10th would be really nice this year. As I've said last week,
going up every week, by the way. That's getting very dangerous to 8.
It is. Zach Lomax, he had 25 consecutive.
Conversions.
Yeah, conversions and penalty goals, I think, included in it. Didn't miss a shot at goal for 25. And then the one that missed literally went over the right post. They called it out.
Lucky.
It was a long way off the record anyway. El Masri had 35, which is pretty unbelievable. There's just a point there from last week.
Watching El Masri bend it like 20 metres. It'll start at way right and then just works its way back across.
Has a Mel magic, baby. Yeah, one of the best in the business. Monks, have you got the odds there, please, for Parramatta and St George? I imagine it's about $1.30 Parramatta.
Yeah, Eels will be favourites, right?
I'll say short on that, $1.24.
Split it. It's $1.28.
There we go.
South go over with that man, Adam Reynolds.
I imagine you guys are all going Eels here. Do I have to ask?
Yeah, I'm backing Eels.
5 heaps, hey.
Monks, any balls?
Yeah, I think I had to back the Eels.
Yeah. Dragons are just lucky that there's 3 shitter teams of them at the moment. So
Heart or head, Peps? What do you reckon?
I'm going head. I'm going Parramatta.
Ooh,
but I'd love to be wrong. I'd love to get this tip wrong.
Oh, definitely.
Just the way Parramatta been playing. Yeah, hard to go against them.
they haven't lost. So yeah, I think it's them.
And Penrith.
That's it. So they're top of the table with those two. So we just mentioned before Dane Gogo break through the poor Brisbane defence. Adam Reynolds under the post.
Man.
So they should make this 16-6 and halftime. They might get a kickoff in. There's only about a minute left.
Let's call it 16-6 halftime.
So yeah, it should be 16-6 halftime.
That Adam Reynolds going through. He should have. You got to pay me.
Yes, it's like he should get up and celebrate with
Johnny Man.
Pay the man.
Yeah, probably one of the easiest tries he's ever scored, mind you.
Oh, it definitely.
That wraps up the week's NRL news. Let's go into the AFL news.
And I think the first story, kind of following on from the story from last week of Chris Scott. Why do you have to fart every time?
That was solid. I was getting away with that if it wasn't for you just then.
You're getting away with it, except you're doing like a 20-degree lean to get up to get it out.
It was the chair. I'm telling you, it was the chair.
When podcasters get combined with smell-o-vision in the late 21st century, we're in big trouble.
Please don't.
Back at your mate Chris Scott, he copped a $10,000 fine. I think that's probably fair. It's a suspended $10,000 fine, so he doesn't have to pay. It's more of do something else.
If you do it again, but I mean, he's done. Like we said, this is his sort of third strike, if you would. He's already done it a couple of times. He'll do it again. We talked about it last week. The type of competitor he is. $10,000 a slap on the wrist for what he wanted to do it for. He wanted to pump his troops up. He did.
Didn't help.
Didn't help. No, it didn't in the end. I think it's a bit of a non-news thing. It did help actually. They won because it was the Brisbane game.
Yes.
It's a bit of a non-news story now, to be honest. I think he'll do it again, and he'll probably get another suspended fine. But that's what it is. We talked about what we think about it. He's an interesting cat, Chris Scott. If he ever writes a book, I'll definitely read it.
Interesting cat.
The big talk of the week, obviously, we're talking about expansion with the league. The push for a Tassie team seems to be building more and more. I don't know if it is building more, if it's being talked about more. I think the people of Tassie are just so keen to have a team that they can throw their arms around and really love.
They've got stuck into the Big Bash, of course. Hey, we want to.
Like it's a state that just doesn't have any love for sport,
They told North Melbourne to fuck off. I was like, if you're not going to...
if you're not into it, then we're not into it. So it still comes back to my thing. I don't think 18 teams, I think we've got too much disparity from top and bottom in the AFL. And, we'll see upsets. It's the exact same thing. 19 teams.
There's 5 teams that are...
Is a lot. So, Like 19 teams for 25 million people who play every sport. It's too many for mine. So... And then you've got an odd team, so then where does your other team come from?
I hate to interrupt you, Macron, while we're in AFL. Adam Reynolds has just kicked the first 2-point field goal.
Is that what this commotion is?
So from 40 yards out, just before...
Meters.
40, yes.
Jeez, it's cleared it too. Far out. That's gone dead by 5 metres.
Huge kick.
Yeah.
Massive.
And of course, I said halftime score 16.
Yeah, there you go.
That's curse. It's back.
As soon as he kicked, he's like, let's
pay that man.
Pay the man.
Straight over. Bit of history here on the Esky. You heard it here first.
Yeah, so the first 2-point field goal from 40 yards out. That was a new rule they brought in. So there you go, Adam Reynolds, pay the man.
History here on the Esky. Tassie's got a history for punching above their weight, though, in producing sports stars. Like they
love cricketers.
You look at cricketers like Booney, Ponting, come to mind. You saw Tasmania kill New South Wales last week.
Yep.
There's 500,000 people down there. You look at the current AFL players down there, and this is just big names, right? that I'm going to highlight for you. Jack Rewalt, Ben Brown, Mitch Robinson, Liam Jones, Jeremy Howe, Brody Myercheck, the Kalajashny boys, Hugh Greenwood, Toby Nankervis.
That's not a bad team.
They're just the ones running out now. There's a lot filtering through. Obviously, Nick Rewald, obviously, the poster boy from there as well. They're good players. They're in any 20.
That's a team that you build around.
Yeah.
The guys that I've just named there, that you're missing one or two ball midfielders.
Yeah.
But in terms of key forwards, key backs, a ruckman, like if all those guys...
It's a core team you can build around.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And of course, there's a draft system where you grew up doesn't translate.
Yada, yada. But
the
it shows you there's footy there. Yeah, for sure.
And they love it. They love it down there.
And I think the biggest thing with Tassie is like if you can get people like there's North supporters who go to the Tassie games. It's just it's a quick flight. It's quick to get over. So the 500,000 of Tassie, but you can also try and attract in more. That's what they're sort of angling at. God, I've been hearing about Tassie getting a team for the last 20 years.
This is like Brisbane expansion in the league, isn't it?
Yeah. Because it's a very fine, like you can really fuck it up. And we're going to see over the next couple of years with GWS, and we'll talk about them later on.
Switch it, monkey.
If they start going down, if Gold Coast aren't viable, then it's like, well, these two new teams we brought in aren't doing anything, even with the draft system. We saw GWS, they reached the grand final, so they've had some success.
Yeah.
The on-the-field stuff is good, but you need that support base. You need membership coming through. And I was at the GWS game. I was having a whinge with my missus. Like, if you're a GWS supporter under the age of, say, 15, you either support two teams, yuck. You never supported footy before and you like Giants, awesome, great. That's what you want to do. Or you change teams, yuck.
Yes.
So you know what I mean? Like
over the age of 15,
So under the age... Cool, you're a kid that's who they've pumped time into. You're a Canberra kid. Over the age of 15, unless you've never seen a game of footy before and you want to start supporting this team, you've either changed teams or you're supporting two teams. And I just can't have that in my head. I just won't allow that to be a thing. So I got, again, we'll get into the game a bit later, but I want me in a full Sydney Swans kit blowing up for me at a GWS Melbourne game. What are you doing? I might as well wear my Lakers hat there. Like, what are we doing here, madam? Who are you angry at?
What do you think about Darwin, though? Northern Territory?
Well, Darwin said, but obviously bias
Darwin's
here.
a harder sell.
Bias here, I think Canberra would sort of, but that's more of a move GWS thing, I'd imagine.
And there's been some really good, particularly Indigenous guys come through the NT and make it into the AFL. But Darwin's like 100,000. The whole NT's like 150,000
people.
It's
not sustainable.
It's hot as fuck.
Yeah.
It's a huge, like, guys don't like flying to Perth as it is. Like,
I might as well put a team in Broome.
And to you'd have to build.
Shout out to Ranklin Joel Ridge if you're listening. We may as well have the bloody, Broome Bears or something. I think that's an absolute pipe dream having a Darwin-based team. Yeah. Tasmania, I can see is viable.
Yes.
I wonder if the floating of Darwin is to help the Tassie. Like, oh God, if you think of Darwin, then you have to give it to Tassie. I wonder if it's part of the because Darwin is just not feasible. It's not feasible. No. Population, support, facilities, the money you'd have to pump into it, you'd never get it back. Crocodiles everywhere. I mean, name for the team is there. That's the one thing you can.
That's
the Crocs.
patented here on the Esky. Thanks.
And the NT Thunder obviously played in the NEFL. That was a great concept. They did really well.
Really good in the NEFL.
Although whenever they'd have to come to Canberra in the middle of July, they really struggled, the poor buggers, because they were playing the South Pole. I cannot ever see Darwin. I love Dreamtime at the G being last year they couldn't play the MCG, so they had it in Alice Springs. And what a great idea to celebrate our Indigenous community and the Indigenous footy community. I think that should be here. If you want to do the game at the G, that's fine, but have a game at Alice Springs. And look, we could name the players who've played who are from the NT, and it'd actually be an all-time list of, and mainly Indigenous players. Yeah, but you just will never ever be able to have a professional sports team there purely because of numbers, money that you'd have to pour into it. I just think it's put in there to help the Tassie case, if you would. And you can't have an uneven team. You just can't. You can't have a team having a bye round one. Who's that team that misses out every year? So
I think, like you said before, as a comparison, Canberra makes so much more sense. Yeah. It's got a comparable size to Tasmania of population. You've got Monaco over there. You've got facilities.
Already built in, so you don't have to pump money into it. If there's ever going to be a Tassie team, I think it has to be a relocation, and you're never going to get a team relocated. You just cannot get a team that's been around for 100 years to up and go. Fitzroy.
What about
Fitzroy moved? Obviously, that was 80s, 90s.
South Melbourne to Sydney.
In this climate, I just don't think you can ever see North Melbourne supporters ever being like, yep. And they're obviously the main ones. If the Bulldogs weren't playing well, you'd say the Bulldogs. Then I'll put my hand up. You know, these poor clubs.
Well, the way Gold Coast is going, who knows?
So I don't think it's right. Yeah. And you look to all our Tassie listeners, I know you'd be upset because they love their footy down there and they just want a team to throw their arms around. But
is there any major Australian sports at the moment with a team in Darwin? Is it just the NBL?
Oh, they got a Darwin team in the NBL. Can you chase that up? I'm not a big NBL. I don't think they've got.
I think Townsville's the one I'm thinking of.
Well, I think Cairns and Townsville have NBL teams.
I don't think Darwin's gone.
Yeah,
Darwin. Exactly.
I don't think
there's not a major. No.
So. And that's not saying we shouldn't ever associate the Northern Territory with sport. Have these games, encourage sport in these things. We need they breed great footy players, so we don't want to completely shut them out. No. Pump money, pump funds in there, grow the game there. But as far as professional sports team, it's just purely not viable.
It's a 3-game a season type thing.
Yeah. Grow it, love it. Go to the grassroots because the results are all there. Like every AFL team has great Indigenous players in them, and so I'm glad with the Sir Doug Nichols round.
We got that.
Is such a great celebration of all our Indigenous footy players and community for that matter.
Well said.
Yeah.
So I think to summarise, we'll believe it when we see it.
Believe it when we see it.
Exactly. We've been hearing about it for long enough. So
and most likely it stays at 18. And if there's a Tasmania team, it's a relocation.
Yeah, it's the Gold Coast Suns moving to Tassie. I think that's the only way we can summarise that.
Do you want to mention the loan system?
Yeah, well, Dimmer Hardwick came out this week and sort of threw it open and said sort of coaches have been talking about it, whatever that means. Those familiar with the EPL and world football or soccer, their system of having a loan, whether you've got a young player who he's not in your best 11, so you loan him out to a lower club.
You want him game time at a
you want them to get games of leg instead of sitting on the bench and training throughout the week. So he thinks, they've got 4 ruckmen and maybe your child can't get a game and they've got a young ruckman, Samson Ryan, who's just, behind Nankervis, behind Noah Bolter.
Well, Ivan Soldo's
hurt
at the moment. That's between Nankervis, Soldo, Bolter, they're probably starting at a lot of clubs.
Exactly right. And that's what Hardwick's come out and said, saying, I'd love for him to be playing, professional footy every week. It'd be great to see that. I think that should be open. I think it's just a crock. I think it's just a way to sort of bring it out to the open. I don't know.
We're a bit egotistic. There's look at how many good ruckmans we have.
Exactly right. And it's part of having good list management. You've prioritised ruckman. You want a good solid at the ruck spot. And Gold Coast will go into soon. Depleted at the ruck position. So Hardwick's, and he actually called out the Suns saying, hey, they'd love to have, 19-year-old Samson Ryan actually going in the ruck. And it'd be great for Samson. It'd be great for the Gold Coast Suns. And we were saying it off there. What happens if in 1 week Richmond lose all of their ruckmen?
Yeah.
Do they say, oh, sorry, Gold Coast, we actually want Samson Ryan back to play ruck?
It would have to be if it's like the EPL, it'd be like it's for the season.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Then it becomes he's actually our player, and there's IP. He's going over there. Knowing how Richmond plays. So they've brought in a mid-season draft for this, and we'll talk about Gold Coast State. I will guarantee you they pick a ruckman from the state leagues, and I think it's brilliant, and it's worked. We've seen guys like Will Snelling and John Noble come from the SANFL. Other guys, I know Angus Baker he played in the NEFL when it was around. He's come back now. He's sort of been linked with Essendon and St Kilda. So he's just hoping to play some good footy and get picked up mid-year in this draft. That's what it's for. Go to the secondary tier competitions and pick a good player.
Play your ass off. Yeah.
And that's if you have like Gold Coast have now, they have no ruckman, they can go and what they'll be doing for the next couple of months is looking in the waffle, looking in the SANFL, whatever this new NEFL comp is, new VFL. Who's the best ruckman? We're going to pick him up.
Looking at AFL Canberra.
Yeah. Looking at on the Esky's very own Antonio Peluzio.
Yeah.
Could get a run for Brisbane at the moment.
Nah, well, I'm not in the best 20 ruckman in Canberra.
Yet.
It's still time, baby.
There's still time.
So you're saying there's a chance.
So I think, you need to have good list management. You can't have 2 ruckmen get injured and then go, oh shit, we don't have anyone over 6 foot.
And we mentioned before
the importance of depth. Sorry to cut you off. You go.
Yeah. Well, same thing. Like front office. Yeah. So we mentioned before, culture, front office. It's all important. That's why the shit teams are always shit.
Yeah.
And the good teams are always good because they've got good management in there. They've got good GMs. They've got good guys that actually understand how to build depth, build talent, find talent, and retain talent versus the shit teams that can't do that.
And Jared Witts is a captain of the club. He's an all-time great. We're not saying you need to have a bloke that you can just fill in straight away.
No.
But what do you prioritise? Gold Coast have said, oh, God, Witts is really good here. We want more young forwards. We want more mids to be around. And now it's cooked them. So... And they've got injuries to their lesser ruckman as well. So it's not like they had one ruckman on the list. No. So the idea is there. We want the best players playing. We want all the teams to be even. But I just don't think it, much like it has the idea, I think it's too viable, to be honest. And it's just a bit of a conversation piece from Dimmer, who just likes the sound of his own voice and likes seeing himself a Fox footy, by what I've learned over the last couple of years. But that's all the sort of big news throughout the week. But
do they have like a mid-season trade window or trade deadline?
No trade, so not in between clubs, and that I think this is a bridge to get there as well. That player movement is good because you're talking about it. It's cool to see other players talk. Not to bullrog this up, but they've had Jason Johannesson playing the twos. Mitch, if a team's got good depth, you're looking at their list going, "Wow, there's really good players playing VFL." That shouldn't happen, but you'll notice
you trade those blokes for I'm a bit weak here. I might. See if I can get him for someone else so I can make a run, that kind of...
And I think that's where they kind of want to go, and then you just give up... You pay overs because it's mid-season, so you're going to have to give up a first-round pick because you're desperate to get someone in. And you'll always notice, and it's happened the last couple of years, Brisbane got really good in the comp, so Brisbane reserves got really good in the knee full. Yes. Like Bulldogs, Footscray is good when Western Bulldogs good. When your team's shit, your VFL team's going to be shit. Like that's not a coincidence.
No.
There's a reason you got good players running around there because you got better players playing in the one. So... The argument's there, we shouldn't have these guys missing out. Well, you don't want your team to be good? You want, that's all a coach wants is good depth. So you can't just say, I'm happy now to loan out my depth. And they're not going to give their best players either. That's the other thing. Gold Coast need a ruckman. They're not going to give you maybe your Chol who can't get a game.
Yeah.
They're going to give you this not 18-year-old ruckman. We want to see what he's got.
And we want him back maybe in a year. That's the idea. That's the thinking behind it.
Or they're like, you can have him, but we want your first-round pick for it.
Yeah, so I think
I don't want to do that.
That's what they're trying to do is get like a trade window or a trade period and see where it goes. And you'll get people paying overs because it's mid-season. And we've seen that's how it works in the States, and that's probably where they want to go with the AFL. But that's a bit of a watch this space thing. I think that's where the teams and where the comp wants to go. But again, in Australia, we're still so new to free agency and trades. We're not there. We're not there where we have a trade week in November and it's crazy. And my God, we lose our mind over it. So imagine that happening in July now with your current team. Like, it would be bonkers, and people just aren't there yet. With it. So
the NRL free agency is a mess.
Yeah, exactly. It's just you move mid-season and whatever, he plays for Dragons.
Or you sign like 2 years away from where you currently.
It's just
And to be honest, I don't know if as a fan, would I want to go to a sort of an NBA, NFL system where guys. It is just the business of football,
exactly.
And so many guys have played for 6 teams, 8 teams. Like the
journeyman.
The older generation already thinks it's abhorrent that guys play for 3 teams.
Where's the loyalty?
Where's the loyalty?
It's usually a business decision though.
Yeah, that's right.
Where's the club's loyalty?
That's right. I'd like to say to all those boomers out there, where's your loyalty for 300, 400 grand?
Yeah, exactly. That'd be interesting. You bought your house for $15,000. Tell me about your loyalty there.
Yeah, that's right.
Talk about the property market.
Yeah, you put a hole in the ozone layer, you fucking boomer. Just settle down. Let the kids
let the bloke wear a different jersey,
right.
okay?
We're the adults now and enjoy your fucking 40 investment properties.
I can't wait to Nonna choose you out over that one.
Nonna owns 2 houses and she's a hardworking immigrant. I'm talking about the generation in between. The generation in between is the one that I'm going after here. Nonna never drove a car in a day in her life. No contributing factors to the hole in the ozone layer. Anyways.
There's a round of footy to talk about.
That's right. So currently, we're into the third quarter here at the SCG. The Swans lead the Bombers by 11 points. We
actually roared back into this as well. They were down by about 20 at one point. Got it back to about a kick they were behind, but by halftime they're in front again.
Yep.
So their young talent, of course, putting in work.
And what about their Sydney Swans? Everyone was writing them off at the start of the year. They're 3-0.
Absolutely flying at the minute,
and they flogged the Richmond Tigers last week by 45 points. Yeah. They just shut down their play, their key mids. No one had more than 23 touches for Richmond. The top 6 ball winners were all Swans. Their young blokes were good. Chad Warner was the rising star, so that makes it a three-peat.
First time ever, I think that's happened. Yeah, so 3 in a row.
Errol Goulden, Braden Campbell, the first few weeks. Are they a top 8 team, do you think?
Oh, I think you can't argue that now. Top 8. I think the question is to go, can these young guys sustain this and make it top 4?
Yep.
Because the start was unpredicted, but the way they've won, like we just mentioned it, this isn't any team Richmond. They just belted. This is the best team of the last 10 years here. We're talking with Richmond, and they completely shut them down. They moved the ball at will. They scored points on them, and we've talked about Richmond's small forwards and the pressure they build. They couldn't get near them. They couldn't catch them. It was just kick, mark, move it quickly.
A 45-point win is a lot.
Yeah, and it was over 50 for a majority of the game. Richmond kicked a few late goals to, I'm not going to say make it respectable. You lost by 7 goals, but it was just so shocking. On the MCG, Saturday Arvo, you'd chalk that up to Richmond every day of the week. But
I think their day game record at the G was like 19 or 20 in a row before that. So
the Swans, and we talked about that they've gone from this scrappy, defensive, slow-moving team under John Longmire to the last sort of 18 months. They've swapped it to they move it quick. They want to score points. They're the highest scoring team in the comp at the moment. They've added the youth, and we've talked about the mix between Luke Parker and Josh Kennedy. It's not about them anymore. They don't need to get their numbers. No. It doesn't matter who gets their numbers. Like you said, that whoever gets the ball is good. Win it across half back. Move it quickly. You can't lay a tackle if guys are just hitting marks. So that their skills are just awesome. And this game they got to bring in a guy named Lance Franklin, who's
I've heard of him.
Yeah, not the worst inclusion to throw in there, but the young are really good, and they're playing. If you can draft 3 guys with your first 3 picks, and they are in your top 22, that changes your whole team.
Sure does.
Run me through in a couple sentences the academy system, because I think it's come out during the week that Sydney with the whole academy system, people are a bit worried about they get unfair advantage for the fact that they've got this academy system where they can bring in all these young boys and get them all ready and prepared for this.
Yeah. Well, people are so hypocritical. You want to grow the game in outside states, so they need these academies. They're fighting against rugby league. They're fighting against soccer. So you bring in these guys through school in their academy, and you build them up, and you get priority with them. Yeah. They don't just get them. Yeah. They have to use. Braden Campbell was the 5th overall draft pick.
Yeah, I think he was a classic example. I think he was the one that said he never played AFL if it wasn't for
exactly.
the academy.
So how good is that? And
was he a leaguey growing up? Do you remember?
A bit of everything, cricket, everying.
But these guys that grow up in Sydney and much like us in Canberra,
you play everything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So and it's the same. Like Queensland, Brisbane, Gold Coast have the same. Yep. You need to in these eastern states. That's just purely how you want. If you
everything outside of Melbourne.
Yeah, but now all of a sudden Sydney are doing well. That's when people complain and say, this isn't fair. Yeah,
everyone should have an academy system.
Yeah, if they were going poorly and they were playing in the 2s, you wouldn't hear about it. Exactly. So again, it's much ado about nothing. Swans up against Essendon, who probably had the second biggest upset of the weekend last week. They didn't just beat St Kilda, but they throttled them. They absolutely
embarrassed
them. It was actually embarrassing from St Kilda. We've got the stat there. St Kilda laid 32 tackles for the game. We'll get into the Saints a bit later, but they were insipid, really. Bombers. We talked about their injury list. It's really growing. Dylan Shield was supposed to be a 6 to 8 week thing. It's blown out. Looks like it's going to be the year, or if he does get back, it's the last 2 rounds. I couldn't imagine bothering the way the Bombers are going.
About 4 months.
Yeah, so shocking for a guy they invested so much money, so much draft capital to get into the club. They are a young team, so to have someone with a bigger body who bit of a veteran presence is sad, but. The way they played last week, the way they're showing up as Jake Stringer kicks his 3rd goal, they're only 5 points behind here against these rampant Swans. They play very similar to the Swans. They want to go quick. They're not sort of known for their defensive skills. A lot of young players. I think they've got 13 players with less than 50 games experience, which to be doing that is awesome. Like we talk about the Swans young kids. Well, don't leave out Essendon. So a lot of people wrote them off with all these injuries, but I don't know, it's kind of this weights off your shoulder. It doesn't matter what the result is. We're just going to go and have a crack. And it's with these new rules into the game.
Well, there's no expectations for them. Everyone's just like, they're probably not going to make the 8 and
100%. All right, so no one believes it. Let's just go and play footy and run and play on and kick. Yeah, it's great to see. So Cale Hooker coming off a 5-goal game. He's sort of been a swingman. No one knows whether he's better back or better forward. Yeah. I think having a veteran down forward, that's where he'll end up finishing his career. But they're slowly getting some people back. Former skipper Dyson Heppel back in, sort of working across half back here. Zaharakis was in the emergencies.
Where are they playing this game? SAG.
That
explains why the camera's so low.
It's shorter field. So
it's weird the difference in angles, isn't it, between the SCG and MCG and other grounds?
Yeah, so I think we went through tips. We're all in Sydney here. It's like a really close game, and actually again it's going coast to coast here. 8 goals apiece. So two young teams you hope can actually put it together and play some entertaining footy for the rest of the season.
We'll keep an eye on this one as it plays out. Tomorrow night we've got Port Adelaide and Richmond match of the round. Is that fair? It's the
that one or the next game. Like they're the two. That's the well. Can we say Western Bulldogs are in the top 4?
Yes.
This year?
They're top 1, brother. Check that later.
So we've got the rematch of the prelim final last year where the Tigers just got ahead by a goal. It's interesting because both these teams coming off losses.
Big losses too.
Well, one of these teams are going to be back-to-back losses. That's how you look at it. It's not what you would have thought round one.
Every week counts, baby. Every week counts. So Port, they were 37-point losers out in the West. We all tipped them, so that's a classic on the Esky curse out there.
We should have known that was going to happen.
All 4 of us to go against the West Coast Eagles in Perth.
Well, I think West were coming off
they lost the Bulldogs by 7 points.
Yeah, they lost the Bulldogs the week before. So we thought,
see how they go.
Port Adelaide would be
shit hot, but they hadn't, they like we've got there, Pebs. They've beaten North Melbourne and Essendon, who have said, thereabouts. But Port are supposed to be his top 14. They should be beating those teams handsomely, and they did. It was a bit of a shock, I think, to the Port team and to Ken Hinkley. First real test of the season, and it was over in the first quarter. Like, it wasn't even close the way West Coast moved. And I think it was about
50 points at one stage.
Again, similar thing here. They sort of kick a couple late to make it semi-respectable, still 6 goals. People sort of talked more about West Coast, how good they looked, more than Port were just off the ball. I think they get a pass because it's round 3. Yep. You get a bit of that. It's round 3. They're still 2-1. They're going to be a top 4 team, but all of a sudden when you lose a game like that, you go, you don't want to be 2-2. You don't want to be Desmond here. No. And you're only coming up against, Richmond, who are coming off a loss. Their record off a loss is very good over the last couple of years. So, Charlie Dixon held goalless. He is that focal point up forward. We talked about last week having, the mix of talls and smalls, but they didn't even look near it last week. So,
and testament to West Coast's back 6. One of the better back getting around, if not the best.
I'd probably say best in there, if not Melbourne, with Lever and May back there. But so again, it was more about how good West Coast looked than Port are no good. I expect them to bounce back. I've actually got Port to win this game at home as well. Big advantage, which would mean Richmond 2-2.
I backed Port in this as well.
Yeah, so again, we talked about Richmond a bit. They're losing to Sydney.
Dimmer wielded the axe. He's got 2 debutants coming in Will Martin and Ryan Mansell. I think Josh Caddy was omitted.
Dan Rioli dropped as well, which is
admitted.
Prestia with a hammy is a massive one. I think Dimmer's doing a bit of a flipping the magnets around because they beat Hawthorn, but it was a bit of a scrap, and they also beat round 1. I'm a moron.
Richmond round 1.
Oh, Carlton. Sorry, it's the first game of the season.
Carlton,
again, that game was even at 3/4 time, so they didn't blitz. But that was the standard 4-goal victory that we've known it to be accustomed to round 1. So they haven't actually put on a really good performance that we go, Richmond are on. So if you think about Dan Rioli and Josh Caddy being dropped, they've been focal points for all these premierships. This is Hardwick's worried. I'd be worried too. And I think they looked at the schedule and thought, we can sort of get a couple easy wins here before hitting Port. But to be 2-2 after 4 rounds, I mean, we talk about that maintaining that successful mentality. Is it dropping off? We're only 3 games into the season. They could come out. They could easily win this. This would be a very good game of footy, I think.
These will be close, I think. I don't think there'll be much in this one.
No. Port for mine, though. Port for mine just.
Can we get the odds there, please? I imagine Port are...
So we got Port this end of the table. What do you...
I'll go Port as well. And Monk's got the odds down there. I imagine they're reasonable favourites here.
Yeah. So I've gone with Port as well. So their favourites $1.59. Line's 8.5.
Should be a cracking game.
So,
of footy.
That'll be a good game. Friday night. That's what you want. You
Yep.
finish a long day of work. You whack the footy on. You can sit back and relax on the Esky before listen to that.
Yeah, that's right.
Game, but
Stay up for the weekend and
absolutely
then
Get your
right.
bets on.
sit
That's
down,
it.
hit that couch after a hard work on. Oh, wow, hard week of work on the tools or wherever, and then hit the couch and have a few beers Friday night.
Did you say Port Monks?
Yeah.
Port.
Okay, so
Port's
Richmond are
here.
guaranteed to win.
That's it.
Tigers
When we all
fan,
go
you
one
can
way.
relax.
We did curse them last week.
Yeah.
Moving into probably the number 2 game of the round.
We'll say 1A. We'll say
1A,
game 1A.
1A.
They're both going to be excellent.
Western Bulldogs, Brisbane Lions. Saturday afternoon, 1:30 in Ballarat. There was a
biggest game in Ballarat since the
It's a
gold
huge
line.
game in Ballarat.
Yeah, ever since Eureka Stockade. They haven't seen a clash this
18.
big.
Can we have Eureka Stockade? I'm going to go 18.59. Absolute stab in the dark.
Why are we looking this up?
Why not?
Oh yeah, 1850s would be right. 1845 for some conjecture.
1836.
No, that's way too early.
It's only
man.
50 years. 44.
That's the what getting. I reckon I'm closest here. You bloody white boys
Give me a break. God.
should have this bloody tattooed across your whole.
Well,
traps.
really, Monk should be nailing this if we're.
What do you got?
Oh, actually, wait, what were the years again?
The year. I said 1859.
Years, yeah.
36.
45.
45? 1854.
Let's go! Let's go. I'm
Yeah.
sure there's a few of my ancestors came over here to try and find a bit of gold. Anyway, moving on.
If you weren't bored by talking about the gold rush, you're going to be bored hearing about the Western Bulldogs last week because they had an excellent training run on Good Friday up against the North Melbourne Witches Hats. It was great.
Melbourne Witches Hats.
North absolutely didn't even put up a fight, but the biggest news coming here, and we love hearing the big forwards kicking bags, but big Bruce Almighty, Joshy Bruce, Canberra's own, eat your heart out. 10 goals for Brucey, and he was on fire. It was great to see,
And he loves playing against North. He's got 22 in 3 games.
not bad.
because
I think 6-10 against North.
The words flat track bully have been thrown around, not by anyone here, but from others. So good on Brucey. I mean, by his own admission, he was out of shape last year and really struggled with his first year at the club. So he looks fit this year. He's
giving up the grog.
Yeah. He's 100 days sober this week. So
That needs a bloody pat on the back or a medal or
good on
something.
him, and especially after kicking 10 goals, you can't have a beer to celebrate. So
100 minutes over his, mate.
good on Brucey. Yeah, he was unstoppable, and Beveridge sort of came out and said in the last quarter they were clearing out. It was just sitting on Brucey's head.
Yeah, started looking
because it was
easy.
It was a great thing to. Oh my God, 120-point victory. You can't really celebrate that too much, but to see him kick it, he was so ecstatic, and then the boys all got around him. And Libber, we talked about Libber and Bailey Smith were actually getting in a wrestle while it was all going on. But awesome for Brucey, awesome for the Docs. I mean, God, top of the ladder, best bottom of the ladder. You wouldn't expect. You didn't ever want to see a 21-goal victory, but I do. So really good for Brucey. First dog to do it since 1987. So first one in any of our lifetimes. Simon Beasley, former great full forward for the Dogs. I tried to think who were the active players to do it, and Ben Brown. I couldn't remember Ben Brown kicking 10, but the others being obviously Buddy, Josh Kennedy, who loves it against the Dogs actually, Jack Revolt, and Tom Lynch from the Crows. He actually kicked 10 on Brucey, so Brucey
unreal.
getting a bit of
And
revenge.
that was like his 14th game of AFL football.
Yeah,
or something.
yeah. So pretty cool from
big
the
red nut. Yeah.
Crows Tom Lynch, not Richmond and Gold Coast Tom Lynch. So, very unlikely type. So, Dogs coming off that massive victory up against Brisbane, who, we have 128-point victors, or up against 1-point victors. Zach Bailey getting the ultimate footy justice.
Playing different competition, of course.
Well, God, I don't know. It was pretty even. Collingwood and North Melbourne. I know you can't really split them, but
let's
stuck in the
talk
pies.
about the Zach Bailey.
how I mean, proof there is footy gods out there. We were here talking about the Geelong injustice. He laid that
Stinker.
tackle on Blixarps, doesn't get hold of the ball, cost Brisbane the game. We're here saying their season's in turmoil because of the umpires. And then 1 week later, lace out, siren goes as he's walking in. Every schoolboy's dream. Absolutely slots it too. Never looked like missing. And that was such a good way to start the week of footy. That was a Thursday night game. And there was a lot of blowouts last week. So it was sort of bookend by 2 games of footy. So, but it was brilliant to see. And again,
It was a great football game.
Brisbane needed. They were owed a
needed to.
victory.
Yeah.
And sorry, Collingwood fans, but really pumped to see Brisbane actually win that one.
Yeah,
They did.
off the preparation that they had, getting stuck down in Melbourne because of the C word. My favourite passage of play from this, Joe Danaher takes a hanger on the half forward flank, chucks it on that big left boot of his, and Charlie Cameron takes an even better hanger. Hanger. Yeah, you don't see that too much. And we were talking about Charlie, how he had been a little bit quiet. Didn't play out of his skin in this game, but he's one of those impact.
Starting to warm up.
He's one of those impact guys. He's a guy that it's not going to get 20 and 4.
Yeah, exactly right.
He's one of those guys that's going to kick you goals in big moments.
Yeah. And we were talking about the Hipwood, Danaher, them starting to gel. You got to throw Charlie in that as well because he's been a focal point. You really want to Coleman as a forward pocket. So if you can get the three of them working, three very different football players. So if you can get them all clicking, Brisbane, they're going to be okay. The big one for them is Oscar McInerney. I think he's not playing this game. So we talked about the ruck position a bit earlier. They may as well not have had. They might have had a bloke with a ruck bag on for Grundy. He was getting up there.
May as well had a bloke wearing a Dragons hat play ruck for him.
Hey, perhaps he could have got his hand on a couple against Grundy. I'll back you in, Pep. Don't worry about that.
Fagan, if you're listening, you can slide in my DMs.
But
I won't get a kick. I might get a hit out.
No, I wouldn't back you. I wouldn't want you kicking the ball.
Not against Grundy.
You don't want Pepsi kicking the ball. I'll tell you that much for free. But handball, always run out the back with Peps. You'll get some good touches. But we'll go in a bit more with the Collingwood about the midfield. But Brisbane obviously went into that game knowing we're not going to win the hit out, so we're not going to bother. We're going to read Grundy's hand, and they did a really good job actually.
Especially in that third
nearly
and
won the
quarter.
clearances. Yeah,
every time that Grundy got a hand of the ball, they just it was either Lockneil or Lyons. They were just capturing it, and I was like, that's ours, and they'll run off that, and then they kind of really dominated that second half.
Exactly right.
Put them in a position to win that game,
and it was they came home so strong. I mean, if that game goes for 5 more minutes, you think Brisbane win them by 2 or 3 goals. They were on. It was a matter of when, not if. So it'd be a really good game here.
Yeah. So having said all that, who are we picking?
Well, and do the
Dogs?
Do the odds
Lions?
Yeah.
Dogs be like, we might have a skull bet on this one, Sean. I think we'll have to. I mean, God.
Shake. I think it's been it has to be a shake.
Got to be a shake
for it to be official. Have you got the odds there, Jimmy?
I don't like me chances, but I've got to back the Lions. In Ballarat, the Berry Boys and McLuggage at home.
Yeah.
Ooh.
They grew.
Now is Jared playing?
I don't think so. I think TJ's going to play, and
he played very well actually.
Yeah.
Pressure, again, he's not one that you're going to expect to get 30 touches, but his pressure and his tackling was really, and he got a goal.
He's a tackling machine. He led the AFL in tackling the year before he came. Well, not last year, but the year before that.
Yep.
But he's such a good little.
He put pressure. Yeah.
Terrier.
Yeah. Exactly right.
He's got so much grit, so much heart. That's kind of what his game is, and you just got to embrace that. And then
the comment, like Richmond, God, he fits in Richmond when they're model the last couple of years, small forwards that just put pressure on it and kick goals. So, tell us the odds there.
I think it'll be close. Yeah. I think
it's a very good game.
Yeah, could be either team one goal in it, kind of thing.
Yeah, it will be close, not one goal, but Lions 12.5. Bulldogs are favourite, $1.49.
Yeah, they should be favourite. They've had an unreal start to the year.
Yeah. Again, they're going. That was a training run last Friday. I think.
Hopefully, they don't come off that flat.
I like Luke Brevage is one to really get their mindset right. I think they'll come. I think this will be a really good game of footy. I really do. I think there's a kick in it either way.
I'll go Dogs, but I think it's close.
Muggy?
Yep, Dogs.
The McInerney out is huge. It's huge for the Lions.
I think it's huge. Yeah. They really have no one else that can play ruck.
And Steph Martin obviously rucking against his old club. They'll probably slap in their knees. No.
Next game, kicking themselves. I think is what you have to let him go. Now they handed the team over to Oscar, but unfortunately he's got hurt.
St Kilda West Coast, 4:30 Saturday afternoon, Marvel Stadium. We're talking about the Eagles. They're very good in Perth. It's obviously different when they play in Melbourne. Andrew Gaff is back to his best and flying around.
That was a hanger, didn't you see that one? He sat up there for a couple of seconds.
Oh, yeah. God, I would love to do that once.
It must feel good.
You can barely jump 6 inches off the ground.
You're that tall normally, so that's too low. Liam Ryan gets to feel like what it is to be Pepsi on a day-to-day basis. You got Jeremy Howe and Liam Ryan. every time it's kicked to them, they could just take a specky. They almost deliberately let the bloke go in front of them, so they seal it on his head. That's such an alpha move.
But it's so fun to watch as a neutral as well.
You ride it.
Exactly. If you've got no emotional attachment to either of those teams playing, then you see, Liam Ryan taking hangers. It's so good as a neutral.
Oh yeah, and he got to be the best in the. I think he had a mark of the round nomination every round this year.
It doesn't surprise me.
And he's got the car at the moment. That was an absolute screamer.
It'd be hard to beat that one.
You couldn't have two teams tracking different ways here. West Coast coming off that great. Their only loss was against the Dogs, and there was a really good game at Marvel.
Went to the wire.
Yeah. And then we saw what they did to Port last week in Perth, obviously, but they come back to Marvel now against a team that is absolutely reeling. Nick Nat obviously dominating at the moment. Saints
good to see him. The resurgence of Nick Nat. Riddled by injuries the last few seasons, getting back to his former self.
And we talk about
all the wood that he kept that going.
And we talk about impact. His isn't kicks and handballs; it's ruck taps, and he will go up in the air and you'll think he's hitting at one spot and then he just flips his body and he flips his wrist and the midfield they've got. And you talk about Gaff being back to his best last week. He went inside and him and Nick Nat were on the, and Luke Shuey as well. It was just a pity in the last quarter. Came back from a hammy, does the hammy again, and the West Coast medical staff were under a bit of pressure, or was he mismanaged? But I mean, he was flying through that whole game. So I think it was just one of those unlucky things. He's getting a bit older and he's never had the best hammies, so it's sad for him, but up against the Saints team who are hoping to get Rowan Marshall and Paddy Ryder back. I think they're both, and we talk about Nick Nat's dominance, if they can't get one of them back, they laid 32 tackles last week against Essendon with 100 less touches. Yep. So they didn't have the ball and they weren't trying to get the guys with the ball. If I was a Saints supporter right now, I'd be... There's not a lot to look forward to.
They're banged up, and I think they started off the year not too bad. But I think they
had that scrappy win against GWS, which we thought, good,
then, but I think the injuries are starting to take their toll, and they've, we saw it last week. They just fell off the cliff, and I'm not sure if they can maintain it. So,
hate to cross codes here, but 32 tackles in a game. I think guys like Jaden Brayley and Reid Marnie are making double that week in, week out.
I'm pretty sure every hooker in the league's making that that on a weekly basis.
Yeah, so.
Who I think we're all going West Coast.
Yeah, well,
I'll talk for the man that just went to the bathroom. I think he's probably picking West Coast as well.
He definitely will be. And the other thing that we needed to mention, St Kilda's. So they play West Coast this weekend. Then they play Richmond and Port in Adelaide. They're 0-6.
Yeah.
They're 1-5. They're 1-5.
Yeah.
After those games.
With how many rounds left after that? It's
quick maths, our forte here. 20 to 16 rounds after that, but 1-5. I don't think he come back from 1-5 very easily.
You got to win at least 10, if not more, to even get in the top 8. So
no, you got to win 12.
Yeah.
No, I think they're done. I think it's so early in the season, but we talk about there's that 5-6 premier clubs. And then there's all this congestion competing for that last 2 spots in the 8. I think you can put a line through St Kilda. Sorry, Saints fans, but
they were there last year. They won a final, so you want to talk top 6 teams. They were there and about. So in the space of a couple months, and yes, they're banged up with injuries, and that's a big thing to credit, but that had nothing to do with the weekend. That was all effort. Was all effort. They didn't look interested, and it was veteran players like Seb Ross were just walking around and letting. Essendon are not a good footy team.
No.
And you just lost to a not good footy team by 12 goals. Sorry, Marks, but
they're not
for a team
they're winning by a point at 3/4 time, but like that, it had nothing to do with skills. It had nothing to do with, the talent mismatch. It was just pure effort. They were not giving it the best. And, guys like Dan Butler, who had such a good season, I don't think he laid a tackle. He laid 1 tackle, and that's what his game's built on. So he'd be under pressure to keep his spot. They will come out firing here. Whatever the first quarter line is, I'd take St Kilda at that because Ratner will have pumped them. They would have been really getting into them, saying that wasn't good enough. But the class difference here is just it's the advantage to West Coast. I think, I couldn't see St Kilda putting an upset, but you will see them firing if they don't come out having a crack now. Then if I'm a Saints fan,
their season's on the line essentially. We said they're probably going to lose the Richmond and Port in the following weeks, and they need to get a win somewhere. Otherwise, they're
1-5 season though. You can't. You
don't come back from that very easily.
You have to go on an all-time run, and that squad's probably unlikely.
got some odds there for us amongst in this one?
Yeah, so West Coast are favourites $1.42. The line
That all day, $1.42.
That's good money.
Yeah, line's 15.5.
That's come in. It was 17. Damn, I got the wrong side of that. That's free money. I think whatever the first quarter line is, I'd go St Kilda. They're going to come out really hot and heavy, but the class difference is too much. And West Coast, it's always coming to Melbourne. Can they match it? But we saw them round 2 against the Bulldogs. They should have won that game, really. So there's no issue playing at Marvel. West Coast all around. What are we thinking?
Yeah. We said West Coast around.
Oh, sorry.
Next one, Gold Coast versus the Blues.
Yeah, this
Pepe's Blues
promises to be a close-ish game. 7:25 Saturday night, Metricon Stadium. Gold Coast coming off that disappointing loss at Adelaide. We've touched on it already. Jared Witts, he's done ACL. Thoughts with him? Co-captain, hadn't missed a game for 3 seasons, and their other rucks, Zach Smith and Matt Conroy, unavailable. 191 centimetre bloke gets chucked into the ruck in Chris Burgess. Would have been a good height for a ruckman in the 60s, but that's the size of,
West Adelaide boy Chris Burgess, shout out from the sample. He was picked up mature age recruit. Very good swingman, played back and forward, and they sort of last week went, well, you've done back, you've done forward, now do the middle and
jump
ruck.
In there.
And I think... Yeah, it's so sad for Witts because he's one who's gone to Gold Coast and not only just bought into saying, I want to make this team good, I want to lead this team. You guys come with me and follow. And he's really sad for that young group to lose their leader like that. But Burgess has to step in. And we've talked about Grundy dominating the ruck and Brisbane hanging in there. They almost are at an advantage here saying, I think it's Pitney is the ruckman for... Yep. He's going to win most taps. He's got 25 centimetres on Burgess. So now it's not about...
Let him win.
He's got 25 centimetres.
15. Sorry, guys. We're flying here on the... Thank you. So now Gold Coast spend the whole week planning against reading Pitney's taps because Burgess isn't going to... He's not going to get his hand on the ball. He just physically won't. So it's not like... Gone are the days we think, oh, God, Aaron Sandlands comes out, he's going to feed it down the throat of all the play. Well, no, because Gold Coast is just going to go man on man. They're going to read the players and... go from there.
Would you plan to make it uncontested as a ruckman?
I've seen it happen, and again, it always comes back to Bulldogs. Luke Beveridge used to have 4 midfielders in there, and the ruckman would go up uncontested. And what I'd love to see more, and Peps as the resident ruckman, punch the ball, clear it. You tell your midfielder, hey, I'm going to belt the shit out of this and hit it. I don't think it will be quite uncontested, but there's no point having Chris Burgess try and go up and stick a knee in Pitney. Yeah, so... because he is so mobile around the ground, he's going to need to run off Pitney and be a bit of a link man.
Yeah, that's where you can make it back. Yeah,
exactly right. Yeah. So I think that's where they'll try and work it. But Pitney's actually come on really well over the last sort of 12 months. So he's showing a fair bit. So you think, Witt's gone, captain, ruckman, absolutely out. I think they lose his leadership more than his rucking ability because the way the midfield is constructed. The thing with Carlton is you've got Sam Walsh, Patrick Cripps. He was knocked for the first 2 weeks, gets 3 Brownlow votes last week. Oh, if it wasn't for Harry Mackay. Their inside midfielders are actually really, really good, borderline elite. So that now the tap game actually becomes a big factor because you've got a big body like Paddy Cripps in there who can feed it out. So... it definitely is advantage Carlton, but it's not oh my God, Carlton win this by 1,000,000 points.
No.
Yeah, I think I'm backing Carlton on this. I'm pretty sure I picked the Blues.
I've got Blues here. I think this is very, very close game, but I think Blues.
The odds reflected. Monks, have you got the odds there?
Yeah, so Blues are favourite, $1.81. Gold Coast is $2.04. Line is 2.5.
Yeah, that's close.
Yeah, whichever way you want the line. If you don't want the line, I'd take it. It won't be a 1-point game, I'll guarantee that.
There's been none of those this year.
I don't think this one will be a 1-point game.
You nearly got me there too. I was about to big fish over here, nearly grabbed onto it. We probably should touch on Harry. We talked about Josh Bruce kicking a big bag. Harry Mackay, 7'5". 7'5" for Harry, and he looked unmarkable. Like they were just getting in there quick one-on-one, and he was just swallowing everything. And he's really come on over the past couple of years. I'm sure Pepsi's the resident Carlton fan. You've seen him grow. And
you're talking about, about a bloke being 25 centimetres tall. He actually looks like he's such an intimidating
chest and shoulders,
presence. Yeah. And the bloke's only 23. He's starting to hit his strides the last few years. And, I don't think it'll be his first 7. It is his first 7 gold bag. I don't think it'll be his last one.
Yeah,
I to spit that out.
I was hearing Daisy Thomas talk, and he was asked, his time in Carlton was, Mackay always going to come on, and he said no. Like when he was first at the club, he was dropping marks, and it was all about Charlie Curnow, who's obviously injured and he can't get his body right. Everyone thought he's the next one coming along. Mackay's worked really hard, and
which is what he wanted in a young player.
Exactly right. So if he's flying, and they can get Charlie Curnow fit and healthy, and I know that's what Blues fans want. That's if you have those two twin towers down there, there's 150 goals every year. We can put that down easy. So
and still missing Nick Newman and Caleb Marchbank at the back. So.
Couple to come back. I think if Blues had lost that game last week against Freo, which was a losable game, if that makes sense. And not only did they win it, they won.
Pumped them.
They pumped them. Yep. So that gives your Carlton fans, I'm sure Pepsi, you can attest to that, a lot of confidence going forward.
Yeah. And maybe I have got my navy blue goggles on here, but I don't think $1.80 is accurate here.
I think that's good value.
Yeah. And again, maybe that the heart's getting involved a little bit, but I do think that's good value. I do think they're a better side than the Gold Coast Suns.
Yeah, well, the Suns with their injuries at the moment. I would.
Suns losing to Adelaide is, if you're a Suns fan or 15 of you, you're worried. You're actually a bit worried about that because this is a team that's finished last year. We expect them to be bottom three now. And yes, it was a close, and we'll get into the Crowies soon because they have been the surprise packet big time. But Gold Coast need to win that game, and it was the closest margin by about 30 points between these two teams. It's either been Gold Coast won that game last year by 80 points, so now you lose. That's a 90-point swing.
Yep.
What's happened there? And you lose your captain, you ruck him in the middle of the game.
Yep.
Not good, but 15 goals in a couple months. Probably worrying, and Stewie Junell all of a sudden you get 12 months reprieve. You go there, you've got a young list, but now North Melbourne have a young list, Adelaide have a young list. You've had a young list. Okay, they're not young anymore. Excuses, start getting less and less. So they would want to win. This is a winnable game for Gold Coast. It's at home. They'll think they've got this, but I'm with you. I think Carlton too classy here. 3-4 goals for mine.
Yep.
4 Blues.
Yeah, I've actually gone Gold Coast.
Ooh, Monk's trying to make some moves.
Despite
we love
everything you've just said.
But exactly. But both teams will say this is a very winnable game. Younger developing teams going up against younger developing teams. You want to win this and see where you're at.
Yep. 1 and 2. Season on the line for both.
Yeah,
definitely.
Pies versus GWS.
Moving on.
Yeah, this is
at the MCG on Saturday.
Yeah, exact same time. So. Both these games.
I know where most people unfortunately. Well, it's two big Melbourne teams going across. Obviously, Collingwood were those, we talk about how great and awesome it was for Brisbane. There's always a team on the other end. And you hate seeing Collingwood lose by a point. It's so sad.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, no, one of these
Grundy plays
small clubs with tiny supporter bases. You really feel bad for them. No, I was so ecstatic for that. That was awesome. Shout out to all the Pies fans, all of you. And again, it comes back to that point that the hit out count in the end was 63-4.
Mind-boggling.
Yeah. That is
a lot.
That is incredible. So for Grundy, and Grundy's getting paid. Buckley came out in the post game saying, hit outs are an overrated stat. Well, hit outs are so overrated. You've just paid this guy $8 million over 7 years. You don't value his most important stat. And people have come out this week and said Grundy's actually quite easy to read. One of his arms he doesn't use. So I think he's very dominant right-handed. So opposition ruckmans have picked up on that and said, all right, well, I'm going to go on your right side. Beat me with your left hand. So he's got 63 with his left hand and hasn't actually done much with it. And they've got Taylor Adams, they've got Scott Pendlebury. Sidearse got hurt again, unfortunately, but they've got class midfielders and they've let, Adam Treloar, they're paying Adam Treloar to get, 2 Brownlow votes on the weekend for the Dogs. The way their list has been constructed, they will look back and say it's pretty much a disaster because they've invested so much money into Grundy. As a result of that, you lose your Treloar, you lose Stevenson, you lose some younger players because of Grundy, and now you're coming out and saying, well, hit-outs don't really matter. And he's sort of saying, Grundy's more of a fourth midfield than a ruckman. Well,
he did have 28 disposals on top of that.
And that's what he's brilliant. And we say, he could win a Brownlow because he gets so much footy around the ground. I'd rather Nick Nat. The guy who gets nine touches but can dominate a game with what he does at ball ups. Because with the 6-6-6 rule, At a centre bounce, it's 3-on-3. You can't have people flood the contest. So you got to think you can win more hitouts than not. You've got two blokes running forward, hitting one-on-ones in front of you. And when it's that dominant, like that will never be that dominant again.
No.
Oh, I mean, you've got Mark Pitney might do it this weekend against Chris Burgess, but
that's probably the only one.
to not score and Brisbane ended up having more scores from clearances, from stoppages. Sorry, so that's, I mean, clearly what Brisbane have done, they've done that. They've said Grundy's going to win the hitouts. We're just going to win them off Grundy. So. Collingwood need to sort of look, and we've talked about how good Darcy Moore's form has been. He actually had 3 goals kicked on him by Joe Danaher. So again, very good with the footy and very good going the other way. But you're a centre half back. You need to worry about what the centre half forward's doing as well. So all of a sudden, all these strengths for Collingwood are costing them on the other end. So, God, if Zach Bailey misses that kick, we sit back and go, "Oh, well, Collingwood, they're travelling pretty well." So sliding door moments. But if I'm a Players fan, I'm looking at it that nothing about their season so far has impressed me. They're pretty lucky to be going up against.
They should beat GWS.
They will beat GWS because GWS's injury list is getting more and more. It's not only the amount of injuries; it's the play. We're going to go through the players. Cornelio, syndesmosis, he'll be lucky to get back this year. De Boer, another soft tissue injury, shattering. Harry Perryman's out with glandular fever. Phil Davis did his calf on the weekend. Their first 22 players, they're the leaders of the team. You've thrown Lockie Whitfield's still out.
Yep. And still over a month away.
Yeah, like they're this high echelon of player they have aren't even close to coming back.
They're fucked.
They are fucked.
They're done.
They're done because they're 0-3. They look disinterested. Like they got pumped by Freo. They look disinterested, and I'll go into more of the game when we talk about Melbourne. But seeing them live yesterday on Sunday. Toby Green was an absolute spark on the weekend, but other than that, it was one of those, okay, we're coming off a loss to Fremantle. They started really hot. Melbourne sort of contained it, relax, and then they cruised. Like they honestly cruised. It helps that you have, a 9-foot giant in the middle controlling the middle of the game. But apart from the first quarter and a half, they look, again, disinterested. They look, Josh Kelly nearly won a Brownlow 2 years ago, and he looks lost out there. He doesn't get his handles on footy. He's not this runaway break open player anymore. And you said it, Peps. I think they're fucked. Like the only blessing is that they've got all these good young players in the twos who are going to get first grade games. We talk about Tom Green, shout out Canberra, Lockie Ash. Like a lot of these young players are going to have to play full time first because they have to. But
it'll be next year that hopefully they'll benefit from this poor year where. It might be a while before they win again.
And it wasn't, they had a slow climb. They reached the pinnacle and it was a real sudden drop, which is not what they ever wanted. They wanted them to be, viable for a long time.
Yeah, float around that 8th spot, so they're in and out of the finals occasionally. But
other than North, St Kilda, I can't think of a team in a worse space at the moment than GWS because they've still got guys like Toby Green running around. They've got Jesse Hogan, who might, we don't know what he's going to be coming back from this quad, but he's there and abouts. They've still got the good pieces, but it's just not coming together. I think Leon Cameron needs to start working on his resume because he'll be out of a job by the end of the year.
I think it's enough of that. Pies are going to win. I think Pies by 4.
4 Pies. You got the
what's the
Pies? Favourites $1.20, lines 26.5.
Yep.
$1.20 seems short, but again, Pies not in the best spot, but they're in a lot better spot than GWS at the moment.
Yeah.
Snooze bowl next. Yeah.
Well, I expect Tex to probably get another 6 or.
Well, let's talk about it's North versus Adelaide. If you told me a month ago that we'd be talking about North and Adelaide, I'd tell you, okay, the score will be 5-5. Like these teams, they're not offering much. But the way the Crows have come out, and more importantly, Taylor Walker, the big Texan, Josh Bruce, Harry Mackay, we like seeing them kick big bags, but the Texan is on top of his game. This is prime Tex, and we thought he was cooked. All last year, people were saying he's done. Get a young kid in there. He's a role
player. He's not going to be.
Get a young kid in there because Tex isn't offering anything. He's leading the Coleman at the moment, and I'm telling you right now, he'd be leading the Brownlow as well. He is. We talked about Dusty maybe able to do both. Tex is doing it right now. He looks unplayable at the moment. If you were a backman, you would hate that the coach would say, "Hey, Sean, you've got Tex this week." You'd go, "Fuck." I'm going to be on TV a lot because Tex is going to be kicking it over my head a lot. And North are coming up. They're young key backs. They have no key backs. Aiden Core's still hurt. Tarrant's still a while away. We saw what Josh Bruce did against them. I mean, Tex is on for 20 this week. He could honestly single-handedly destroy the North Melbourne Footy Club and their psyche. He is on form.
I've backed Adelaide, and I think Back in Texas. I think Texas is going to have a big game.
Crows, man, I'll speak for Pepsi. I know he's picking the Crowies, but give us some odds there, Monks, to get our head around it.
Yep. Where are we? So, yeah, Crows are $1.31.
It's not bad money for them.
Yeah, line's 20.5.
Which is this is the two teams that finished 18th for the Crows, 17th North Melbourne. And this is where they are. And we talk about, oh, God, Gold Coast, they've dropped a bit. North Melbourne. I mean, look, watching them last week, obviously they've got a couple of injuries to leaders, but they're a state team at the moment. So Crowies win this handsomely, and you wouldn't have thought that at the start of the year. You would not have said that sentence out loud. And if you told me Tex Walker is on for kick 10 this week, it'll be Tex Watch. It'll dead set. In the second half, will be Tex Watch. It'll be how many can he kick, not if you will. So you watch North Melbourne will flood back here because they can't handle a 50-point loss to a team that should win the spoon. So
Yep.
4 Crowies here.
Crows could be 3-1, or should be 3-1.
Well, they will be. They'll be 3-1, which insane. So credit to Matthew Nix, who went over there and sort of everyone thought he had a hapless job. He's going to be 3-1 through 4 weeks. He's going to be above team, either Richmond or Port. He'll be above them.
Yep.
They could be the team of Adelaide, and no one would have thought that. So credit to him. He needs a lot of ups.
Unreal.
So Tex is on 8.5 votes. Brownlow.
He's predicted what he's on. Yeah. He would have had 3 in each game. He's been the best player easily. That Geelong game, he won them. If he gets a mark within 60, he's kicking it. And I mean 60. He hits it so flush. It's like a Bryson DeChambeau drive. Just the sound of his foot hitting that chair is orgasmic. Excuse me, Dad. You're probably listening, but
young Bruce McAvaney over here.
Crowies win at Marvel on Sunday.
Yeah, that's enough about that game. Let's move on to a game that's a bit more interesting. Melbourne versus Geelong.
Very interesting, this one. Yeah, D's 3-0. You did say last week, Joseph, that you predicted they'll finish top 4. Hard to argue, the brand of footy that they're playing at the moment.
Expected to get Ben Brown back this week, I think, too.
Yeah.
He's back, which is a lot earlier than they thought they had. I think he's back.
What's he coming off?
Fully a knee. Not nothing bad, but I think he popped a kneecap or a patella or something.
Didn't he have that clean-up or something before the season started?
It was like arthroscope or something, and I think he's back fully trained. I don't think they'll get him in, but I was thinking midweek. Close. Yeah, he's very close. With these new rules and hitting players up on the lead, apart from Buddy Franklin, I can't think of a better forward on the lead than Ben Brown. That's where he loves it. He's going to fit into this style of play absolutely beautifully, and they are absolutely flying. We're talking about them last week having a good start, and obviously GWS are having their struggles, but they were very good on the weekend, and I was there live. I got to see a few. Christian Petrarca, he's not quite hit his straps yet, but he's top 10 in the comp for mine. Everything he does is the same.
Clayton Oliver's getting leather poisoning.
He's back to his best. He copped some flack. Jack Vine, he's getting his hand on the footy, and Big Maxi, he had the 3 Brownlow votes. Watching him live, yes, he's a good tap ruckman, but the way he is a fourth midfielder, and he was going forward, kicking goals. He was taking marks around the ground. It's such a weapon to have. And they've also got young Luke Jackson, who was a top 5 draft pick.
He come along.
He's come along very well. So now Maxi can drop back in defence, take the mark, and kick to Luke Jackson, who's another really good ruckman taking the mark. So now you've got your outlet kicks can be slow, and then they go. And and we talked about May and Lever last week, and that's where they've put their money into, and it's really, really working for them. And Adam Tomlinson, who has come from GWS, they gave him a bit of money. He's sort of the third tall who might go man on man and let one of them loose and take the intercept marks. And again, watching those 3 work together was really cool to see.
What was the game like being out there?
It was, being back at footy after 2 years, it was brilliant. And shout out Katie, my misso, she's a big D's fan. It was awesome. We got a spot in the front forward pocket, and I alluded to it earlier, the woman in the Sydney Swans outfit. My best friend Toby Green took a mark. No, he ducked and got a free kick right in front of me. And everyone should be able to say whatever they want at the footy, as long as it's not racist, as long as you're not swearing. Hook in and have a crack.
Swears is fine with me. Well, lower end.
It depends on who's sitting around.
I had kids around me, so the word coward was getting thrown around. I made sure not to swear, and this woman turned around at me and she gave me an absolute serve. She said, "There's kids around here." Started having conversation loudly with this woman saying, "I wasn't swearing. They're at the footy. Give me a break. It's 2 years since I haven't seen a footy. The Bulldogs aren't playing. Let me just get stuck into Toby Green." And he absolutely slaughtered it from the boundary line, and everyone was in the bay laughing. And then 3 minutes later, he took a mark in front of me, did it again. And I was like, Toby Green. And again, they were on fire that first quarter, and from there on, again, just looked disinterested. And the next quarter coming around, Phil Davis was in like a one-on-one battle and he got outmarked. And I was getting Phil Davis again, not one of my favourites. And he was 5 metres away from me and I was getting into him. Come on, Phil. Looking old and slow, Phil. And everyone was getting around you and having a laugh. And then I think it was, whoever it was, kicked the goal. I think it was Tommy McDonald. And they went off celebrating. And then Phil Davis starts limping off with his calf. And I went, oh, gee, I've slashed him that well. I've torn a muscle in him. Oh, I've broken Phil Davis. So apologies, Phil. Look, I wanted to get in your head. I didn't mean to tear a calf for you, mate. But he was gone for the game. And everyone, it was just so good to be alive. And yes, I had some beers and really enjoyed the game. But God, walking to the ground, having a beer beforehand, being
the best.
There's nothing better. Like, it's so good to have it back. Footy fever. The only cure for footy fever is more footy. So there you go. That's a description from Dr. Mac. The D's are up against Geelong.
Talk about the Cats.
They are 2-1 at the moment. Obviously, premiership favourites going into the season. They're 2-1, but I would not say a convincing 2-1.
No.
Yeah. Haven't had their best team either.
They've had obviously the danger suspension that's been lauded on. They haven't got the big recruit Jeremy Cameron isn't in, and he's still a week or two away. That's sort of now we're in the overtime of when his return was, and obviously older body, soft tissue history. If I'm a Geelong fan, I'm sort of checking the app every other day saying when I see indefinite I get worried. So he's still a little bit away. Cam Guthrie really played well last week and he needed all of his 43 possessions. He's come along with I think having Ablett at that club sort of showed him the way, and he Ablett and Dangerfield, he was sort of the third mid. Now he's taken that role and said, no, this is my team now. And they only just scraped across the line against the Hawks. The Hawks were coming another couple of minutes in that game, and we think the Hawks are not going to be much this year. They nearly knocked them off. They lost round 1 to Adelaide, who they may be informed. They shouldn't be a top 8 team or at all. And they just scrape across Brisbane. Like they could very easily be 0-3 now. Very easily be 0-3. So
who are we picking?
They get Menegola back. That was my big thing. They lose Sean Higgins, was another recruit of theirs. Melbourne win this pretty comfortably for mine.
Right. I've tipped Melbourne.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna make it interesting and go Geelong. I don't know why.
That's what was my why. Why would you think Geelong win this on any?
I just want to keep the tip interesting.
Not to put you on the spot, but for any I can't see how Melbourne don't win this.
I think on the back of the talent that they've got there, that they should.
There's a mystique about that club. Like, you got to remember, it's Geelong.
And Melbourne have a mystique about them being the choke. That this is a game they should win. They probably won't. Geelong should win this, but I honestly, looking at this on paper, I don't see any way Melbourne don't win this and buy 3 or 4 goals.
What's the odds, Max?
So it is going to be close. So Geelong are favourite, $1.85 to $2. The line is 1.5.
What's Melbourne 1 to 39? That's my bet of the week. Give me $2.50 on that. That's my bet of the week.
More than that. No, $2. Yeah, maybe $2.50. You got 1 to 39 there.
They can't sort the ruck.
I don't know why Geelong are favourites in this game, to be honest.
Yeah. It's a bit like the Gold Coast Carlton game. I mean, maybe it's just the punters looking at it with
it's just the money
blind eyes. There's experts who look at this, but Melbourne are playing better. Geelong are scrapping it together. They've got injuries to their best players.
Why are you looking for it, Mugs? Who are you picking?
Geelong.
Geelong.
For no reason other than
Desmond Tutu.
No reason other than
our first Desmond of the night.
It's 2 hours in.
Shit.
Our
first
Desmond Tutu.
All right.
We might roll into the next game again. It won't be much to talk about. Freo versus Hawthorn. It's a classic Sunday Perth game. It's if you haven't had enough footy, you chuck this on. Won't be a lot to look at. Nat 5 should be back from his concussion, obviously, from Sam Reid knocking him out. Yep. Hawks, pretty valiant against the Richmond a week earlier, and then 5 minutes longer they knock off Geelong. So should be a close-ish game. I wouldn't say it's a good game. 2 teams in the rebuild. Yeah. Nat 5's always worth watching, so do that. Freo purely because it's in Perth.
Yeah, I backed the Dockers as well.
I think I tipped Hawthorn. I tipped Hawthorn.
But again,
it's close.
This one's another flip of the coin. Probably a little bit less interesting than that D's Cats game. Mac, they are $2.50 exactly.
On the money. There you go. Yeah. I don't know if that's a good thing that I know that, but that's Mac's bet of the week. Take that to the bank.
Monks?
Yep. Monks.
Odds and tip.
Yep. Where do I go?
We've put him under pressure. He's best man of the business.
I backed Freo. The favourite's $1.54. Line's 10.5.
It's a bit short.
Okay. Yeah. Again, it'll be close, but it won't be a good game.
No.
Close does not always mean good. And that was, that's the week in footy.
It's a week in the AFL.
How good.
Thank you for going through that, boys. 2 hours and 7 in. Monks, can you get us a score in the Brisbane Souths game before we jump into some international cricket news? Yep. What are we feeling? We thinking Roosters were ahead 18-6 at half. Souths, sorry. Why the fuck did I say Roosters? Maybe I was thinking Rabbits. Anyway.
Because they're both stinky inner city Sydney clubs that have got too much money and we don't like either of them. But maybe something along those lines.
I think this game's, of course, going to be over. It's just who can find me a score?
It's Matty Johns. I can probably do that for you.
No, that's the wrong round.
35-6, so they covered that.
Yeah. Easy.
35, so they did another drop goal.
Yeah, they did a normal field goal. Mm-hmm.
So 35-6 is
29 points.
Yeah. What did you say your match was?
28. Fuck, that drop goal killed me. But that's to be expected. Again, I think we'll see that throughout the weekend in the league.
Yep. Do you want to get stuck into some international cricket, Peppy? Yeah,
I'll take us away here. We've got Pakistan in South Africa. They got the bickies here, 2-1 in the 3 ODI game series. Yes, that was a good kit. I think it's breast cancer.
The pink kit, yeah.
They're both wearing green kits.
Yeah.
Oh, really? On one of them?
On one of them, but I did see the pink kit on South Africa. It was very good. I think it is their
I think it's
breast cancer
awareness. So that was game 2. Game 1, Pakistan won by 3 wickets. Razi van der Dusen, he's turned up, but Babar Azam had 100. Imam ul Haq, 70-odd, got the tourists home. Game 2 was probably the big talking point. The Saffers made 341 on the back of a 92 from Temba Bavuma. Obviously, everyone else chipped in here, but the big story out of this one, Fakhar Zaman.
A good fucker. Good knock from the fucker.
Old motherfucker Zaman.
Big fucker. He
had 193. I thought,
if you don't fucking mind.
If you don't Fakhar Zaman mind. He's actually scored a double ton before in ODIs. This scorer in itself, 193, 11th highest ever.
He's got 2 of the top 11, yeah. Good, well done, motherfucker.
I think it's only him and Sharma that would be
Chandulkar's got one.
No, well,
multiple. Up there. Sorry,
So in that top 11 I'm talking about, I think
have multiple entries.
Sharma's got 3 double tons.
That's not fair.
Which is ridiculous.
So is he going to join our team with Hard Dick?
Well, yeah. I'm thinking maybe up. We've got some spaces to fill.
The 11.
Well, I would love
We've got to have Rakeem. Rakeem's got to be in there at
8. Up here, Hardick, Dickcock,
Dick Weller.
Fucker.
Rakeem's got to get in there.
We could have an 11.
Rakeem's got to get in there. They're on the Esky 11. We're slowly building a team here. Hopefully throughout the IPL we start to get a few more added there.
We're just not doing it like the Kardashians do it. So, Monkey, I shouldn't have mentioned the kit as I was leaving. It was interesting that in this game, are they playing? Yeah, that 1 day series. They're both wearing green with
yellow.
Both green with dark green on the sheaves, and they're both exactly the same.
Yeah.
So you can pick it. See if you can find a picture. I shouldn't say this as I'm leaving to go do it.
It's the one sport doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter.
The guy holding the bat isn't on your team.
Yeah, exactly.
But
it was just funny. It was like if you're trying to watch the game as a neutral, you would have no idea who was doing what.
They all wear white most games anyway, so it's not too bad.
But looking at that kit, they're very, very similar between the two of them. Look at that. I like that pink South African kit.
It is nice.
Yeah. Anyways,
the big talking point. How do you get rid of a bloke who's on 190 peps? You've tried everything.
So they squirted one down to long off, and he's returning a little bit lazily, as some people do, to get the second run. And de Kock sort of waved his arms, signaling like the ball's coming into the bowler's end. It wasn't. And shout out to Aidan Markram, who hit the stumps from 70 metres back there. But just absolutely deceived Fakhar and got him out, and they got the win. There's a little bit of a uproar. Is it in the spirit of the game?
Play on for mine.
Yeah, play on for mine too. Yep.
I did think, imagine if that was,
Coley.
No, imagine if that was an Aussie doing it. Imagine people would fucking lose their mind.
Yeah.
If that was Tim Payne, people would fucking go ballistic. The cricket's ruined, the sport's ruined, sack him. I think it's gamesmanship. Absolutely go into it. It's the most Pakistani way to get run out. Like, you go through their highlights of wickets and drop catches. You know, bloke's at 193. You literally can't get him out. Yeah. But you got him walking and hey, look over there. Yeah. What am I looking at? Oh, wait a minute. I want to.
Absolutely deceived him. The thing for mine, I think play on. They have changed the rules recently about simulating in the field. So do you remember guys used to like slide and pretend that they've got the ball and pretend throw it in? They did ban that and make that illegal. So for mine, it's play on. It's in the spirit of the game. I think that Fakar should have been looking at the ball and running like you taught to do.
He's got to make his ground.
Yeah, as a young bloke. I do wonder if there is something written into the rules these days which suggests that, because it's simulation is what they say. You can't simulate in the field. It's very unusual because I haven't seen it from a wicketkeeper before. The most common manifestation of it is a bloke chasing a ball into the deep, and there's a guy out at fine leg or something. The deep guy's always going to be the guy that gets the ball. The guy chasing sort of slides and pretends that he's whipping it in. That's how you normally see the simulation kind of thing.
It's different when it's
but
90 metres. Yeah.
For mine, play on. Yeah. Very sneaky from De Kock. Your guy's at 190. The game's on the line. You got to try and get him out somehow. And shout out to Fakar to have 2 scores over 190 in ODI cricket is unbelievable. It was actually the highest ever score in an unsuccessful run chase. The poor fella.
That's the dream.
Yeah, and the next highest score, Babar Azam 31. So no one else scored for Pakistan.
Really?
Yeah, so there's a 162 run difference between Fakar and Babar. Absolutely carried them and nearly,
shit.
if it wasn't for the trickery from De Kock, single-handedly won them this game.
Yep.
Huh. Good stat, Peps.
Didn't matter.
You might be in trouble.
It didn't matter because
they won the next one.
The tourists got the next one. They won by 28 runs. Pakistan made 320, and guess who made 100? Fakar.
He's a good fucker.
Oh, this good fucker. He's a good fucker. He had 330 odd across 3 games. Babar Azam, he's really fucking good.
Such a good one-day bat.
He had 94 in this, and Mohammad Nawaz and Shaheen Afridi, 3 each with the ball. Pakistan get the away victory over there in South Africa.
South Africa suck.
I don't know if they suck. They're not the South.
They're not the South Africa from say.
They're not your father. They're not your father's South Africa.
No,
we'll say it that much.
No, and there has been a bit of a changing in the guard with De Villiers and Amla and Dalstain, all retiring. Falana doesn't play ODIs, but he'll be gone from Tests soon. And we've spoken about it before on the Esky. If they could retain some of their players, it might be a different story. But when you got half your talent playing for England and New Zealand and Marnus over here.
Australia, yeah, exactly right. If you lose the big
very, very difficult, very difficult. But not the same South Africa of years past. Bangladesh and New Zealand, we'll just touch on it.
There's 3 T20 games upcoming for Pakistan versus South Africa to finish off that tour.
And 3 T20s just finished in New Zealand. New Zealand won all of them, batted first. I think the closest was 20-odd runs via Duckworth-Lewis. Yeah. Not really a contest.
You'd expect New Zealand to win all these.
Conway Phillips.
Not with their best 11, though, so it shows they've got a bit of depth there.
Yeah, Finn Allen, he made runs. I think he's got an IPL contract. I think they're good players. Will head over to the IPL, both of those teams, and everyone else head back for a little bit of a break. Sri Lanka and West Indies. Time of the last podcast, Craig Braithwaite had that nervous sleep. He was on 99, had to go out and try and score his ton. He got it. He was batting. He did the old. I haven't seen this since I reckon under 12s bloody cricket. Helmet on, speed dealers on underneath. He was batting in the sunglasses. Very unusual.
You need a certain type of swag to pull that
very
off.
Very unusual. And he got the ton. And in the second innings, the match was drawn. It was a bit of a snooze fest. But the thing that I wanted to highlight from it was Craig Braithwaite. He had in the whole across the 2 innings 211 runs off 507 balls. He faced 85 overs. By himself.
That's a test match in India.
Yes. That's 2 of them nearly just like unbelievable.
He's a very good batsman.
Yeah. To be able to maintain your focus for that. Yeah, okay. 211 is not across 2 innings. It's not record breaking by any means, but to just chew up that many balls, really well done.
And a draw, that's about where they are.
Yeah,
that was sort of
that was a 0-all 2 test series over there. Bit of a snooze fest.
So before we just go international, the Swans Essendon game's about to finish up.
It's a siren.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness!
Swans win 83-80.
They go top of the ladder.
Close.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'd say they might be a little bit concerned with their goal kicking.
Especially if you bet the fucking over 11-17. Fuck, I needed fucking 9 points.
Oh, 2 of those, didn't you?
11 goals, 17, and a lot of out in the full in that last quarter. But
Yes.
for those who did take that earlier, fucking shout out to you. Swans 4-0, and no one had that. I guarantee you, no one had that at the start of the year. Essendon can hold their heads up high. They were very close to being 2-2. That was a pretty good game of footy. So
yes, it's a bit scrappy there towards the end, but Swans
Good.
I think will probably be a little bit disappointed with that goal kick.
Yeah, 4 weeks in a row. That's a good opening to the season. Really close.
And guess
Swans fans are happy.
Guess who they play next 2 weeks? GWS and Gold Coast.
Swannies. 6-0. So that talk about finals, that not only that top 4 chat needs to start happening now.
Yep.
They should be 6-0.
Yep.
Wow, isn't that insane?
After that, they get Geelong and Melbourne. So there's some tests.
There's some tests, but they've passed every test thrown at them at the moment.
They literally should not get to 6-0. They shouldn't lose against Gold Coast.
They'll go into favourites in both those games. So well done to John Longmire and the Swannies. Big Budweiser back, loving it. Kicked 3 goals tonight, the big fella. 950 goals.
Now,
Fuck.
career.
Wow.
Get 2 more years out of him and we get 1,000. That'd be awesome to see. That'd be cool to see.
Well, depending how good they go, you might get it this year.
Yeah.
50 this year?
If
he
he
plays,
plays,
yeah.
If he
plays,
he'll be a very much
doing this load management
game
kind of
on, game
bullshit.
off. I think, and having Logan McDonald in the team now helps that. The 4th overall draft pick, centre forward. God, they've got a bit of everything. The Swans. From Lance Franklin.
I like that. Lance Franklin.
Let's talk domestic cricket.
Let's talk about some Shield cricket.
When you say Lance Franklin, I think Sheffield Shield.
It's Franklin.
Yeah, Christmas with the Cranklins.
Remember old crank anchors? That's all I can think of. Anyways,
That's the best one so far.
New South Wales, Queensland, Sheffield Shield ends up in a draw.
Yep.
But they didn't have really any incentive to play for the win here, especially New South Wales, who were already going to be playing in the Shield final. So it sets up the grand final will be a rematch of New South Wales and Queensland.
Yep.
Jason Sanger and Marnus Labuschagne had 100 each for their respective teams.
That's good.
Mitch
Good thought from
Swepson, 6 for the match, not the worst. Gary Lyon, Nathan Lyon, 6 wickets in an innings. What happened with this Swepson miracle ball? I haven't seen
You
it.
have seen it?
No.
It moves about 3 feet.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Run me through it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's your classic Warren Strauss type thing. One hooped outside off.
Is it to a lefty? Or is it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. And then absolutely cleaned up. So awesome. See,
I think it shocked him. I don't know. I can't remember who the batsman was. It Hughes?
lefty. Oh, it was Patterson. Whatever.
No,
One
I
of the
think it was
lefties from.
Mark's gonna bring it up.
Yeah.
But he's completely surprised by how much the ball's come straight back at him. He's kind of sliding away, trying to avoid it hitting his pads, and just can't get his bat on
Spin
it and
out
just
and
bowls him.
Bales. Yes. Very
But,
cool. So
yes, it was 3 foot outside, and it's just come all the way back and taken.
Did it
taken
grab one of the
middle
foot
stuff.
marks or something? Surely that's got to.
I think so, but yeah,
he can turn a ball.
He can turn a ball.
He
It's
is-
just impressive.
They're really big on him.
Warney's been pumping up his tyres for Yonks.
especially going to English.
And
going to India.
Yeah.
we were talking about a couple of weeks ago, who's our second best spinner. If we were to pick he's our second best spinner as far as I'm concerned.
in longer formats, yeah.
Here you go.
Yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
Obviously,
Monkeys
Zep
pulled it
is,
for you. There you go.
Oh my goodness!
there you go. It was
There you go.
Hughes.
It doesn't look like
Did he chop
foot
off?
marks.
I think he chopped that on.
No.
missed it,
No. We want to add the mayo onto it. Don't worry.
We should get a.
Nearly a wide to bowl to leg stump. So.
Yeah, this is ripped absolutely 3 foot, and it kind of felt like it was gonna. Here we go. Oh man. Oh wow.
bold
and
leg
it's hit the
stump
top
as well.
of leg.
Yeah.
Wow.
My goodness. Check that one out if you haven't caught that. Mitchell
That's a
Swepson.
scene. Good luck.
That's a ball and a half.
Good luck
And
playing
Hughes
that.
as well.
God.
An opener.
Anyone.
So good on Swepson, and he took a few wickets in this game. I think he had 6 for the match. As you said, Peps. And again, if we're to play in India tomorrow, I think he and Lyon are both in our 11. So
you got to pick 2 spinners you're playing in India.
100%.
He'd be the second one.
And both do opposite things.
We haven't had a leggy play Test cricket
since a bloke you probably know the name of. So
Shane Keith. So good on him. But that match ends in a draw, and they'll go back at it next week in the final. So interesting fact, I saw they both finished first and second, obviously playing in the final. Both teams won 3 games, so they drew more games than they won.
Yeah.
So you play 8 games, and the finalists win 3 each, and you can't.
Well, there's a can of worms which we probably don't have time to get into, but
the point system. I had a crack into that. I went, no, not doing that.
Try and work that out. And does Cricket Australia push
quick maths is not our strong suit.
Or does Cricket Australia push for 5-day Shield cricket?
You get more results, but
it's better simulation for Test cricket.
True, but who's watching it?
No one's fucking watching it.
But I don't think an extra day cricket is costing you money.
We're trying to
Yeah.
promote what used to be a spectacle, and now I suppose the rise of T20 cricket is really killing domestic.
Well, it's a time
domestic
thing.
Shield cricket, yeah.
So it's an extra day. You think, it's an extra day, but you do that.
All the running costs involved with that.
I think costs, but it's also a month of cricket. If you add up an extra day for everything, they actually can't fit that in with the Marsh Cup, with the Big Bash.
Yeah.
I think it's purely a time thing more than anything.
It's sad. Like I remember frothing and reading magazines about Sheffield Shield cricket as a youngster. And now it seems like no one gives a fuck, but everyone wants to pick their Australian cricket team.
And then they look at the stats and they'll say this. But I look at the ladder, the standings today, and I went, that just looks gross.
It does.
You're in the grand final with 3. You've won 3 games.
Yeah.
And it's cricket. It's 4 days. You're going to have more draws, but
a lot of rain this summer.
I
suppose.
Cancellations, but
plays a factor. But and
we'll get it.
And they haven't played everyone twice either. They've played 8 games instead of 10. So
I think Monk's going to find some batting and bowling stats. But before you do that, do you want to run through the other 2 games that happened?
Yeah,
both pretty non-events.
Not much to write home
both
about.
draws. The Tassies sort of played spoiler to the Western Australians. They just needed they needed a victory to go into the final, and so Tassie go out there and hit 500. So there, you've got 3 days or 2.5 days to sort of come out. It was game over after the first innings. Bo Webster actually hit 130 not, batting 8 or 7 or 8.
Yeah, very distant cousin to James on the end here.
Run.
Wade hit 90 was good.
Wadey hitting 90, always good to see again. He's probably days of Australia Test cricket are numbered, but he'll play another 2 years of Shield cricket and be really good.
He's there and thereabouts.
And again, Western Australia never going to make to chase 500 and win. You need to hit 800 and bowl a team out for 20. So that wasn't happening. And it's South Australia and Victoria play out a draw. Henry Hunt hit another 100. He just seems to be a name that keeps popping up.
Cow represent.
Yeah, so a good young opener that we want to see. South Australia go winless. And that adds to the... Yes. They also had 5 draws.
5 draws.
So they were in games or they were defending for their lives. But South Australia's always seemed to be shit growing up, I remember. That
Victoria.
They're 11, you'd say, their 11's really good. But the biggest news, obviously, was Chad Sayers' retirement for South Australia. How he didn't play more games for Australia is just criminal, really. I mean, and we love our big, quick, fast bowlers. He's not one of them. He's your traditional swing bowler. You can imagine him playing in an Ashes series in England and just
and getting holes. Yeah. And it's sad, with guys going, you got to be able to bowl 140 to bowl at the elite level.
Such a Neanderthal way to sort of go at it. Yeah,
and his numbers speak for himself in Australia.
Yeah.
Like he had 320 first-class wickets, average of 26, striking at 59. Like you put
in our hard deck, quick,
on a green top in New Zealand or in England with with a bit of overcast conditions.
Exactly.
Good
and
luck.
You'd probably say Adelaide is and it's not it's the most similar to a green top that we saw. Sydney maybe.
I'd have Sydney and Melbourne ahead of it. Yeah,
but Melbourne's a road. Good luck to anyone bowling in Melbourne.
Adelaide traditionally is a road as well.
Spin, I guess it spins, but. He's taken 320 wickets in 80 games. Semantics we are dealing with. He played 1 test match in South Africa, took 2 wickets. That's not fair to the bloke, I think.
Yeah, if he was born somewhere else.
You're done.
What I think the issue was? His name's Chad with 2 Ds. I think his parents fucked him there. It just looks awful on any ESPN. Chad with what on earth do you need a second D there for? But shout out Chad, great career.
Chad, yeah, maybe to distinguish him from Central African nation Chad.
That's the only reason I could think of. That's all I could think of.
I could have thought of.
Monks has done bits for us here. Can you go back to the most runs?
Yeah.
So having a look at here.
Oh, Cam Green.
Green, absolute dominator.
922 runs in the Shield this year, averaging 76.
Yeah.
But unbelievable.
I'm quite happy to see Travis Heads in that list as well.
Joel Marsh,
he's at number
Marcus
5.
Harris, Cameron Bancroft, Moses Enriques, like all of these guys that are vying for test positions are all scoring runs in the Shield.
Yeah, well, you've got 2 that are definitely in the team at the moment. In
Marnus and Cameron Green.
Yeah.
Yes.
Then you've got, say, Bancroft, Harris, and Marsh probably competing for an opening spot if it's available.
Yep.
Moses Enriques probably in that middle pack.
It's probably him and Travis Head and a few others going for that 5.
And they're both averaging 70, so that's awesome.
That's
hey,
excellent.
Great issue to have. And then, wicket keepers in Inglis and Dore. And,
while you guys were talking, what was very interesting, can you go to the highest individual score there? Guess who's number 1?
Cam Green.
250
something.
Pekowski.
Pekowski. Yes.
Yeah, so Pekowski back probably only played the one match.
I think he had a few, but
But that's good to see, essentially coming back from that shoulder injury.
Well, look at number 2.
He had 2 double tons, remember?
2, 6, and 10. Who's there? Cam Green.
Yeah,
very true.
Max Harris up there as well.
So there are 2 shining lights. If they can just play Test cricket for the next 15 years, we're set. Yes. It's a big ask. They've both got injury issues already, but for their sake and for the nation's sake.
But you can see that's the kind of guys that as we were talking about the Shield cricket and why it's important is now we've got some numbers of these are guys that have cemented their spots in the Test team.
Yeah.
And then you got 2 or 3 that are like, hey, they've performed well. They're averaging in that 65 to 70 range, which is what we're going to see is they'll probably be in the squad to go over to the Ashes in case in England because of course they're going to have to quarantine. Oh, they're here, sorry. So the Ashes here. But, to be involved.
But they're in the squad. Yeah. And they'll train together. They've got that game against Afghanistan. So, there's selections there. And it's a great headache to have.
So most wickets, of course.
Was the Gazman.
Yeah.
Interesting stat.
Played all Shield games.
All Shield games, all Test games. I think there's been 6 people to do that.
Yeah.
And you know who else did that? Cameron Green. Played every international game in the summer and every Shield game. So, and 2 completely different players. And the Cam Green part was all because Nathan Lyon, did well. He took most wickets. Bowled without luck. I thought in the Test series, I think he probably could have had more wickets and was pretty harshly dealt with.
Well.
But Cameron Green just went under the radar and did it himself. So scored a fuck ton of runs. So good on you, Cameron. Good on you, Gazman.
So go back to the most wickets before we move on. So Jackson Bird, of course, number 2.
Bird is the word.
Yeah, kind of vying for that. Technically, what 4th or 5th?
Yeah,
fast bowler
to
spot?
be in the squad.
Yeah, be in the squad.
Yeah.
And replacement for maybe if Starkey's got a few bad games, he might come in for him.
Yeah. Had a stellar season, averaged 22 with the.
I think
struck at 51. That's
I think Swep's in there.
His Shield
29
record
wickets.
is so good.
Yeah.
Jackson Bird, all time Shield bowler. Swep's in 4 games. Yeah, strike rate of 53 there.
29 wickets in 4 games. That's not bad.
Very good. So again, these are the numbers we're seeing build in. I mean,
do you know much about Scott
Boland? He's played a couple T20s, one days for Australia.
He's played one days for Australia.
He might have even played a Test, but doesn't do a lot with the ball. Again, he bowls on the MCG every second game, so he's got to toil, toil, and bang it in. So, good signs for Australia going forward. The ones team isn't really doing much, so it's good to have these pressure. Good to have people actually forcing their way in.
Yeah, considering there's not much cricket for them at the moment, besides the IPL coming up, that it's good to see them actually, putting up good numbers.
Exactly right.
These guys have got an off season now and deserve a few beers and letting the hair down. I think if you played a whole Test series and a whole summer of Shield cricket and Marsh Cup, it's a lot. It's a big aspect of your life. So hopefully they do. Enjoy, watching a little bit of footy, having a few beers, watching the IPL, and then getting back into it.
Yep. So I think
Boland's never played a Test match, has he? He's played 13, 14 ODIs.
I don't think he's played for Australia yet.
So
he's played ODIs. He's played plenty of ODIs.
Yeah,
Sorry, he hasn't played Test cricket. So that's what I meant.
And that was the season that was the Sheffield Shield. You know, there's obviously the final next week. Here's my hot tip. It'll be a draw.
No, they're going to compete. And
it's in Queensland that they have the right of ways finishing top of the ladder. So we'll I think it's on the 15th. So they'll have a day's play for next time we record, and we'll let you know how they go.
Yep. Marsh Cup to finish up.
New South Wales roll Queensland in the Marsh Cup. I mean, it helps when you've got guys like Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins, Lyon, and Sam's in the team. They roll Queensland for 203. Smithy hits 86 not. I saw Warner. I think he went .4 out.
Yeah, that's Warner.
And then Dan Hughes actually hit a ton. They chased that half asleep, New South Wales.
Yep.
There's a dead rubber coming up between South Australia and the Vicks. New South Wales goes straight in, and I think it's the winner of Western Australia and Tassie. Is that right?
Yep. Yeah.
To see how that goes. So New South Wales could do the sweep, Sheffield Shield, and one day. So, but obviously their squad's going to be fairly depleted.
Completely different squad.
Yeah. So again, New South Wales always seem to be the thick and thin of it. So
I think half those boys are already left. Because I saw Cummins was in quarantine.
What starts next week?
Sam's was in quarantine.
Smudge is in quarantine. Pretty well. Bloody games are on the weekend, so
yeah.
It's interesting. I think quarantine was like 7 days.
7 days. Yep.
Yeah, so it's a bit interesting. But
you're coming from a country that's got no corona to a country which is riddled
all the
with
corona.
Yes. So
Anyway,
we're obviously talking about the IPL, which we're gonna have a deep dive into right now.
Let's
we'll go into the IPL.
We're here.
Bangalore
IPL season, baby.
Die here, Bangalore. I came out of the womb and I was wearing a Royal Challengers Bangalore hat.
You say Pepsi, and I think Bangalore.
Bangalore, yeah.
That's just my association.
Oh yeah.
Good chatty.
Yeah, I wasn't fucking idea what you're talking.
I wasn't there.
I got which team you had.
Seriously. IPL starts. We're pumped up. We've all picked our teams. Could everyone just, for the listeners, I've gone with Royal Challengers Bangalore. Sean, who have you got?
Delhi Capitals.
Kolkata Knight Riders here.
And Punjabi Kings.
Go you Knight Riders.
I think somehow I magically lucked into one of the better teams in the competition.
Well, you picked him. I think it's probably, and we will get into it in depth in a second. Probably you, then me, and then you, the boys on the end, vying for it. Let's get stuck into it. I've written it here in terms of alphabetical list. Chennai Super Kings. Last year they came 7th.
Second last.
They've got Suresh Raina. They've got MS Dhoni. They've got Jadeja. They've got Bravo, Moeen Ali. Their middle order is really good.
That's nice.
I do worry about their top three. I just don't think that they've got that same depth at the top of the innings as the other teams do.
A lot of finishes in that group as well. Like you said, Raina, Dhoni,
Jadeja,
Bravo out there.
But if you don't have runs on the board and you're going out and you're 3 for 10, can Dhoni get you home from there? Yeah. I do worry about their top three and their bowling for mine. Sam Curran, Shardul Thakur, Deepak Chahar, Lungi and Didi. They barely even paid him. I don't think they keep up with the other teams. I've got them to miss the finals again this year.
Yeah.
And none of us have jumped on the Chennai Super Kings. Sean's Delhi Capitals, blue and orange, represent. They were the runners-up.
Blue-red, but anyway, it's also good. Close
enough. They were last year's runners-up, and they are stacked everywhere. How about this? Shikhar Dhawan, Ajinkya Rahane, this Hetmeyer
from the Windies.
He's on $1 million a year.
Yeah, he's a gun.
And I don't even know if he's going to be in their best 11. Shreyas Iyer, Rishabh Pant,
captain,
Stoinis, Rabada, Northacare. They are stacked everywhere. And on top of that, the bloke called Steve Smith comes across.
He's all right.
Useful.
Seriously, other than Akshar Patel probably missing a bit from Corona,
I'd say he'd miss at least 1 or 2 games.
I can't really see a weakness here.
Yeah.
I can't like Rabada and Nordica, they're like two of the best quicks getting around. If Akshar's in there, they've got a guy that can spin the ball. Obviously, at test level, I don't know how proven he is.
We're sort of chatting that over. So we'll see. He's played, I think, about 10, 15 games. So he's had the season, and you got to pick him on form. God, the man was absolutely single-handedly ripping through England. So I think we'll talk about how important it is having good openers in T20 cricket and in the IPL. If you can open with Darwin and Stoinis, and then that helps Pant coming in later in the innings to do what he does so well.
Yep.
You've got a guy like Rahane in there just to control an innings as well. So the balance is there. Like you said, the bowling's there. So Sean, you must be feeling pretty good about it.
Yes, I can't say I'm not disappointed at all. I'm quite happy.
I'm really looking forward to seeing this Shimron Hetmeyer. They've paid the bloke $1 million. That's the most out of it. Like, that's more than Shreyas Iyer and Steve Smith.
What did Smudge get?
Shika
340.
Aussie like 360.
Interesting.
So
I wonder why it was.
This Shimron Hetmeyer is getting 3 times more.
I'm not sure if you were here for that. We talked a little bit about there's a little bit of play during the auction, like a little bit of strategy. So they one team went cheap on him to try and get another team to then bid cheap on him to then take some money off so they can then knew that they would have money, not enough money to then allocate to someone like, say, Glenn Maxwell, where they can go big on.
So,
and they knew they couldn't compete. So,
so that's a good strategy. Yeah, good on them.
But hey, the Capitals like, well, fuck it, we'll get Steve Smith on a cheap deal.
You talk about balance. He bats 3 or 4. Yeah, that's like you said, Peps. If I was sure, I'd be sitting very happy.
Yeah, I am very happy. So.
And the way I brought it up, I have them equal favourites with Mumbai. Have you got the odds there, courtesy of Sportsbet, our unofficial sponsors? Still waiting for that phone call. Hammy Goodman, if you're listening.
Had a beer with him on the weekend as well. He's in Canberra, met his lovely girlfriend. Yeah, so
did you let him know?
I told him about the pod. Yeah, he said he'll give it a listen this week. So shout out to you, Ryan.
Must have gone straight to voicemail or something.
He was at the footy as well, so we met up before the footy and had a drink.
Okay, all right.
I didn't want to overwhelm it.
Right, let's move on to this Kolkata Knight Riders.
Oh, I was just going to say, Delhi Capitals paying what?
They're
$5.50?
paying $5.50. Yep. So they're second behind Mumbai Indians.
$4. $3.20.
Jeez, how the I think we said we didn't want to be.
No one can pick Indians because they've won the comp the last 2
3 out of 5 years.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
And they've won 5 total. They're the best.
They're the bad guys. They're the Patriots. They're the Geelong. Roosters. All right, that's who we want to go.
We'll get into them in just a second. Your purple and gold Calcutta Knight Raiders. Last year finished 5th, so just missed out on the finals. How about this for a bowling lineup? Pat Cummins, Lockie Ferguson, Sunil Narine, arguably one of the best spinners in IPL history, and Kuldeep Yadav could come in. That bowling is fucking stacked.
That's very good.
Yes.
That's very good. They also have Shakib Al Hassan in there, so that's your perfect.
He'll bowl 4 overs a game, surely.
Yeah. He's going to be the best all-rounder in the game at the moment. Lockie Ferguson bowls wheels. Yeah. And like you said, Narine and that guy, Pat Cummins. So I'm sitting pretty with that bowling attack. I think, like you've got there, the weakness may be the batting, the top order. Shubman Gill showed a bit in the tests, so I don't know about his T20 record. But having a known opener, like we said, just goes leaps and bounds. That's where you want your quick runs to be scored, is in that top order. A lot of local talent there. Obviously, Owen Morgan to come in the middle order, but a lot of guys I just don't know about. So if you're in the comments, who are the Knight Rider young guys we need to take notice of?
Tripathi, Nitish Rana, how do they go? We are worried about the batting depth there.
No, he bowled team out for 60, doesn't matter. We're right, we're set. Paddy Cummins opening the bowling.
Yeah, so the way I had scored them, I think on the back of that bowling depth, they could push for the finals. I'm worried about their batting there in Calcutta.
Purple and gold till I die. It should be on the way. I tried. Shout out to Ashvani Sports in London. They're getting back to me about the hat prices. I'm trying to get some hats sorted. So we're in conversation. We're in negotiations for hats.
How good. All right, the bad guys, Mumbai Indians. What do you got them at? 320 to win the whole thing?
325.
What Kolkata? Sorry.
Kolkata were $9.
Oh, a bit of juicy value for my boys.
Not bad. These guys, they're stacked everywhere. As we mentioned, they're just winning left, right, and centre in the IPL recently. Quinton de Kock, Rohit Sharma, the captain, Chris Lynn, Surya Kumar Yadav come along really nicely for India. Ishan Kishan, he's really good. The Pandya brothers, Kieran Pollard as a finisher, and then Bumrah and Bolt.
They have too many players. We talk about India having depth and picking horses for courses. They can do this in an 8-team comp. That's how stacked they are. They can, maybe this game we play more spinners, or this game we add an extra bat in here. They There's not a bad player you've named there.
No, I had to pick a weakness, and I've highlighted their spinners. Rahul Chahar, they're paying him $260, and the young fella Giant Yadav. Would love to see a little bit out of them. But for mine, they're the favourites and rightfully so. I don't think you need world-class spinners when you got...
That's a big shout. Spinners have been very important in IPL, though.
Very important, and especially quality leg spinners.
Yes.
But when you got batting like that, you got...
Boomer and Bolt. There's 8 overs there. That's
if they're hitting over 200 consistently, they'll win a lot of games.
Indeed. We've got them as joint favourites with the Delhi Capitals. But, yeah, they're just absolutely stacked.
Team to beat. I like having that. I like having a team to have to take down.
Exactly. Yeah, none of us have taken them on, under our wing. They win all the time. We'd love to see someone else. So
let's knock them off.
Yeah, indeed. Getting into the man on my left, Jimmy the Chinaman. He's on the Punjab Kings. They finished 6th last year. Their fast bowling is fucking legitimate. Jai Richardson, Riley Meredith got paid. Mohammad Shami. Their batting is pretty good.
Meredith got paid. Yeah, $1 million for Riley Meredith, who's like he had a pretty good big bash. Bowls really quick. He started, he played for Australia, but one of those weird ones that got a big payday. So
there's something that they see in him.
Yeah, you wouldn't associate Wheels, really quick bowling with success in India, but him and Jai Richardson,
and where they spent money was foreign quicks.
Yeah. So
they had batters and they had spinners. Yep. So, they went after the foreign quicks.
Their top order: Chris Gale, David Malan, and then
who we know is legit. T20 bat.
Yeah, indeed.
Gale, I don't know about Chris Gale. I love him, but I think
depends
like a Conor McGregor effect, really. With Chris Gale, I think it's
past it. Yeah. Mandeep Singh, they got Moses Sunreeks.
Moses not bad.
Kale Rahul, the captain, he'll bat in the top 4. I think they'll be there or thereabouts. They could push for the finals. What are they paying to win the whole thing?
So Sportsbet has them coming last. Odds are $10.
Oh, damn! So Calcutta are near the bottom as well. Damn it!
Yeah,
we love an underdog.
That's it.
Monks and I are on the lowly team.
So far, even though we've said like they're going to be, there or thereabouts, like it's a competitive competition. Like you just got.
We haven't named a bad player yet. There's no bad team.
There's no bad teams. Like they're quality.
We're talking about the best cricketers in the world.
Yeah.
I promise you, the Punjab Kings come into the Big Bash and they win it.
Oh, any team of this wins the Big Bash. Yes. Yeah. I mean, it helps you got the Australians, but 100%. Yeah.
And the other thing I thought, Ravi Bishnoi, they got a 20-year-old leggy. He's looking good from what I can see. They paid him $260K.
But spinners being the weakness.
Yeah, he's gonna have to step up.
Carry the spin duties there.
The Rajasthan Royals, the man in pink, last year they come dead last. Their hitting power is unreal. They got the 2 South Africans in Chris Morris, who's the highest paid man in the IPL this year, and David Miller. They paid $100,000 for him. He hits the ball so clean.
Those two are a deadly duo to have in the middle of the order.
This is the Pommy team.
Yeah, Pommies and Saffers essentially.
Saffers.
Possibly one of the same. Liam Livingston, Ben Stokes, and Josh Butler, and Sanju Sampson's the captain. That's really that's good hitting.
That's good. I don't know much about Sanju Sampson. Have you guys ever said he's the captain and he's on 1.1 mil?
24-year-old. Yeah, he's played a fair bit of IPL already. He strikes the ball really nicely.
Yeah. Top order, middle order? Sorry to put you on the spot here. Obviously,
I think he'll bat middle order.
Yeah. Because you got Butler there. He obviously won't keep. I mean, Sampson's the captain.
Yeah. I've got no idea how they'll order these guys in terms of Butler could open, Butler could bat 6.
Yeah, all these guys.
Stokes could bat 3. Stokes could bat 5.
Yeah. The real winner in the Rajasthan Royals is that kit. It is so good. The blue and the pink is it looks so good.
Yeah,
that's the winner.
Bit of colour blocking.
They've been historically the shittest team. They always finish 7th or 8th, but God, that's a good kit.
Well, it looks like they'll bat deep, and I think you've picked up on the weakness is their bowling lineup.
Yeah, so outside of Jofra Archer, who's set to miss, I think we had him down as missing the whole thing. It looks like he's just going to sit out the first 4 to 6 games, so he'll be back for the back end of the competition.
How many games?
They play each other twice, so 14. 14 regular season. So outside of Jofra, they've got the young Indian. Well, he's actually 29. Jadev Unadkat. He's on about $500,000, and then they've got
Andrew Ty. Is he?
He may be.
I thought Andrew Ty was on there, but obviously a specialist T20 bowler. Other than that, I just sort of looked at
Mustafir Rahman, the Bangladeshi. Yeah. I just don't think they've got any bowling stocks.
Ty is there
whatsoever. Andrew Ty is there.
Yeah, so Andrew Ty's not bad yet.
So the batting's going to have to carry them, but they can only take you so far. And again, Archer, when he is up and firing, it's only
one of the best T20 bowlers in the world.
I assume Ben Stokes is probably not going to bowl very much in this competition.
He might have
He'll have to, especially with Archer out.
Yeah, he could. He might have to roll it over for a couple overs. Yeah.
Even
I think
Morrison.
He might roll for it. A game.
I'd imagine.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting because, he batted 3 in the 1 days for England. So do they think maybe he's a top order player here? They're going to have to score a lot of runs because, the bowling seems very weak. And, again, a lot of local Indians in that team. So please let us know in the comments who are the Rajasthan Royals to check in on.
I think they missed the finals. Is that fair enough?
Yeah. They don't finish higher than 6.
No.
Any year, they always just seem to be battling. In that kit too, it's a shame.
Yeah.
Bloody good kit, that.
It is a good kit. My Royal Challengers Bangalore. They finished 4th last year. Daniel Sams, he's got a bit of corona. But
got the Rhinos, he went over there. It's interesting, tested negative, flew over, was in quarantine, and then I think on the 4th day got the positive test. So,
right.
Bit unfortunate, but it's a bit rampant, unfortunately, over there in India.
Indeed.
Which, I don't want to talk about crowds at the moment, but I'm not sure what they're going to do crowd-wise. I think they
early on, not many.
Yeah, I think they pulled a lot for the last T20 games over there against England. So, I don't think there'll be many to start, which is unfortunate, but hopefully by the end of the comp for finishing up with the final, they have a big crowd in to see the Delhi Capitals win the comp.
I think we did talk about this a couple of weeks ago, and no crowds first couple of rounds, and I think they were going to start.
Assess after that.
Yeah, I think they get about 100k cases at the moment, which is not great.
The strengths of the Royal Challengers Bangalore, the big 3. Virat Kohli, Glenn Maxwell, AB de Villiers. That's
sexy.
You can't. Can you name me 3 better short format batsmen than those guys?
Oh, I'd have to think really hard. That's your team there.
Yeah,
that is what you build your team around, and you spend your money there. You don't need a lot of other bats because that's where your runs are from. You probably worry about maybe getting a couple good openers that can just see it off because you don't want. You probably don't want AB in the second over, but
no.
Yeah.
Or having to score from ball one. Maxi will score from ball one, but the other 2 you probably want to work in their innings. But I'm picking.
You'd rather him not being out there straight away because he could get 100 or he could get 2.
Yeah, and I'm being very picky there. And I sort of said there, outside of those 3, the batting's pretty thin. But outside of those 3, any batting's going to be thin. They're the top of the food chain. So
their bowlers are good. They got Zampa and Washington Sundar.
There's your runs there. Sundar he's been batting so well.
Exactly. Excited to see what Sundar does in the IPL.
And their quicks. They've got the $2 million man, Cole Jamieson, Kane Richardson, Mohammad Siraj, Navdeep Saini.
So the bowling's definitely there. And Jamieson can hit a long ball. Like I said, Sundar can score some runs. So I think, other than the top order, I think Pepsi, you must be feeling pretty good about yourself there.
Yeah,
they could shock the world.
Pretty confident.
Should play finals. Yeah.
We grab some odds off them. I think that with that team you shouldn't miss
those 3.
The top 4.
With those 3, I mean, I remember AB. He played that season with the Brisbane Heat and stunk. Was so shit, and I thought, is he done? But it's AB de Villiers. Like he will score runs. He'll hit a couple of really blinding innings. You can just tell he's so class to watch. So.
What are they paying? They are third. On Sportsbet.
Yeah, paying $650.
It'll be interesting if Kohli opens because they opened with him in the series against England. So it'll be
he could open with our man Josh Philippi.
There's
a young Indian Devdutt Padikkal. I don't know much about him. He could open.
If Philippi's 1 and say Kohli's 3, would Maxi be 4, and then was it De Villiers 4, and then Maxi's 5?
Yeah.
Big game
see what it's
thing, but I imagine it'll be AB and then Maxi.
Because to contradict myself, you probably don't want them out there too early, but you also want those three to face as many balls as they can. Like they're the three best bats in the world. So
don't want them facing a couple overs at the end of the innings.
Oh, what? Yeah. So I mean, it'll be interesting how they work them, but that's your childhood middle order really in one day cricket. So
yeah, I'm excited to see what Philippi does as well. That'd be interesting to see.
Like we've seen what Zampa's done in the last sort of couple of years with one day cricket. He's an all-time short form bowler. So yeah, Peps, you must be sitting pretty happy over there.
We'll see what happens. Bangalore till I die. Sunrisers, Hyderabad. Last year they came third. Their strength, I think, they're batting. Dave Warner, Jason Roy, Kane Williamson, Johnny Bairstow. Yep. That's your
top four.
That's
fucking good.
Pretty legitimate top four. And they've got Rashid Khan. You know, the T20 ICC Player of the Decade.
Yeah. 15.
Seeing how dominant he's been in the Big Bash.
Can turn a ball.
Yeah, he'll be all right over there. My problem with them was their quicks. Perhaps they were actually the only team that didn't invest in international quicks, so they're going all off Indian stocks. They've got Bhuvneshwar Kumar and T Natarajan there, and at home they'll be fine. They were doing good T20, getting results here in Australia.
It's a fucking good team.
Yeah.
It's a very good team. And you said that they didn't invest in international bowlers because they went Warner, Roy, Kane, Bairstow. Williamson, Bairstow. They went top four, but that's their top four.
Yep.
Rashid Khan could bat 5 as well. He hits a long rock.
Yep. They got Mohammad Nabi, Jason Holder.
That's a very good 11.
Yeah.
That's a very good 11. Kumar, obviously, Natarajan at home, that they'll know how to. That's your smoky, I reckon. Give us some odds there.
Yeah, what are they paying, Max?
I imagine they're the fourth favourite.
Yes, fourth favourite at $7.
That's a big team behind the Knight Riders. That's your that's your team to watch. Hyderabad.
Well, I think we've kind of pointed out like none of these teams are bad. They've
true,
stacked
very true. But the way Bairstow and Roy were playing in the series in India just recently, Warner's captain. Am I right in saying
Warner is captain?
David's captain.
They love him over there.
Simon Kadich coach, I think. Over there.
How good.
Yeah.
Do you know who your coaches are? I know who mine is.
I got Brendan McCullum.
Yes.
Ricky Ponting here.
Oh, God.
Coach for the Hyderabad is Trevor Bayliss.
Former England coach.
Sorry. Kadich is my coach. So Bangalore till I die.
Yeah. You can't get him off the brain.
Yeah. Who's Punjab?
Anil
Kumble. You got Kumble.
Yeah.
Bit of homegrown talent.
Yeah, so it should be really interesting to see. We're obviously going to follow it we love our cricket here, so we're going to follow it. Hopefully, if time matches up, we'll actually have some games on live to watch.
Middle of the night.
There's some more Arvo games. I looked at it, so like a 3:30 Arvo game. So we might, get a start of a game or something.
Every.
We'll see what happens, but look, we're all backing our teams pretty hard, and we love following the Aussies over there, but we just love watching the cricket. So stick with us. We're going to be following the IPL. Let us know who your team is.
Yeah, if you disagree with us, if we've graded this incorrectly.
I think you've noted it as a 3-horse race, and I think going through that, I would disagree with that and say, yes, say Delhi and Mumbai may be slightly ahead of the others, but just depends on the day. Like if you have a good run, you guys, any team in this league could win it, which is exciting. Unlike the NRL and AFL. Yeah. I think I'm really looking forward to seeing some upsets and the upstarts as well. Some of the young boys coming in, playing in the IPL as well. They've done well in the Test series and leading up to this. So I'm looking forward to it.
Let's go, you challengers!
Up the Capitals, up the Caps.
Knight Rider. What was the short? The car Knight Rider? Was it Knight Rider?
Yeah,
the car that could talk.
No, Knight Rider was the show, and the car was called Kit.
Give me 1 week. I'll come up with something good with our Knight Rider fan. Stick with me.
And that'll conclude our cricket coverage for this week. Yes. Can't wait for the IPL to kick off.
Yes, looking forward to it. And 10 days?
No,
6?
3 days. Saturday night.
Yeah,
Saturday. There you go.
Quick math.
First game on Saturday. Very good. I think we'll probably hit then kind of our final wrap up with the final round with everything else in the cricket. Do you want to get some beverages while you get up to?
Yes.
I think we'll start with the NFL, Mr. Monkey. Not huge, much to report, as we kind of alluded to last week, that their pro days are finishing up. Free agency signing is kind of slowing down as everyone's starting to get prepped for the NFL draft, which is 3 weeks away on the 30th of April. So the kind of key news to tackle was the 17-game 17-game season has been made official. We kind of alluded to it. There's all the talk about it. It's official. It's happening. There's an additional inter-conference game. The AFC conference will be the home team for this year. I think that will alternate probably until they create an 18-game season. But I guess what do you boys think in regards to what does this mean for playoff teams? What does this mean? Maybe some of the statistical stats that are being out there. What are your boys' thoughts?
Doesn't make that much difference. It's one extra game. You know, you always talk about 10 and 6. I think in a 16-game season, you like Miami
this year, to go 10 and 6.
Out, but outside of that, it's pretty unusual to miss out at 10 and 6, and then 9 and 7. Like it's really up in the air.
You're in the wild card race there.
Yeah. So did you just add another game on top of that?
Well, is playoff team 10 and 7 or is it 11 and 6 now?
Yeah, it's just going to depend on what.
Because I know that,
and with 7 playoff teams now as well, that they're going to change. They're going to keep with the 7-team format. Yep. So even this year, the Bears got in at 8 and 8. So we always think it's weird when a 7 and 9 team goes in. 7 and 10 team gets in, or is it more 8 and 9? I personally hate it. It just looks gross.
Yeah, we talked about odd numbers.
I just don't like it at all. So
the NFC East teams, they're probably just going to win 5 games. They'll make.
Yeah, exactly. It's 5.
I think you're joking with 5. I think 7. I think 7's legit.
7 and 9, you could honestly see
7 and 10.
7 and 10. Sorry, 7 and 10, you could see a division winner.
Yeah.
Again, with that 7th, extra wildcard team makes it a little bit interesting. I think they missed a boat here. I don't want to delve on this too much. With that 17th game, why wouldn't you have geographical rivalries? You could have both LA teams play every year, and you could have both New York teams play every year, and you could.
That's a really
I was
good
looking
idea.
at it, and I thought, Washington and Baltimore could play, and you could have there's a million Florida teams that could play each other. Because the way they're doing it is
Dallas and Houston.
Yeah. And you could have that built in, or you could go
all the Midwest teams, could
Kansas City and Green Bay, the oldest rivalry there.
Yeah.
You could have that every year now, and look. And it's good now to think about Rodgers and Mahomes, but ongoing, that's the 2 oldest fan bases. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
I thought that would have been awesome and really good for the fans.
I'd never consider that.
Rivalry round.
I know there's not one match for every team, but if you manufacture one,
you could make something.
and then it's in 5 years' time, you're going to build a rivalry purely from playing each other every year. I get logistically it might be hard because if you play that conference that year when it matches over. So I imagine that had a big thing to do with it. So
which I think is why they've gone with the conference, because they're trying to get those games where these teams may not have played that team at all throughout the season. So it's just an extra game. Hey, we can play against the other conference.
Yeah. So that's obviously why I did it. Logistically, I think it was easier, and it might be something I look to do going forward. But
what do you think stats wise? Do you think you'll see more 5,000-yard seasons?
You have to.
Passing
an extra 300 yards on top of everyone. Which kind of, again, then, already you look at Matt Stafford's yards, you think, oh, God, is Matt Stafford one of the best quarterbacks ever to play? You'd say no. But now you're going to look at guys coming through and you say, wow, the yards, the touchdowns, it's all going to go up. And
the one I was just thinking, would you have more 2K runners?
Have to.
They get pretty close.
Well, I think the average, though, is about 1,500. So even with the extra game, they're probably... they average about 100 yards a game. Maybe not. Maybe you get some more guys, say like Dalvin Cook, that are in shooting range to do the 2K.
Well, you look.
But I'm not sure. I don't think we'll have 2 guys do 2K in a season.
Derrick Henry put 200 yards on in the last game to get there. It's like Josh Bruce on the weekend. They kicked it to him, so we kicked 10.
Yes.
If you're a team in the middle of the year and you go, we're gonna get around our guy and feed him the ball. Same with receiving stats will go out the window.
Yeah, I think receiving stats,
that part of it's kind
in a year. Yardage, maybe sacks as well. Sacks in a year. Maybe the LT's got records in danger.
Could we see the first 2,000 receiving yard season?
Ooh,
so Calvin Johnson has that record, I believe, at 1964. So
Julio's next with
1871.
1800. That's a guy that's still going around.
What is 2000 over 17? Oh, no, I'm doing
117.64.
So that's doable.
Yeah.
That's doable.
I reckon especially a guy like Tyreek Hill. I don't know. You guys shit on him a few weeks ago.
Oh, he's okay. That guy, he's pretty scrappy.
Yeah.
Now,
He's not
Amari
bad.
Cooper, that's a guy who could. Look at that. They'll be the first team to have a 5,000 yard passer, 2,000 yard receiver, and 2,000 yard rusher.
Wow.
There you go. That's Mac's second.
Still not winning.
And still finished 17.
Moving forward.
Moving forward. So we kind of alluded to the trade we talked about the trade last week with 49ers moving up to the third spot. There's a bunch of rumours coming out during the week that maybe they're looking at Mac Jones instead of, say, Fields or Lance at that spot. That'll be quite interesting. There's also chat if it's Mac Jones, then Jimmy G's done because they're very similar kind of players and they might move him on and hand the team over to Mac Jones. But interesting to see how that goes, whether that's smoke as well, whether kind of they're trying to get people to think what they're actually going to do, maybe not. But it could be with Atlanta at 4, there's maybe 4 quarterbacks to go, 1, 2, 3, 4, which would be the first time in a while. I think
Ever.
Yeah, I think ever, because I think 3 quarterbacks went, and I think McNabb was one of those. I can't remember the year. Was the last time that happened. Yeah, 4 quarterbacks in a row is not bad. But from what I've seen, I don't think this it's not quartet, contingent of quarterbacks this year as good as, say, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson.
2018 class.
Yeah, the 2018 class. I think they're a little bit, I think they're overrated.
Yeah.
Honestly. I think Lawrence is so far ahead of them. And I think each
Everyone else
one
gets brought up because of that.
Yeah, a little bit as well. And I think there's talent there. I just don't think you should be picking them 2, 3, and 4. At this rate.
What I think and should happen and what will happen is they shouldn't be picking Mac Jones third. For what they want, I think to put in like a Justin Fields to sit for a few games while you've got Jimmy G on the roster would be perfect. I think, like you said, Mac Jones probably is the most you got to take Lawrence out of this conversation because he's an alien. He's going to be so good. I think Mac Jones is, if you wanted someone to start round 1, Mac Jones would probably be the pick.
Yeah, perfect game manager.
His ceiling actually sort of bottoms out compared to your Wilsons and your Fields and your Lance. To be honest, their ceiling, and I guess it's all about minimising risk. That's what San Francisco are thinking. They know what they're going to get with him. That's good. We're going to get him cheap for 5 years. We'll build a team around him. But I think they could be missing an opportunity with Justin Fields. I really think he's something special. I actually have Fields over Wilson. I think he should be the second overall pick.
Why is he sliding so much? Like everything that I was looking at 2 months ago had him going 2.
Yeah.
We might save some of this for our draft special as well. But I think the key concern is, one, the Ohio State quarterback, which, there's...
They never do well.
Never do well. Haskins being the last one, and you've seen how that's gone. Concerns about he's a one-read quarterback, as in and the one read is usually open, so he goes to that guy. But how that fits, he's a bit slow in the pocket, and that's kind of one of the things I'd say as well. He's
got a longer wind up.
Wind up slow, maybe decision making a little bit slow. Things you get away with in college, not going to get away in the NFL, unfortunately. Maybe that's concerns there. Athletic wise, as an athlete, he's a freak. So
he's the best athletic quarterback in this draft.
Yeah, well, him and Lance are competing essentially for that
Mm-hmm.
role. Lance is slightly a bit bigger than he is. Didn't run though, so there's no comparable number, but I think he'd run well. But I think Fields is a better thrower than Lance is. Lance was a very much I don't want to say run first quarterback, but they ran heavily and then threw the ball.
Short reads. Hit over the middle.
Yeah.
Again, the sample size for Trey Lance is what's worrying teams, and he is going to drop down because it was, he hasn't played a meaningful game for 18 months.
And at a small score on top of that.
Yeah. He gets the Josh Allen comparison, but in the history of the NFL, in the 100 or so years of the NFL, there's only one bloke that's ever been Josh Allen, and that's Josh Allen. No one else has done the statistical improvement that he's done. As a comparison, I think Aaron Rodgers, even he and all the quarterbacks, it's a 5 to 10% improvement rate, whereas Allen's almost doubled it. And I'm just throwing out numbers here, but it's just he's just such an anomaly.
He was a different player between year 2 and year 3, like a different guy suited up for him.
Yeah. No one has ever done that. It's if Allen's done it, yes, it's possible. But also, he's the only bloke to ever have done that. We're getting a bit off track here with talk, but it's. I think we'll talk more about this when we get more into the draft. But leading into this, I want to skip over and we'll go to Sam Darnold because I think the Panthers kind of realised, well, the top 4 quarterbacks are going to go probably in the 4 picks.
I wouldn't be sold on it. I think Atlanta trading out is more likely than them.
It's definitely possible.
Yeah.
So, or they might take, the 3 quarterbacks go and they take the best available player at that point as well.
Kyle
and they
Pitts
go
is the word. But
yeah, exactly.
But you're right. I think Carolina, we're sitting there going, well, we know 3 of the 5 are gone.
Yeah,
we don't know if all 5 are.
What are they? Are they 8 or 9?
8.
8. Yeah, and they're at 8. Like, we're probably not going to hit. We might get the 5th quarterback it could be like Lance or Fields or Mac Jones. It could be one of those guys, but they could all be gone. The guy they want might be gone. So they've turned around and gone out and got Sam Darnold because they're not going to get Deshaun Watson with all his stuff that's going on at the moment. With the actual, now they've got cases coming forward and a few of the women are actually made public. So I don't think Deshaun Watson's going anywhere and may not play this year. I think he's probably going to end up on the NFL's exempt list. So that's next year's conversation. We'll see what happens legally.
Nothing will happen while there's no games being played or no practices.
So they've gone out and got Sam Darnold, and I think they've traded from memory.
This year's 6, next year's 2, and next year's 4.
They've gotten picks next year, essentially.
So again, I think for Jets to get a second round pick is pretty good because there was no way they're going to have. It's going to be Zach Wilson at 2. Everyone knows that. You can do your mock drafts and start him at 3 or really 4 now. So they were never going to keep 2, which always devalues. Like, you got to get rid of this guy. So to get a second round pick, I think is pretty good. And yes, it's next year. I think we can all sit here and.
I think they'd like that as well. Like, you got some concerns or risks in this draft with the no seasons last year or not enough guys, the opting out. They're like, maybe I'll sit on.
And they're a couple of years away anyway with Wilson. So next year they'll be able to, and that'll be a top 50 pick anyway. Like Carolina, I can't imagine having a big jump. I think Darnold, he's had a couple outs. Like the Adam Gase thing has helped his case. Everyone's sort of said, oh, well, he's had Adam Gase. Turns the ball over a lot, like he did in college. He did at the Jets, but he's gotten away with it because of the Adam Gase stigma. He now goes to Joe Brady, who's the offensive coordinator in Carolina, who was so good with Joe Burrow at LSU. So honestly, there's no more excuses for Sam Darnold. He has to hit this year, or he's out.
It could be career.
So that 2018 cohort we just mentioned before, Sam Darnold was in that list.
He was the 3rd overall pick.
Baker won. I'd say he's probably more talented than the other 4 outside of Lawrence in this from a quarterback. For pure talent coming out in 2018, I think he's more talented.
So if Sam Darnold was to be drafted, you'd put him behind. No, I'd have Wilson.
I'd have picked him too. No, I wouldn't pick him. That's personal. And we'll get into that draft stuff analysis later on about where, why I think fit, I think Wilson fits. But as a throwaway statement to throw it out there, I think he could definitely compete.
You think he'll be successful in Carolina? You think it's good?
I think Carolina are going to stink because they're Carolina. I think if they've got CMC, the best thing he can do is hand it off to CMC 40 times a game and hope for the best.
But they've got DJ Moore. They've got Robbie Anderson, who did really well with Darnold. The offensive line's an issue, but now at 8, you can draft probably Slater. Again, we won't get into the draft. So you can draft a really good offensive lineman. The defense is young and pretty good. They had a shit year last year, but it's because they were so young. Matt Rule, young coach. I think they're all putting all their eggs into the basket of Joe Brady and saying you can turn Sam Darnold into really, really. And they're betting on coaches. They're betting on Adam Gase being this bad and being so shit, and betting on their guy being able to fix Darnold.
Brady and Rule there.
Because you think, future second round pick, it's not much. If they suck, that could be pick 35, and then they need a quarterback. Now they're down a second round pick, so their quarterback's behind the 8 ball. I think Jets win this, to be honest. I think Darnold's not that great. I think he was overrated coming in. He's got the look. He's the big. He's blonde. Big quarterback. But I don't think
in that draft class, he was probably. Well, we know now he was 4th.
We're looking back on it, and Rosen's a toilet. So, it's interesting. I think their offense is. If he's going to hit, it has to be this year because. And they can't even be an 8 and 9. God, it sounds weird. They can't be an 8 and 9 team because
that division.
Is he going to take them forward from that, or are they just now a middle of the road team where they can't get a good quarterback next year, and
that division's
we don't know what New Orleans is going to be.
True.
Atlanta, again, the division is a lot of unknown, apart from Tampa going to be really good. So,
So to finish up the Panthers news, because of that trade, they're going to try to do something with Teddy. They're either going to try and lower his contract number, which I think is 21 mil at the moment for this year. So it's either lower it or
money.
It could be higher than that, yeah. So you're paying your backup a lot of money, or you
trade him. So it looks like they'll try to move him, which means they'll probably get peanuts for him because they know they want to get rid of him.
Where could he land up quickly?
I thought Chicago, but Washington.
Yeah, Washington's probably a shout.
New England.
Yeah, Patriots.
Patriots.
The thing with the Mac Jones thing, this all comes into it. It wouldn't shock me to see a New England jump to 4 or jump up there and try and get
Falls
one of these
a long way
guys.
for them because they're at 15.
But they've bought their team that they think they want in the free agency.
Yeah, I think they could be the one where they wait. They sit there and see who the 4 that go, and maybe they get the 5th one. Because I think after the 4 go, the other teams will go, well, oh shit, I can pick the second best player in this draft.
Okay, yeah, exactly.
And they'll go, the offensive tackles, the corners will go.
Yeah.
Pitts will go, and then they'll go, oh well.
Here we go. Here's a quarterback right here in our lap. So
exactly, yeah. So
yeah,
and
for Teddy,
Mac Jones over there, and he fits the old Tom Brady mold. But I think but hey, if it's Lance or Fields that slide, they might go, well, that fits
jump up 3 or 4 instead of the full 10.
That fits our Cam Newton kind of mold we want to go, which is
mobile,
pound the rock, mobile quarterback. Yeah, exactly. So
as for Teddy, he could just be a career backup. To be honest,
exactly,
I think that could be here. And hey, we look at Chase Daniel a couple of weeks ago. He's made 40 million, 15 years for his career backup.
Yeah, well, Teddy,
worst jobs in the world.
Teddy turned that good year at the Saints into a big deal, and
he did. He's had ACLs, poor bugger.
Yeah. He's a great game manager. It's just. He's
limited. He's very limited.
Exactly. You need to put him on a good team.
Yeah. So he signed a 3-year, $63 million.
Holy
21
a year.
There you go.
Yeah.
I
think it was 40 mil guaranteed in the first 2 years.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Which so that's the issue. They can cut him at the end of next year with no cost, but this year he's on the
So it's either they get him to restructure and extend him, which would mean, hey, you're going to be our backup for a long time.
It's interesting because you could have Teddy and draft a guy. Teddy could be your mentor and have him there and then phase him out. Whereas with Darnold, you're not going to do that.
Experience?
He's been in the league.
Yeah, he's been around for 8-9 years, I reckon.
No, not that long. That's more like 6, I think.
I'll bring that up.
Because I think he played for the Vikes for 2, ACL 1 out for 1. Then he's played 1 year at Saints and then 1 year at Panthers.
I'll say I think 8 years. Lamar was the Louisville quarterback.
Mostly his backup.
I got 8.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So
any more news?
The last Panthers news, of course, was they signed AJ Boyer, who had a year at Denver, so to add into that backfield. Some other news: Tyler Lockett got extended. He got paid. He got big money, so him and DK are going to be there for a couple more years together. And Colt McCoy joins the Cards as their
career backup,
as a career backup. So he will back up Kyle Murray. He's a very different type of quarterback, but that's kind of the news in the movements. OTAs start on April 19th. They can officially start. They're kind of sounding like they're going to be virtual, but the league's kind of come out and said that we'll probably get you guys in the facility sooner rather than later.
And what are those for our more casual NFL fans? Sean?
I actually don't remember the exact term. I know that activities is I think it's optional training activities. Something like that.
Yeah.
The optionals
organized
team activities.
Organised team activities. Yeah. So they get the guys in. It's essentially the first time they get the veterans in, the guys they've signed with in free agency. They come across and they can start organising and start practicing. But yeah, it looks like it'll be virtual for a couple of those to start off with, and then hopefully move into it. Spring break at the moment's going nuts over in the US.
Florida,
If you see pictures of Miami, no COVID there.
No.
None at all. It doesn't exist.
Some other viruses.
Yeah. Transmitted in different ways. The bodily fluids, probably similar. Anyway, moving on.
A few doctors.
Did you get Teddy Bridgewater?
I did. What did you guys go?
I said 8.
A 6.
7.
That's right. Yeah. Well, of course, it's going to be there.
Starting his 8th season this
year. So let's wrap up this quickly. NFL news. So we mentioned it last week. Dan Snyder was trying to buy back all the minor ownership in the Washington football team. He does. So he's now the 100% owner, and he said he wants to hand it over down to his family. So generations and decades worth of sucking for Washington fans, unfortunately. Yeah. I kind of thought maybe this was him getting the ownership, and then the owners might turn around and go, yep, now sell it, with all the other harassment stuff that came out last year.
Have we established he's a pig?
Yeah, he sucks.
And he sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's... was he the one that gave Hainsworth the D tackle, the biggest deal of D tackles in time?
100 mil or something.
Yeah, something ridiculous. Absolute waste of money. Sorry, Hainsworth, you were good, but...
Not that good.
Yeah, you got paid way more than you should have.
Better than we are at playing defensive tackle.
Probably, yeah.
Allegedly.
I'm probably a little bit lightweight for defensive tackle. And the final bit of news was, I think the last pro day is Sunday our time. So, because it's... Actually, no, it'd be Saturday our time. Because it's the 9th of April is the last pro days. So the last 5 college teams are doing their pro days. And the pro days are done. I think 1 or 2... colleges are going to have some, ad hoc pro days just for guys that were injured, and they'll get healthy just so they can get some measurements and numbers. But most guys have been measured, run their times. They're all alleged, allegedly, depending on who you believe and who's clicking buttons. But that finishes off, and then there probably is not going to be too much. Hopefully, it's off season, so as long as there's no murders or assaults or anything like that, or
bong mass
DUIs in between here and the draft time, it'll be mostly analysis of draftees, and we'll probably get into that and do a big draft show for the 30th of April.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah. NFL. That's the end of the NFL. Let's talk into some basketball, and before we get into the NBA, I guess we should probably talk about the March Madness, which has just finished with the final of Baylor versus, is it Gonzaga. Because it's the Zags. That makes sense. Zags, of course, having a perfect season leading into the final, but it didn't matter.
No, it didn't. And we were talking about the Patriots and the 1927 Collingwood Magpies. They butchered it.
They won every game in the regular season by double digits, but they play in a really lesser conference. It's really weird. Gonzaga are a really good basketball school, but they play in a shitty conference. They play in the same conference as St. Mary's, which Paddy Mills went to, and a lot of Australians go to. They're like the rivals. So they shit-pumped everyone by double digits, got to the tournament, absolutely rolled, got to the semi-final. It was one of the sickest things that ever happened. Jalen Suggs, who's one to watch, top 5 draft pick.
From the logo, bottom of the logo.
Yeah, the UCLA, they were historically the best team in college basketball. They were the 11th seed. They tied the game at 90 in overtime, and Suggs grabbed it, dribbled down. Dame Lillard banked it in. Unbelievable scenes. They win by on a buzzer beater. Like, college basketball is really cool because majority of the players suck, which is kind of says me. But like, if you watch an NBA game and then you watch college, you probably will hate it. But if you actually, it's the shitness that you can love, and it's all about passing and defense and coaching and
it's fundamental basketball.
It is, and it's just they're 19-year-old kids. So and then to see them celebrate like that was really awesome. Got to the final. These two were the 1 and 2 seeds last year going into the tournament. Obviously, the tournament got binned, so it was sort of like 12 months in the making, and it wasn't even a game. Baylor got out to 9-0 lead and held it. So
they got even further out than that as well. So
they ended up winning by double digits in the end. So Baylor, who had a lot of scandal 3 or 4 years ago about the coaches and inappropriate behaviour, so they've bounced all the way back. But you didn't think you were going to hear about college basketball tonight, but you did. So
there you go.
But there you go. Rolling into the professionals, or
go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So some big news coming out of the main contenders. Obviously, the we talked about. Mumbai being the bad guys in the IPL. Brooklyn Nets.
The Nets are by far the bad
Brooklyn
guys.
Nets. They are they are the bad guy. They've brought in LaMarcus Aldridge. They've brought in Blake Griffin for peanuts, ring chasers. James Harden actually got put on the injury list with a hammy a couple of days ago. Hurt a hamstring. Nothing too serious, just a bit of a strain.
You can rest him. It's all right.
Yeah, you can rest him because you only get Kevin Durant to come back from injury list, and he put up 17 points today.
19 minutes.
19 minutes, went 5 for 5 from the field. 17 points, looked absolutely fine.
I saw Blake Griffin shooting threes in this.
He shot a 3, put a sick dunk back. Like they're actually playing Harlem Globetrotters. It's not fair, but it's just building towards playoffs, and they want to they are embracing being the bad guys. You can tell it in their press conferences and the way they handle themselves. They know they're the ones to chase, and they did overtake Philly. It's only by half a game, so they're top of the league in the East, and they love it. That it's come and get me, and it's. Harden wants a championship. Kyrie's already won one, but he claims he wants to win one by his own. You got 2 of the best 5 players with you, but so Harden wants the ring, so he's really playing up to it. So it was sad to see him get injured. I imagine they put him on ice pretty much until playoffs. You wouldn't want to risk anything too bad going towards the future, especially leading into playoffs. But they look like the team to beat in the East. They are running shit hot. Yeah. In the West, my Lakers got the hat on, but we said
it's going to be a tough period.
LeBron going down with his ankle, it was going to be tough, like Sean says, but they just had to tread water. They just had to beat the shitty teams, and they've played Milwaukee, pumped the shit out of them. They're beating teams like Toronto. They're beating teams like Orlando. They're actually 4-5 in the 9 games, so that's exactly what we said.
Yeah, not the worst.
Yeah, just stay alive. Yeah, so they're in the 5 seed at the moment, and I think they're 4 games away from the play-in sort of scenarios. That's what they don't want. They don't want LeBron and AD have to rush back and play in must-win games. They want to bring them in.
How far are they away?
I said it's that classic indefinite, and LeBron's is an ankle, and as is AD, so they don't want to. It's basketball,
blow out an Achilles, or
so and then you're out for 12 months, and then your team's fucked. We've seen what's happened with Golden State.
What happened to Drummond?
An ankle as well, I believe, but he nothing too serious. He'll be back. Okay. Again, one of those classics. It was like the Bogut when he went over to the Lakers and then blew out his ankle in the first game. Yeah. So they'll all be back for playoffs, and the news seems pretty positive for LeBron. The AD one is probably the bigger issue because there's a lot of secrecy and unknown around.
Yeah, well, she hasn't played anything at this point, and they've been very quiet.
Probably won a couple games before playoffs. Especially if they are the 5 seed.
Yeah, it's a strong 3 to get back, though.
Yeah, exactly right. And 3 probably starters with not for the other 2, but obviously Drummond. Yeah. If you're the 5 seed, you're going to have to play really good. At the moment, it's Denver, I believe. That's a really tough matchup for your first playoff. So, which it will be in the West anyway, which we know. But you'd love AD and LeBron to have some minutes, some
match fitness before.
Yeah, exactly right. So, it will be really interesting to see what happens there.
I've seen some pictures of LeBron in the gym, though. He's still working.
Oh, he loves posting himself. He loves posting himself in the gym. It's so funny to see. It's hopefully he can get back to his best, because the way I look at it now, the only team that can knock off the Nets is a fully healthy LeBron-led Lakers with AD fully healthy. That's
with some purple glasses on, but yeah.
Oh yeah, obviously with purple glasses. But look at what they did last year, and I said it all last year. Get those guys healthy. Best of 7 series, they win. They win. So, and it's what the NBA wants. It's what we want, really. That's honestly what we want to see. With Golden State having their injuries, they're not going to be able to match it.
They're going to be in trouble.
They're
they got beaten by the Raptors by 53 points last year. Like, obviously, Clay's hasn't played for 2 years, but when Steph and Draymond don't play, they've got nothing outside of that big 3.
Wiseman, their top draft pick, but he's a 19-year-old kid.
He's 19. We've spoken about Kelly Oubre's coming on, but they're just
role players. They're role players.
They can't match it.
53 is like...
That's a fucking shellacking in basketball.
Yeah, that's bad. That's really bad. That's like playing rookie mode with all the sliders up. Like, that's what Toronto did. Yeah, so that's probably troubling for a team that you think, we were saying, if they're in, they're so much fun. They got to get in now. They actually are now 10th and need to fight hard to get in the play-in games just to play in the playoffs, which is really 2 years ago, everyone hated the Warriors because they're so good. Everyone, fuck them. We want But now we're kind of like, they're actually a lot of fun. They're actually
we'd like them to be good because it's competitive.
Yeah, and especially with the bad guys
so.
over in Brooklyn. It's all been West Coast the last few years with the Lakers and the Warriors. Now the East Coast guys are taking over. So it's again, you love the individuals in the game more than the team, I feel, especially being so far removed. Like Steph Curry changed the game. He's so much fun to watch. When he's down, the Warriors are down, and they're just a bit of a sad team, really. But, yeah.
What about Boston sliding?
Well, Boston have been one of those teams. They were in that top four conversation. We're talking about Philly, Brooklyn, Milwaukee, and Boston being that fourth team, and Miami maybe being a fifth, and Boston were just taking some time to gel. They've done a bit of nothing. They've just been 500 for a couple months now, and we talk about how good Jason Tatum is and how good Brown is and how improved Jaylen Brown has become, and it's all come for a bit of naught. And they've been building, and they had all these great draft picks, and they built this core team that really never ended to anything. And now Jason Tatum cops the criticism as a 23-year-old. I think he can't carry his team. He can't lead them to. Yeah, of course he's 23 fucking years old. Like, I think it's pretty harsh to lay it back on him. So, and now Brad Stevens is under the pump. He's obviously a college coach, and there's been a couple college jobs that have popped up and said Brad Stevens is going to go straight back to where he knows and what he's good at. So they're at 500 now, but they go a game below, they'll go a game above, but they're just sitting there in the 7 seed, I believe.
Yeah,
and
they're not bothering anyone.
They won't, which is a shame. They've got 2 all-star starters in their team, and they had this really good core, which, Marcus Smart was never a great player, but now he's just sort of hacking and he's not doing much. So,
sorry to change tack a bit. What do you think about the Knicks?
Well,
because they pushed the Nets.
Yeah, they did. It was a really close game.
In one regular season game.
Yeah. And we talk about...
Well, they're right there next to each other.
The Celtics, that is. And the
Knicks.
The Knicks and Celtics have that historic battle there as well. That's why the Knicks being good is so good for basketball because of the history, and they have these inbuilt rivalries with the Celtics. The Nets play next door. They're the little brother and the big brother. They want to take it up to them. Julius Randle has just come on really well. They're one player away, and you'll see them in free agency. They'll be big players. They're real, and they always claim to be. They are that one superstar from actually going, oh, hang on, the Knicks are something here. Yeah. So it'll be interesting to see where they go, because right now we look at it and we say how close it is. Philly and Nets are really close. Milwaukee have Giannis. Nets are coming out of the East. There's no way the Nets aren't coming out of the East. So who in the West can match them? What, you tell me Utah can,
I'd love to see it.
You'd love to see a Utah Nets final.
I'd love to see it.
No, that'd be awful. It'd be over in 4 games. Would you honestly rather that, and I'm saying it with a Lakers hat on,
yes.
What is your dream final?
I would love to
with
see
the current situation where we are.
I would love to see anyone push these Nets. And
well, who's the most likely to do that?
Yeah.
Fully fit Lakers.
I'd love to. Utah's never won one. Brooklyn's never won one either, have they?
But this isn't your scrappy Vince Carter, Jason Kidd Nets. This is the big bad bullies. 3 All Stars.
Yeah, and I suppose you want the best 5 going up against them.
Yeah, and whatever. Like if they win, they win. They've constructed a team really, really well. Good on them. That's the best of them. But as your fan, Giannis going up against them is really cool. I think there's a lot of stories in the East actually that really match up well. But once they spit out and end up winning anyway. What, the Clippers go in and Kawhi, man? I don't know. God, if Kawhi wins that, then there's no argument that he's one of the best. But you can't tell me LeBron goes full. He beat the fucking 73-win Warriors. Like, this is his next. Yeah. What more do I need to prove to you that I'm the fucking GOAT? Like, I want him fully healthy. The guy, even AD, fuck AD off and just LeBron versus all of them.
That's, and I'll tell you what, it'll be the world versus the Brooklyn Nets.
And it is now at the moment. Like, it's not fair what they've done. But again, you can't be angry at them for constructing this team. If you're the GM, he should be a fucking big pay rise.
He's done his job.
Yeah.
So what do you think of Suns versus Jazz today?
Well, we talk about it. The Suns knock them off. That's first versus second. If you told me at the start of the year that was going to be the top 2 teams in the West, I wouldn't have thought that. And the Suns... They've had Devin Booker, who's still so underrated. Like, he's just a bucket.
Do you think he should be in the MVP conversation?
Nah, I think he's a year away from being... And we went over him last week, and I think the real MVP of that team is Chris Paul. What he has done when he's come into that team. He's a coach on the court. Now he's not only just playing point guard, he actually put up 29 points today, and he's still getting his assists. So I think we've got down there, he's drinking some of the secret stuff. Chris Paul's been drinking the secret stuff. Shout out to Space Jam. They've got
it's water.
Well, it didn't look like water.
It was water.
Yeah, it was secret stuff water. That's MJ's secret stuff.
Yes, in the original Space Jam it was, but what Chris was drinking looked more like Gatorade
because it was bright. Now I get it.
Yeah, but he had a bottle and he put the label on it and said Chris's secret stuff on it.
That's cute.
Because of course the LeBron he's the face of the new Space Jam movie, and the trailer dropped this week.
Yeah,
quite interesting.
What do you reckon? What are your thoughts on it?
I can't wait. Sarah was saying to me, "Let's go watch Space Jam." She's at
that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It says he.
Yeah, it's our childhood. It'll be interesting to see. It's the Monstars. No, the Monstars last one. It's the Goon Stars or something.
Goons, yeah. And it's Dame Lillard, AD,
Yep.
Deanna Taurasi, whatever her name is.
Yep. There's two chicks. There's another one as well.
Yeah, whatever. But LeBron. Spoiler: LeBron wins. Well, I imagine. I don't know.
Yeah, I'd say so.
You'd probably.
But I don't know. It looks
MJ comes
cool.
out of nowhere and they join together.
It looks fucking cool. All I want is a Bill Murray appearance. Give me Bill Murray coming back.
Classics.
That's what I want. Give me Bill Murray.
Might have a sip of Pepsi's secret stuff. Would anyone else like one?
I would love some of Pepsi's secret stuff.
Yeah, why not?
The last bit of the NBA I wanted to talk
what's
about.
happening
Did
with Paul
you guys
Pierce?
see the Paul Pierce stuff midweek? Oh my God. It was a Wednesday arvo, and he went on Instagram Live, and he's just like talking about living the life, and he's smoking a blunt, and he's just got two strippers with him, just dancing up and grinding on him. Absolutely.
I think I might have seen this.
Yeah. Absolutely casual as anything. He's just like laughing it up, like, oh, my life's so good.
Yeah.
ESPN obviously fired him within 15 minutes. Dude, you can't.
He was a commentator. That's right. I remember this.
And then he just can't. And then ever since he's been on an absolute heater, just Instagram stories like, I don't care. Like, you can fire me as much as you want. Like, I got strippers. I got this mansion.
Is it like Kanye-esque meltdown, Twitter meltdown?
Nothing, not like tweets. It's just like, yeah, I'm still good. But
it's like more like
he'll just appear every day, just be like, yeah, I'm still high. I'm still drunk. You know,
yeah,
I'm still partying.
The damn billionaire who's just like,
Here he is. But it was just like, and people probably like, oh yeah, Paul Pierce is live, and then it's like, what the fuck? And there's not even a single bit of subtlety to it either. It's just naked women while he's smoking weed and just like
just living life,
living it up,
living life. And ESPN, the most vanilla, like, God, we're not here without Sports Center as we grow up, but they're like, you're done. Like, sorry,
you can't. Oh,
it could not be more incriminating. Like, look, man woke up and chose unemployment, and looks like a great choice.
He's banged up there, dude. Oh my God.
And he's just like yelling into his phone.
If you had bulk money, what would you do? You'd have bulk weed and bulk bitches.
I'll try not to put it on the internet, but I suppose one thing leads to another. Yeah, wow.
And that's what they said. Yeah, he wasn't even being filmed. They're like, oh, busted. He's got it himself.
Self-incriminating.
Like, what do you want us to do? So there you go. He's made $200 million in his career. Gee whiz.
He doesn't need your
probably not too worried. Yeah.
There you go. So happy Easter, courtesy of Paul Pierce. But that was the week in NBA. Again, we've got our storylines set. Well, obviously, I want a healthy Lakers, but I think for the good of the competition, without a healthy Lakers,
the big teams are
give it to Brooklyn now.
Starting to separate themselves, so it's starting to heat up, which is good.
Go Jazz.
Some UFC and boxing news.
On the Esky final round.
Yeah. So I think we kind of talked about last week about Volkanovski having to be pulled out of his fight because he had COVID. So a bit of an update since then. He had the full-blown COVID, essentially. He had the worst of it. He ended up getting COVID-19 pneumonia, so he ended up in hospital with pneumonia. He was coughing up blood and those sorts of things, so he ended up spending 3 days in hospital. And you got to remember, this is a bloke that just came off like an 8-week fight camp.
Yep.
Had cut all the weight. He was in probably peak condition for himself, getting ready for a fight. And, yeah, he's found himself in hospital, really struggling with it. And, he came out during the week as well and said, I can understand how people can die from this and really struggle with it because it is serious. And so it is crazy, like to see a peak MMA fighter, the champion of his division, having to deal with it and struggling with it is kind of just puts it in perspective for how deadly and dangerous the Rona is out there.
Yeah, well, it can get anyone, and there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason about it.
Yeah,
and,
I'm not sure if it came out how he got it, but a bunch of his team members got it as well in their quarantine in the States. But
Cody Garbrandt went on Joe Rogan and spoke about how it knocked him for fucking 6. Like he was no good for 3-4 months. And and then there's guys that have it and they don't even know. Like it's a very, very strange illness.
Which is going to be the problem for Volk is as well. Like if they want to run it, they got to reset that fight with Ortega, and they want to run that back sooner probably rather than later. It's just whether he needs to get home, he needs to get in the gym and see like where am I at, like how am I feeling. He said he's felt good, but it might take him a while to get back into the peak physical condition you want to take an absolute killer in Ortega as well. So
and as fight fans and as Aussie fight fans, you're definitely rooting for him. So hopefully he can get on top of it and get back into that killer form that he was in before this.
So following on from that, UFC 262 gets an extra fight. UFC 261's coming up in 3 weeks, and we'll cover that when it gets a bit closer with 3 title fights. But this one gets Nate Diaz versus Leon Edwards.
5 rounds.
5 rounds.
Non-title.
Non-title fight. A bit unusual, but it's also...
So unusual.
I think for Nate Diaz, it's also... he's let's go name. Like he's a bigger name.
Massive name.
It's a bigger fight. That regards like he's gonna. I think it's a co-main in this. To kind of build up that card as well and build him up again. Coming off, I don't think he fought once. He fought Masvidal after he finished up with the trilogy with Connor.
Yep.
I don't think he's fought since then, so it's his first fight back. It's at the welterweight division. Edwards, of course, coming off that disqualification. He got disqualified for... actually, I think it was a no contest. The eye poke. He's a component. Muhammad couldn't compete, so that's where that finished up. But he's probably 2 or 3. So it's Usman, Masvidal, Kobe Covington, and Leon Edwards as, let's say, 4 in the welterweight division at the moment.
Do you think is he parity with those guys? Or not?
Well,
surely he's a step behind.
Well, he's on a 9-fight win streak, I think, before leading up to it. He had the 3-piece in the soda. He was the recipient of that from Masvidal. There's a bit of history between the two of them in that regards. Masvidal during the week, because he's got Usman coming up on 261, said, was like, threw out some names like Covington, that's a small fight. Edwards, who the fuck's that? Like, no one knows who he is outside the hardcore fans. So he'd be like, Nate Diaz makes way more sense for me.
Big name.
It's a big name. So he, of course, has got Usman coming up, so you got to get through him first before he even considers that. But interesting fight, this one. I don't like Nate Diaz's chances. Edwards is a great wrestler, and I think he may
been out of the game a little bit, and he'd be old as fuck now, wouldn't he? Like, I can have a look at that.
Oh, he's not super old. He'd be in his 30s. Or obviously started...
30s can be old.
Yeah, for a fighter, maybe not.
35.
35, yeah. But other interesting thing for the UFC 262, it's in May the 15th, Toyota Center in Houston. They're saying full capacity crowd. Do you have a birthday? Maybe that'll work it out.
Well, according to Wikipedia, it's April 16, 85, which puts him at 36. And then on the UFC website, he's 34. He's mid-30s. He's getting on.
Leon Edwards is ranked number 3.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's there. I think it's is it Masvidal, Kobe?
It's Colby Covington.
Colby. There's an
Colby.
L
Colby.
in there.
Gilbert, then Leon, then...
Gilbert Burns. Yeah, that makes sense.
Then Masvidal.
Yeah. Gilbert, of course, just losing to Usman. So Charles Oliveira and Michael Channon, which was also previously announced, is the lightweight title fight, which I think is the main for that fight card. Yep. So it's stacking up to being a nice card. So UFC 261, 262, both looking pretty nice for pay-per-views.
Incoming. Bit of boxing?
Yeah, let's go boxing. Let's go. We've covered Tim Tszyu a little bit earlier about with the NRL boys getting in trouble for being there. Of course, he wins this against, is it Dennis? Dennis Hogan?
Yep, Dennis Hogan.
The Irishman.
The Irishman.
It was a TKO in the 5th round. He Tim got cut in the second just above his eye, but it didn't really hamper him too much. But Hogan's corner ended up throwing the towel in this. Tszyu absolutely tore his body up, was landing body shots. He had a knockdown in the 5th round, which was, after all those body shots with a nice uppercut. But in the end, the corner saved Hogan in this, let's put it that way. I think one of his corner men was one of the guys that cornered Joe Horn. John, what did I do Joe Horn again? It's Jeff Horn.
A lot of horns.
Yes, Jeff Horn. Who,
nothing meant by that.
Yeah,
strap down.
Yeah, who they probably should have called that fight a bit earlier, because he was getting beat up by Tim as well. But in this case, his corner saved him for another day where they can go protect him, and he can come back and hopefully win another fight. But it looks like Tim should now very much be in line for title fight.
Yeah, how good?
Because Hogan, I think it was 2 fights removed from a loss of his title fight. Tim should probably get a nice contender in that regards. In that, I think he's super welterweight division.
Poirier.
Official. Yeah, so they've announced it. I think it's going to be July that's going to happen. So it's going to be the trilogy. McGregor, of course, is all over the socials saying he's a different animal, different beast. He's going to come after Poirier, wants him to come out to the middle of the ring, just stand with me, let's go. Let's see what you got. We'll see how it goes. See if he's improved.
I alluded to it 2 weeks ago. I'm going to be rooting for Dustin in this. Yeah, McGregor's irking me a little bit at the moment.
Well,
no way.
check the tape. I'm pretty sure I said Dustin would win the last fight. So be interesting to see what improvements McGregor's made, if he's learnt about checking the calf kicks.
He'll knock him out. That's why they do it, so he can finish champ.
That's big. That's big.
But Dustin's up there. Like, Dustin will probably, after this, he'll probably get whoever wins the O'Vara-Chandler fight, honestly. Because I think Ferguson's been booked against someone else. And they're like 4 and 5. So Dustin will be I think he'll be the number 1 contender. And at this point, I'll say you get past McGregor. Give me a couple of months and I'll do a bit more analysis.
Yeah, we'll get to it when it comes up. So there's a little bit of
business news, and we'll just cover this quickly. UFC, of course, was bought by Endeavour 4 years ago, 5 years ago.
Fuck if I know.
Yeah, I think they were technically the WWE as well as their name, not the wrestling competition. But
I'm glad you brought up WrestleMania's this week. Yeah.
Yes,
headline is Roman Reigns. So.
WrestleMania is coming up.
It's still entertaining. It is entertaining.
Yeah, WrestleMania on the weekend. But Endeavour now, to get the original deal, which is billions of dollars.
Back in 2016.
So 5 years ago. $4 billion something from memory.
4 trillion, billion, squillion.
But anyway, to get that done, they had a bunch of minor owners in that to help buy that out. So they've now bought out all the minor owners. They now own 100% of the UFC. And they're an entertainment brand, but they're also planning, they've got a bunch of other stuff as well, but UFC is probably their premier one. But they're planning to do an IPO, which means they're going to list themselves on the stock market so you could buy stocks in the company. Yeah. So to have complete ownership of UFC is a nice little tick in their feather because it makes money. It's not going broke at this point. So it's got a big deal with ESPN, which kind of leads me into the next point was the Reebok deal, which wasn't really loved by fighters because it took away all their sponsorships. That deal has ended. They now got the deal with Venom, which is a long-time fighters kit or apparel company. Good thing for the fighters, slight pay increase. I think it's a couple of grand depending on it works out by how many fights you've had. If you're a debutant, you get fuck all. If you're a champion, it's like 42 grand from 40.
So there's going to be the same dramas that they can't have their own sponsors.
Yeah, exactly. UFC's trying to, I don't want to say marketing it like, they're trying to compete with the other US major sports. They're trying to go we're premier major sport where you have official jersey apparel, no sponsorship unless it's a selected sponsorship. So, yeah.
Sorry.
A guy that could be in the lightweight division in the UFC, maybe Boomer Harley.
With those Warwick Farms.
Oh, my goodness.
Sexy. Hey. Sorry, listeners at home. So, WrestleMania.
Was that your first time seeing that? Boomer?
That view, that's fucking good. He's got pipesies.
Pipesies.
So Roman Reigns in the heavyweight championship.
Who's he versing?
I can't remember. I know, but it's Drew McIntyre and the other one. I don't know. We're not WrestleMania. At Tampa, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Raymond James Stadium. Someone shut me up, please.
Let's move into some golf. From fighting to
Masters
golf.
Week's underway. Masters should be underway.
Yeah,
Masters week.
Got the Masters on.
It's on. UFC. Not UFC. What am I saying? KO. Thingy. Click. Go across.
The Masters?
Click
Masters is underway.
There it is.
Obviously,
Click the
we're
button.
on, baby.
it is the highlight of the golf calendar.
Yep.
Obviously, with COVID, they had the tournament 5 months ago, but it's back now in its normal spot.
How good?
At Augusta. Absolutely. Who's Swafford? Hudson Swafford is off to an early lead. He's 2 under through 5.
Very early.
Matty Jones, the Aussie, he's 1 under through 4. But it's obviously it's the pinnacle of golf. You know, they've got their 4 majors, but this is to win a green jacket is to make it in golf, and it's such a golf already is this elegant sport. The Masters itself encapsulates everything golf is, and it leads to this point, and the history behind it. They have the dinner leading in. They've got the par 3 tournament that they have midweek. It's just such an awesome time, and even your golf casuals, stay up early mornings here in Australia, and it's landed in school holidays, which is brilliant. So I'll be up Monday morning to see
How good.
see it finish, but. Yeah, it's obviously awesome, and I know Pep's over there. He's very excited for the next 4 days. Sarah's not too happy because he'll be up. TV will be blaring.
I'm horny. Let's put it that way. Let's take our minds back.
That's what Sarah's after. But anyway, keep going.
Let's take our minds back a few days. Jordan Spieth.
Yep.
He wins Texas Open at the TPC San Antonio. First win for him in nearly 4 years, 83 PGA tournament starts. In his first 5 years as a pro, he won 11 tournaments and he won 3 majors. But by 23. Yep. So essentially the best golfer ever at that, better than Tiger at 23. And then
it's a good run.
For whatever reason goes through this drought, and it's not like he sucked. He just couldn't get it.
Yeah, he was in tournaments. He was leading.
And we saw it this year where
he was afraid of the choke. He just mentally got into him.
And from a guy that chokes 4 times in one hole, like I don't want to be too critical of the bloke. But yeah, it's a fascinating thing because and it's not like he'd missed out or anything. He's still at the age of 20, or before he turns 28.
Yep.
Do you know how many golfers have had 12 PGA wins?
4 others?
1.
4 others. 4 others. So it's him, Tiger, Phil, Rory, and JT. Like that's fucking unbelievable to have
it's a short list.
A 4-year drought and to still be
on that
there
list.
And there. Yeah, like unbelievable. And he's had more top 10 finishes than you can poke a stick at. He had leads this year at Phoenix and Pebble Beach.
No real injuries, major injuries either. Like it's just been
all mental.
Shows you how big a head
I don't
game
even
is.
know if it's mental. I think there's so much luck involved in this game. Like you put.
Because then you have to credit his wins to luck. I think I'll agree with you with that. But he's been in spots where he's absolutely bottled, and he's said it. He's absolutely botched leads at this tournament, at other major tournaments. Again, his record before age 28 is all time.
Top 5
of all time. Jack Nicklaus isn't mentioned there. Who's rivaled with one other bloke. So it's interesting to see where he's at now, whether he can put it behind him, and he's one of the favourites here for the tournament. Obviously, anyone who's won a Masters before is going to be in the conversation. So he still hits a long ball. He's still ironwork is up there. It's just interesting. His Friday and Saturday is going to be really good. What's his Sunday, Monday like? So our time. Sorry, obviously day 3, day 4, I should say. But I don't think they show anything. They won't show early goals. But has anyone? I know I'm on one of the more boring golfers there are in the world in Patrick Cantlay.
That's say boring. He's
personality wise, he's quite dull of a human. You know, I mean, I'm sure he's a nice guy.
But it's not a boring pick because he's paying about 30s. Is he to win?
24 as I got on at, and he's had a lead at a Masters on a day 3. So I think that's very important coming into and being that knowing how to play the course is big there. And it's such a head case at the Masters because of what it is, because it's all eyes on you, because everyone in the world wants to play Augusta, and because everyone wants to do well here. He's been in that position before and he bottled it. Yeah. So now he knows what he has to do. That's my thinking behind it. He could, miss the cut. That's the beauty of the tournament.
And the eyes-on factor is massive. When you play through a group and there's 4 old blokes watching you.
Yeah, you top it every time.
And the head noise, there's 4 blokes that are 70 that they're playing off, they're playing off 60 combined. And you fucking shit it.
Yeah.
And you shit
Imagine having the world watching you.
But it's the world and there's 3,500 people around the hole watching it. Yeah, it's crazy the mental strength of these guys.
Big crowds expected for the Masters?
Georgia.
Limited crowds. Yeah, but there are crowds.
I don't think they're as liberal as, say, Florida is with their rules at the moment.
They're close, though.
But, yeah, I imagine there'll be some crowds.
There is live crowds there, but they had to cap it. It's not going to be like old days, but you're going to have galleries.
Beautiful.
Which is awesome. Again, nature healing, etc., etc.
Yep. I've picked Jordan here.
Which would be a cool story.
Yeah,
really
big story.
That's why mine's boring. Like if Patrick Cantlay wins, he's just another Masters winner. But if Spieth,
I don't think it's boring because he's not.
Well, he's going to win me a lot of money if he wins, so that won't be boring at all. Right.
He's not a rank outsider, but he's no favourite. Yeah. So I like that. Sean, you got him.
I've gone for the big fella.
Speaking of non-boring picks, Jeez, did you see that footage of him hitting balls in front of VJ Singh? So he's on the practice. Obviously Sean's on Bryson. And he's on the practice range, and it's just Bryson, and it's like he's doing one of those long drive contests, and just the sound of the club hitting the ball, ting, and then he's like, "Give me another one." He snatches the ball from his caddy, puts it down, and he whacks it, and then it slowly pans out, and VJ Singh's just leaning on his club a meter away from him, just pissing himself, just like in awe of oh my god, and he's like if I do that, I need a chiropractor's number, like what he's doing. I can't.
VJ Singh's just like, I'm out here for a good round of golf. That's probably
well, he's a former winner. He gets a free round. Yeah, he'll have a hit round and love it.
Nandi Fiji,
exactly right.
Fiji, I think he won two of these things.
Back on Bryson, I can't stand the bloke. I fucking hate him. I think he's such a douche. Bryson DuChambeau.
Is he the jock of golf? Is that
it's hard to be jockey in golf, but I think he's trying. It's just. I hate him, and he's so, he's this scrawny little, it's all about the science of the game, and he just beefed up, and now it's just I'm going to mash the fuck out of it. I don't think he couldn't hit a putt in November when they played. Oh, was it November or October? Yeah, that's the footage. Couldn't hit a putt. His irons let him go, and that's what the beauty of the Masters is. It's actually a lot more finesse, and it's putting and iron work. Not just mash city. Look, VJ's just there, pissing himself.
Look at that. You got to appreciate that.
Yeah, it's insane. And his club speed's 200 miles per hour.
It's ridiculous.
I'm surprised.
I wouldn't hit the ball if I swung it this hard.
I'd love
his left leg. I'm surprised he hasn't done all his ligaments in his knee.
Oh, it's
just the amount he twists. I guess he has to twist. Otherwise, if he planted his legs, they'd blow him out.
I love it.
It's just so
cool. That's cool to see. It's so cool to see, but I just fucking hate him. I just cannot stand him. And any time, this was really cool, and I was like, fuck, maybe I'm on him. And then you just hear him talk and getting, he's like, nah, I fucking hate you. And he had a big, after the Masters, everyone was like, oh, he has to win. This man just mashes balls. He just hits greens every hole. And then he didn't win, and he was like, oh, I've got corona. And then he did the test, and he didn't have corona. So then he had 3 months of doctor's tests. And they're like, there's nothing wrong with you. You just lost the golf tournament. So he's building everything to this, and I can't wait for him to finish, 2 over. Sorry, Sean, I know you're on him, but
no, it's all right.
I reckon.
Monks, have you picked someone?
Yeah, who you backing in the Masters, Monks? Yes. You going to pick an Aussie?
I'm not going to pick an Aussie.
Oh, we're unpatriotic.
Yeah, no. Following Spieth, I think I'm going McIlroy.
Rory. Yeah, I'd love to see Rory win. Actually, he's one I'd love. Yeah,
someone that hasn't won for a little bit. And
so he's someone you can love, just get around, like, you know, just loved high growing up, and you hear the story. Obviously, Bryson did as well, but Rory's just such a calm, cool. And I just fucking can't stand Bryson now. We got Toby Green. We got Toby Green. Bryson DeChambeau. God.
With Mason Cox.
He'll win this fucking lay down. He'll finish 40 under you. Fuck it. There was one. I do have one, and not that we condone gambling, but yeah, we do. We're just guys here sitting here drinking beers, gambling.
Unofficial sports.
Within your means, within your means.
Brooks Koepka, one of the best major players there are. He's only he's a few weeks away from knee surgery. I've actually got him to miss the cut.
Oh,
I
going the other way.
Yeah, I'm going the other way. I cannot see, and I love Brooks. See, I go the other way with Brooks and Brian. I love Brooks. He's got great chat. He is a bit of a muscle daddy, but. And he doesn't flaunt it in my fucking face. I'm trying to go on Twitter and, you know, golf tutorials. I want to fix my swing. I don't want to look at, you know, VJ swing. But I think I don't know how he plays this tournament. Have you seen the picture of him reading a putt? How he has to read putts?
Not really.
He's got to go down on his, like, he can't bend his knees because his knees are so fucked. He's got to keep one leg straight and look at it like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, he's got his right leg out. For those viewers at home, you'll see me. That's how he has to read every single putt. Like, you can't do that in the Masters. So I've actually, and I got $4 for him to miss the cut. Not that I want him to, but I can't see him. It's 3 weeks removed from knee surgery, and he's gonna. This is what the Masters is. Rough. Yeah. So obviously, no Tiger. I saw they left a spot at the winners. They have a winners dinner every year, I guess, and they left a free spot for him and his name tag. So
we didn't put the note here, but I didn't really want to cover it too much. But they kind of released the report of what instigated his crash, and I think so. It's 85 or 87 miles per hour. Double the speed limit. 140 Ks for everyone that doesn't use stupid measurements.
I don't think it's that many. Anyway,
no, it was 140.
Yeah, it was 140 Ks. So, you know,
in a 40, which is an 80. He's doing double the speed limit.
He was doing essentially double the speed limit, and just missed the corner and
just speeding like there was nothing. They didn't had nothing in his system.
In like an SUV / minivan kind of thing, it's probably not. He's probably late for something. He's speeding, trying to get there, emergency, whatever, and just lost control.
Yeah, we don't want to defend him. We don't want to celebrate. You know, he's breaking the law there, but God, he's
got a long way to recovery. So
I'll nearly guarantee without him, we don't care about the sport.
Not going to agree, but transit
for mine at least.
Transcends it.
Well, the Shark and Nicholson and that kind of, probably a little bit early for us, but they also still generated interest.
I'll speak personally. Without him, I don't get interested in it and then want to play it. So
for the 90s and 2000s, it was Tiger.
Yeah.
Let's wrap this bitch up. I'm gonna hitting 4 hours. Champions League quarterfinals. Man City 2, Borussia Dortmund 1. Phil Foden gets a 90th minute winner.
He's a gun
for Man City.
Man City are good. Shocked me.
They do have to go over to Germany and try not to bottle that, but you imagine they go through.
Haaland.
I tell you who
are they playing? PSG.
Borussia.
Oh, sorry. They've got a second
return leg. Yep.
Yeah. Sorry.
Real Madrid 3, Liverpool 1. Vinny Jr. is Brazilian. I think they're pretty good at soccer. He had a brace for Los Blancos.
Yeah, you see Madrid going through on that one.
Yeah, you'd imagine they go to Anfield and get the job done. One of the English teams has put themselves in a really good spot here is Chelsea. They got a 2-0 win away at Porto. And it was 2 young Poms that got up for the Blues here in Mason Mount and Ben Chilwell. And probably the most interesting game of the quarters, Bayern Munich going down to PSG 3-2, despite having, I think they had 64% of the ball, the Germans here. They're going to have to go and do some shooting practice there in Munich this week. 31 shots, 15 corners. And they couldn't get the win here. Yeah. Kylian Mbappe, he's really, really good at soccer.
Yes, he is.
And that makes for a scintillating return leg in Paris next week. That's it.
Yeah. We won't dump into that.
All the leagues are essentially wrapped up. So
winners, may as well be through.
We've spoken about City. They're through.
They're so clear.
Inter's won Serie A.
Who's
Atleti? It might be winning.
Who's the fourth spot in the
Spain is close. Bayern will win. Germany, shock me, and France is close. It's actually Lille and PSG going down.
They're putting everything in the Champions League. They want that
to the end. So 3 out of the 5.
Are in there.
3 out of the 5 big leagues are sorted. And
so West Ham's a big one in the fourth spot there. So
there's still
8 games to go.
Still 8 games there. So City and United, they'll be playing Champions League football, and then it's an absolute gridlock between 3rd and 8th, I'd imagine.
Leicester probably pretty
Chelsea,
close.
Spurs, Liverpool, Everton. So
it'll be interesting to see if West Ham can finish 4th.
Yeah, it'll be those 6 clubs going for those last 2 Champions League spots.
Yep.
Yeah.
That'll do us. Big one.
Big show.
Big
over
one.
the 4 hours.
Yeah, 9 days. It's hard to condense it into a short episode.
Yeah. Lots of footy, of course.
I'd like to thank everyone that has subscribed on YouTube. We hit the 1,000. That's not too bad considering we've been doing videos.
30 episodes.
And
30 episodes and videos for
video 3 months.
Since the start of the year. So.
Yeah. Please, we haven't seen too many comments. There has been a few. If we say something that's wrong or you don't agree with, hammer us in the comments. We love it. That's what we're about.
We love the banner.
Yeah, we like to go back and forth on our sports opinions. And if you do like what we're doing, hit the like button. We got
sub up
Apple Podcasts, Spotify going.
It's everywhere.
That you don't have to look at us that way. So it's always
saves the viewing experience.
You can listen to the docile tones
and
instead of looking at our wrong lids.
Instagram on the Esky, we're trying to pump that a little bit more. So get around that
with some shit memes.
And look, we love people who sit through the whole 4 hours and listen to everything. But if some sport's not your flavour, pick this up. We chop it up. YouTube's there.
Yep.
Give it a go. Give us a click. Give us a like. We love doing this, and we won't stop until they tell us to.
Till we get sued.
I haven't been cancelled or sued yet, to the best of our knowledge. Exactly. So we'll keep going. We'll see you next week. Love your support.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
That'll do on the Esky for this week, as Peppy says. We'll see you in a week's time.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.